people make up 20% of the world's population, but we protect 80% of the world's biodiversity. That's what they're referencing, right? And it's estimated that more than 70% of the known uranium deposits are on indigenous lands, right? But we are not consulted from that. We don't give consent, and we don't benefit from those. So moving into powering, I touched base on this a little bit, but there's going to be an increased demand for the energy, right? So this false energy crisis that exists, we're not in an energy crisis. We're not. That's a false narrative to create a story that justifies this demand, right? And then that electricity and energy can be shifted towards these hyperscale data centers that are popping up all over the country. The United States has the most data centers in the world. So even places like Japan that are known for their technology and being technologically advanced as they are, they do not use the same amount of energy, nor do they have the same demand for hyperscale data centers because they have learned how to do things efficiently and effectively, right? And so the US, stuck on profit and capitalism, is just focused on that, not the efficiency of these things, right? And so looking at natural gas, it's the largest source so far that's being used for powering data centers in the US. Coal accounts for about 50%. We'll probably see a little bit of an increase in that. Sorry, I don't know why. I don't know if people know, but anyways, I apologize that there's an echo now. So coal right now only accounts for about 15%, but we're probably going to see an increase in that, right? Knowing that they're revitalizing the coal industry. The US also is going to promote that. They want to go internal with everything, so they want to stop importing all of this, and so that means they're going to come to our communities more now, right? Joseph will go over the executive orders and which ones specifically to keep in mind as we talk about these data centers. But the big concern for me is around nuclear. And so right now there's a proposed small modular reactor for Colstrip, which is only about 15 miles off the Northern Cheyenne Reservation. And so nuclear also requires millions of gallons of water to cool it, right? The reason why we see things like Chernobyl or 3 Mile Island and those types of meltdowns is because there was issues with cooling, right? And so the cooling is so necessary to keep these things from exploding and having a big meltdown. So what happens is they go to communities and they're presenting that to communities that have access to water, right? And so we have access to water in our community. Yellowstone River, the Bighorn River, the dam, Tongue River Dam. So we have access to all of those. And so they're trying to target our community, my community where I live, and have a small modular reactor. The problem with that is exactly what I said earlier, is that small modular reactors do not exist in real life. They only exist in a PowerPoint presentation, right? So these presentations are going all over. People, there's one small town in Idaho that invested, and they got up to like $3.4 billion that they invested into this small modular reactor. And every year this corporation would come back and be like, well, we need more money. We're almost there, we need more money. And they kept investing until 10, 11, 12 years went by, and they were at $3.4 billion, and the community couldn't invest anymore, and then the corporation walked away and left them with that debt. And so that is what will happen to communities that want to invest in these small modular reactors. They do not exist in real life. There's no example. If you ask these corporations, and I've done it, I've sat there with them and I've asked them directly, can you give me one example of where this exists in real life, that it's operational and that has been safe in the community and that's fully running? And they can't do it. And so ask those questions, push back on them, right? Because they're really good at propaganda and they're trained to give you answers that are not answers, right? So it's important to understand that and to know that. But small modular reactors, the other thing with it too is that for nuclear, you have to have enriched uranium. That's radioactive uranium. So in order for them to have a small modular reactor in any community, they will have to transport radioactive uranium across indigenous lands to get there to power it, right? So for us in Montana, we live on a highway that's called 212, and that highway is a cut across between two major interstates that exist between the Bakken oil field and south into the fracking, and then we have coal mining all around us as well. So it's a cut across for all of these industries. We already experience loss of life, we experience other materials coming through, explosive materials, ordnance passing through our territory, the killing of our animals, of our people, our community, things like that. And then not to mention just the stress that that puts on the roads themselves that we then have to pay for, right? And so looking at that, then in addition, they will now be transporting radioactive material through these lands, right? The other thing, and the last thing I'll say before I move on, is about nuclear waste storage. And so to date, there is no place in the world that has long-term nuclear waste storage. That doesn't exist. The only place close to actually getting something like that, I believe, was in Finland, in the mountains, like in an ice cap. But that hasn't even moved forward. It's proposed, it may happen, but nothing has moved on that. The other place that was proposed for long-term nuclear waste storage was in Yucca Mountain down in Nevada. But our Shoshone relatives were able to defeat that with their allies, and that has not happened either. So what that means fundamentally is that nuclear waste, once it's expended, it'll be stored right there in our communities. It'll be held there in casks that go underground, right? And granted, they are small, right? Like they're telling us that the waste is small, like little capsule, and they'll be underground. But when we have things happening, like natural disasters that have been happening all over Mother Earth, flooding, wildfires, earthquakes, tornadoes, hurricanes, cyclones, all of these things have been escalating. So none of that actually, they can't guarantee that these facilities are safe and that they won't leak, right? And so it's important to understand that these things will be stored in our communities and they will be held there. And all of that is to create the energy and the electricity needed for the hyperscale data center, because currently in our region, there's no demand. I haven't magically been using more energy than normal this year. That's creating this demand, right? That's not realistic. What's happening is it's a hyperscale data center that's creating the demand. And so with that demand is going to become dangerous forms of energy, right? They're also greenwashing clean energy, right? There's legitimate sources of like transitioning to solar or to wind or these other forms of energy, right? That can use things like hemp batteries and things like that. Or I know that there's a young man that's working on using the mica and the different, the rocks from the Black Hills in his solar panels, right? So that they're not as toxic as they are currently. So all of these things are good and those exist, but what's happening is these corporations are taking advantage of that, and now they're using the solar and the wind and whatnot to power these hyperscale data centers as well, and then presenting it as environmentally friendly, right? So we have to keep that in mind, is that they're really smart like that and they're really manipulative. And so with that, I'm going to go around and hand out the resolution, and I'm going to hand out the fact sheets for everyone, and I'm going to hand over the rest of the presentation to my brother and colleague here, Joseph. Thank you.
Hamadaki Tatankanaju Mielo, na Wakbawash de Mataha na Wamblipaha Elwati. My name is Joseph Whiteeyes. I come from Cheyenne River. Just wanted to thank Crystal for really giving us a lot of good information and then passing it off to me here. So when talking about these data centers, other false solutions include natural gas, which is highly flammable and easily combustible and can also cause asphyxiation. So in high concentrations, it can displace oxygen and lead to suffocation for individuals that are working at these data centers. We've also been noticing that they wanted to include hydrogen as a power source for these data centers, and specifically on the rainbow spectrum of hydrogen. So you got all these different colors. I got a whole nother PowerPoint on hydrogen. I'm not going to be doing that here. They want to go for what they call green hydrogen. And how they go about developing that is through a thing called electrolysis, where they use wind energy, they use solar energy to go in and split water into the hydrogen and the oxygen. And it's in the United States and across the world right now, it's considered the smallest percentage of hydrogen produced. on the rainbow of hydrogen, and it's the most expensive. So what doesn't make sense to me there is that they're using energies to create an energy to use as an energy for data centers, at the expense of, taxpayer dollars, at the expense of all of us. And then going into the next slide, why indigenous lands, rural and fossil fuel frontline communities are being targeted. You got pollution, we've got the land, we've got the water and money. And so when we're talking about pollution, if you notice, when you drive around, you see all these ethanol plants releasing the CO2, and it only goes so far, then it disappears into the air. That's, for us, less noticeable. There's less regulations on tribal lands. There's less regulations in rural communities around, the different pollutions that are being released into the atmosphere. There's lack of systems in place that we have and as oversight for these different data centers that are being produced or created throughout the United States. When it comes to land, we have access to some of the largest land bases in the United States as indigenous people. And going into, the land size, as Crystal mentioned earlier, on these data centers, some of them take up to almost 1,000 acres, are roughly the size of Manhattan, that is needed for these hyperscale data centers to be built. When it comes to water, a lot of times our waters for these companies are cheaper and easier to obtain. Again, because of the lack of oversight and regulation that we have as tribes or rural communities, especially, and this is really dangerous, especially for tribes that do not have updated water codes. And it really, allows us to not regulate these international companies when it comes to using our waters. When it comes to money, they extract from local taxes, promising jobs. Again, Crystal talked about the jobs that will be created and the jobs that will stay with these data centers. Again, they'll get more tax breaks from the United States. And then when it comes to them using energy, they'll put those direct costs onto us as ratepayers. Into the next slide. So we really ask this question a lot, is who needs AI and data centers? And our answer is always nobody, except the tech billionaires and the extractive industries. Who pays? So what they consider us is sacrifice zones. As rural communities, Black and brown communities, indigenous communities, that's what they call us. And that's, I guess who a lot of the fossil fuel industry really comes after is us, the sacrifice zones. And the biggest payer of all is Unchimaka, Mother Earth. So again, when we talk about who pays, rural communities and tribal communities who are referred to as sacrifice zones, examples of this is that we are already seeing rate increases on the ratepayers, higher electricity rates. We're also seeing data theft within these data centers. There is two tribes, one is the Muskogee and the other one is the Salt Tribe of Michigan, that have already invested into a smaller type of data center where they uploaded all their culture, their language, a lot of their personal data into these data centers, and those data centers ended up getting hacked. And they held the tribe's ransom for about $1 million. So the tribe ended up paying that $1 million. They weren't able to find out who was the one that hacked it, and they got all their information back and they pulled them out of the data center. So we're also seeing that as a big thing for data centers when they come into our communities. I'm going to read this slide. So data centers related to military and ICE. So we talked about, our ICE was mentioned yesterday a little bit about coming into the Rapid City area and Oceti Sakowin territories. Again, Crystal talked a little bit about the techno-feudalism, the fake war between the United States, China, and Russia. So the U.S. military was formed to crush indigenous resistance, then expanded abroad with the current annual budget of about $1 trillion. Military-backed imperialism enables the data center industry through violent extraction, seen today in places including the Congo for cobalt, Palestine for its gas, Sudan for its gold, and Venezuela for its oil. In turn, these big tech data centers directly support the military-industrial complex for what they call as national security, and military readiness are also used to justify forever wars when it comes to extraction and exploitation of indigenous peoples and indigenous lands. And when we're talking about ICE, the militarized U.S. immigrations and customs enforcement, or ICE agents, use AI for abductions, and the growing list of surveillance actions, including facial recognitions, locating and tracking the pattern of detection on social media, and monitoring that way. ICE's budget is now bigger than all the other U.S. law enforcement agencies combined. And so Crystal did mention earlier too that we've been tracking a lot of the executive orders. So we've tracked so far 15 different executive orders that include artificial intelligence, and some of them, you know, you might be familiar with. And I'll just read a few of them off right now. As one is establishing the national energy dominance, strengthening the reliability and security of the United States electric grid. Other ones include advancing artificial intelligence and education for American youth, so bringing that AI into the schools, ordering the reform of nuclear regulatory commissions, so that goes into the energy of powering these powering AI through the data centers. And then the most recent of the three executive orders actually address the AI development and federal procurements and infrastructure around AI, and those three are preventing woke AI in the federal government, accelerating federal permitting and of data center infrastructure, then promoting the export of the American AI technology stack. And so those ones really give a lot more detail around the federal guidelines for AI, with the most recent one on December 11th, the executive order that Donald Trump passed is called Ensuring a National Policy Framework for Artificial Intelligence, which takes away the state's rights to regulate artificial intelligence in data centers. So these different attacks on regulations and protections that we are seeing, some of the things include gutting NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act. They restrict the National Historic Preservation Act. We've seen limits on the Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act, and the Endangered Species Act. Again, you know, eliminating regulations through the permitting reform, and especially through these executive orders. And what we've been noticing with these executive orders is that they're mainly created for the federal agencies to follow, and they're not actually law at this point. And then again, you know, pushing unlimited fossil fuel mining and nuclear projects, as Crystal talked about earlier, using non-disclosure agreements, NDAs, again, coming with NDAs in hand for tribal governments to use. And then, of course, subsidizing projects with billions of dollars, working to block the states from regulating AI and more, as we just seen on December 11th. So again, just to recap, why should we resist generative AI in hyperscale data centers? Again, we have impacts to our environment, our sovereignty, our health, and economics. When it comes to sovereignty issues, again, as mentioned earlier, we talked about the data storage and that data not belonging to us once we insert it or give it to these companies. These companies can then take our data and use it however they want. Again, when it comes to sovereignty rights, we talk about our water rights and the lack of oversight that we as tribal nations have at this moment. And of course, you know, the lack of resources to manage these international companies. And when we talk about health, we talk about the issues of hearing loss, the fumes released into, or of the fumes of these fine particles being released into the air that cause breathing problems, the toxic chemicals in the water that are causing, you know, miscarriages. And again, you know, that'll be on our fact page where it talks a little bit more about that. And then economics on the false promises of jobs, similar to the other extractive industries that come. And so we've seen this before when they tried to bring nuclear energy to us. They promised us jobs, they promised us this, they promised us that, and they said, oh, it's good for tribal communities. The way they're bringing these hyperscale data centers to indigenous communities is the same exact way they brought it to us in the 60s through the 80s. And so there's no difference there. And then other false promises that they say is that they're good for investment, as Crystal went over earlier. $4.6 billion was invested. Again, when that company pulled out, the bill was left with that community. They create permanent jobs. All these jobs are already contracted through different contractors that they have throughout the United States. They are safe. They're not safe for our land. They're not safe for our water, and they're not safe for our environment and the health of the humans, or health of us as humans. They can support data sovereignty. Again, when we talk about data sovereignty, these data centers are not data sovereignty. When we put our information in there, and we can't stress that enough, is that it doesn't belong to us. And as Crystal, you know, mentioned earlier too, that video of the Sundance is going around on Facebook. And one of my jokes and one of the comments that I put it on there was, oh, AI must have had a dream to do it that way. But to take away from that, you know, it really goes to show that other people throughout the world, non-Indigenous people, will also have access to this type of false information around, you know, around Indigenous people and who we are, again, with 60% of the information through generative AI being incorrect. Again, they can improve security. When it talks about security, for me, that means just more surveillance on us as people. As we're scrolling through Facebook, they're able to access our messages. The moment we include, you know, or engage with AI, we're allowing the third party to come into our messages that's maybe between me and my grandmother. And those messages are now being seen by a third party, and those messages belong to them, that third party. And now they're saying that we need them. We don't need them. And so with that, before we get into how we get involved, as Crystal mentioned earlier, that we wanted to read a resolution that we wanted the Oceti Sakowin Treaty Council to adopt. So I'll just get into that and read that right away. And Crystal did pass that out if you wanted to follow along. So it says, whereas the Oceti Sakowin Treaty Council supports its rights to protect lands, waters, and culture and resources. Whereas the Oceti Sakowin Treaty Council supports the right for free, informed, and prior consent, or FPIC, for any and all development on or within treaty territories belonging to the Oceti Sakowin. Whereas data centers are being built across the nation, targeting rural and tribal communities that have fewer resources to address development around water, electricity, lands, environmental impacts, economics, health, and oversight of what is being stored within these data centers. Whereas data centers pose a risk of promising data sovereignty to tribal communities when tribes lack the resources and capacity and legal infrastructure to regulate multinational corporations. By giving companies access to our data, including language, songs, stories, and culture, we no longer control where or who they can be shared with or how it is used outside of our legal boundaries. We also risk a higher rate of misrepresentation and appropriation of who we are as Indigenous people. Whereas non-disclosure agreements, NDAs, are brought in hand by these tech industries to keep the public and other leaders from making informed-based decisions on these projects. Whereas data centers cover hundreds or thousands of acres of land, usually targeting underserved, underregulated communities such as both rural and tribal lands. Due to the lack of transparency and oversight of regulations not yet developed, lease agreements with tribes and rural communities are locked into anywhere between 50 to 100-year lease agreements with no opportunity to opt out in the near future once signed. Whereas data centers use high volumes of potable water for cooling their machines, leaving the water no longer safe or reusable due to contamination. Because of the high volumes of water needed for these data centers, underground water systems are drying up, leaving wells unusable and water pressures down in households. Whereas the energy used to power data centers emit fumes that include fine particles and nitric oxides, triggering or worsening those with asthma and heart conditions. These facilities also emit noise pollution, worsening or causing hearing loss for those who live near data centers, as they emit sounds of up to 97 decibels. Whereas it is proposed by 2030, 2.5 billion tons of CO2 will be released into the atmosphere by hyperscale data centers, and all materials needed to build these centers require more mining for critical minerals, causing the expansion for the mining industry in rural and tribal communities, including the contamination of the rivers and underground aquifers from the released cooling waters. Whereas data centers require large electricity loads and are estimated to use 12% of the nation's energy supply by 2028, with some centers using as much electricity as entire cities, states. Energy prices have also spiked over 267% in areas where data centers are already developed due to consumers picking up the direct costs. Whereas data centers are also targeting rural and tribal communities because of access to more water, cheaper electricity, and tax incentives. These projects promise secure jobs when these data centers are made to replace human labor, with promises to hire over 1,500 workers, when in reality only 50 through 100 full-time employees will staff these facilities, mainly for maintenance purposes. Now therefore be it resolved that the Oceti Sakowin Treaty Council hereby supports opposing and banning all various tech industries from any and all current and future developments for hyperscale data centers within Oceti Sakowin territories. Be it further resolved that the Oceti Sakowin Treaty Council shall release a statement or letter opposing all data center development within Oceti Sakowin territory. And so we're offering this resolution up for feedback within the next couple days. If you have any edits that you want to bring to us, me and Crystal can work directly on changing what this looks like. We're also developing a resolution for a basic rough line, our outline for a resolution for different tribes to adopt, not just for Lakota or Dakota, but all reservations throughout Turtle Island. Some of the other work that we're doing is that we at Honor the Earth helped create a coalition, a national coalition of different tribal organizations and grassroots groups all the way from North Carolina up into Alaska to support and pushing back against data centers building throughout Indian country and throughout tribal lands. Right now, that coalition only consists of indigenous people and tribal nations and tribal enrolled members. So I put the QR code on there. If you want to pull out your phones, you can scan this QR code. It takes you directly to our landing page. On that page, you will see our fact sheet. You'll see our template PowerPoint presentation. So it's a presentation similar to the one that we have or that we showed y'all, and y'all can tailor that for your communities and what that looks like for you. We have links to different articles, resources on data center development. We have a list of questions that tribal leaders can download to ask, for the general public and the developers when they come into your communities. We also have a data center tracker. And so that tracker is specifically only for all data centers found within a 30-mile radius of different tribal nations or tribal lands. So if you go log in and you see that certain data centers aren't there that are outside of tribal lands, we did that specifically for us so it's easier for our people to track which data centers are impacting us as Native people. And then we also have a data center input form where you can add any data centers that we might have missed. And so in there, you're going to input, the GPS location. You're going to input the name or the company of the different tech industry that's building that data center. Some of our things when we push back is, of course, you can't drink data. Data centers are not digital sovereignty. And one of the biggest things we are pushing right now is ask your auntie, not AI. So.
Yeah, I'm just going to say one thing.
Okay, Crystal, I would like to ask our Treaty Council, Manny, to grab a microphone and to chair over this resolution and ask if there are any opposition that we will pass this right now with amendments. One amendment will be to authorize us or urge us to draft a congressional bill that we will be submitting during the Democrats take over to stop such types of projects. Manny, microphone ki ichuna ichan got wachtia pose ki hechu shnehota optiya inkte.
Good morning. So this resolution, was there any more questions or maybe some nays or whatever? And if there are no opposition, we need to pass this resolution today as one of our business part of our treaty meeting.
Harold has a question.
Oh, Ostela lewe chulila, yupiakel na ostestel workshop el kopi yunka torjalila, pilunki api, hole trokata ki awochun ki lena cha u I on trecha hogna yunking te sechash le omiche lechlu gluita api wali at chimpia galagala lechlu gluita api ki le on khani ekta hel akip khalocha. I think we can probably by consensus support it in principle, but I think we need to send it to the IRA portion because they interface with Congress on matters like this. The words we use, they don't acknowledge us. They only acknowledge their words in a court system, in a lawsuit, or their attorney general, or even their president. Our words have clarity and effect when it comes from a traditional concept, but we don't have the Treaty Council functioning here, and we don't have Teoshpais here. I'm one, and I know Manny mentioned yesterday, he's one. So I do truly represent a Teoshpai in a traditional sense from Makula and his people. So they install me as a Tacha, and I've made that statement many times. I do represent a Teoshpai. So as a Teoshpai, I can pretty much commit to that. Diki Muskan, my Taunshi, is also part of our Teoshpai, and I think we can commit to it in that way, but in principle, I think we could refer to IRA councils in support. And but in a traditional concept, I know I can honestly say that our Teoshpai supports this wholly. I really appreciate this presentation. The information material was rock solid. I really like to hear that, and I thank you, Tonja, for informing us on that. Really nice. Pilamayo mitakuya.
Yeah, to clarify also, we have separate resolutions for the tribes as well, the IRA. So it allows each of the representative bodies to have their own autonomy to sign resolutions. So just to clarify that, and then I think there was one for Faith and then Carmen.
Is it on? Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yupia Kid Woyagdaka. Thank you. We've been in conversation with Crystal. I represent the Ihangtuan Treaty Committee and also Braveheart Society. And the tribal chairmen have invited us to present at 11:30 on Saturday. And we're approaching it from the scientific perspective. We have a hydrologist, and some of you know her, Dr. Alexis Archambault, her sister's sitting here. And she is analyzing the watersheds and the rivers, any water bodies that are at risk. And of course, for the Oglala, the Tituan, it's the Oglala Aquifer. She's analyzed how far the impact without AI will be in, I think it's 2060, that the aquifer will be impacted even without AI, and it'll be faster. And for Sisituan, there's another aquifer up there. Ihangtuan is at the very edge of the Oglala Aquifer, but all of us are river tribes, and so what they're going to do is one of the tribal water directors told me that he was already approached by Microsoft. And so Apple and all of them, and this happened with KXL Pipeline, what they did is they talked to the programs like TIPO, EPA, and they made the promises of the playgrounds, all of the bribes, and some of the tribes, a lot of the tribes took it all the way up the river with KXL. So we've gone through this before, but we invite you to come, and we're working with Crystal. I really appreciate the resolutions, but we are, if you could come at 11:30, and we've already talked about it. Reno Red Cloud, thank you. We presented at the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance, and he urged us, and we talked to Gay to reach the chairman, because the chairmen need to talk to each of their departments. Because in KXL, the TIPOs made some agreements without the leadership knowing. So every one of those federal programs have to be reached by all of this danger. And we have, at Braveheart, we put out an urgent call on Facebook. You can look on there, and we have those figures also, some of which he has. And like I said, ours is mainly from the scientific. We have a biologist that is talking about the species that will be impacted. Like in the Pipestone area, in the 1800s, there were 6,000 species. Right now, there's 600 that are left. So it's going to not only affect our grandchildren, it's going to affect our relatives, the animals and the plants. So thank you, Crystal, and please come, and we'll meet before Saturday. Hechetu, pidama.
Okay, Manny, you could declare it approved or disapproved.
Can I make a comment?
Oceti.
Oh, hold on. Andrea has her hand up.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to express appreciation for this. We're being targeted in Arizona, even though some of the groundwater is already so depleted in the desert ecosystem that they're not even allowing new personal homes to be built there. I would like to present maybe the one you've developed for tribal governments as well. The International Indian Treaty Council, as an affiliate of Oceti Sakowin, fully supports. The only suggestion I would make, and this is a friendly amendment, you can accept it or not, since rights are inherent and inalienable, a better word than support would be to affirm, and especially if you're making it from Oceti Sakowin Treaty Council affirms its rights. Would be probably a more accurate word to use in terms of treaty rights and the other rights, water rights, FPIC, et cetera. That would be my only suggestion. But it's a friendly amendment if you want to accept it or not. Thank you.
Press on the button.
Director, and you know, the subject right now that we're talking about, this transmission line, I represent the Oglala's with the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance. We're going to be giving a presentation, but this has already happened in Pine Ridge because our Nebraska Public Power District's already trying to build nuclear reactors, one by Rushville, Nebraska, 20 miles away from Pine Ridge. They're looking at Valentine, Nebraska by Rosebud. These are proposals now, but it's coming because I think there's even a proposed transmission line that's supposed to go through Pine Ridge. So, you know, now's the time for us to get together. And I like what Harold said about the treaty, you know, the resolutions, but meeting with the IRA governments and some of the programs, because you have an OST Utilities Commission that could be a tool to prevent it from going to the reservations. I'm with the Water Resource Department, and I'm totally against them using any type of water on the reservations or treaty lands for any type of activity for this. So we got to come on strong with strategic plans of, today's a good start with the Treaty Council's resolution, but I think that everybody in the Oceti Sakowin tribes, we should come together and stand together on this. Because I see a weakness in this. If President Trump's trying to bypass the states, then they're going to fight back too with regulations. But on the tribal level, let's come together, like Faith said, with the Great Plains tribal chairmans. Like Phil said, let's get a bill drafted. But I think with this AI concept, Lydia's Jardine from the Black Hills Clean Water Alliance, she did a presentation on this, and it's going to take a lot of water to cool the nuclear activity of generating this power. So we got to kind of do an analysis on our groundwater and our surface water to see if it, like, you know, in treaty land, right now, all this mining that's going on, it's contaminating our water, Cheyenne River. And that's something I'm gonna bring up later today, but I like the idea of coming together, tribal, treaty, all of us, and I like the concept of a bill being presented. But we gotta act fast because, you know, next year is gonna be the midterm elections, and hopefully the Democrats get in and they could put a stop to this too. But we gotta fight for our water rights. Just my thought. Thank you.
I'd like to get this approved so that we can hand it over to the IRA so that we'll draft a congressional bill that they can run with. Lama.
Oh, Oceti.
One more question back there.
Gotcha.
I'm just wondering about this resolution, if it's going to be
Will it make exceptions for tribes that don't have any regulatory codes?
So that's why we separated them out. So we have other resolutions and we're actually working on finding ways to create tribal law and order codes and updates so that way they can protect against. And so we have allies down on the Wind River Reservation with our Arapaho relatives and Shoshone relatives, and they're actually going through and rewriting their law and order codes and doing full updates to prevent these things from happening even far into the future. And so there's already moves being made and like different nations are taking these steps. So what we've been trying to do is trying to pull all the connections together so we don't duplicate work. And that's our big plan. And so just to announce too, we're working with Faith and we're looking at a summit or a conference about this specifically. So like late spring, early summer, 2026, we're looking at convening folks and bringing them together because this is one state and in Montana where I'm at. And then on top of that, like Joseph said, we have a national coalition of all Indigenous peoples who are fighting the same thing. All the way from Arizona, Alaska, North Carolina, just everywhere, Wyoming, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, California, Washington, the Yakimas came out swinging at NCAI, and they're adamantly opposed to these data centers because they have water and it's going to impact their salmon, right? So we have allies all over, and some of them are moving on some of these questions. I don't have that answer, but I know that some of my folks that I'm connected to do. So hopefully when we convene by summer, we'll be able to kind of connect and move on some of those things. So that's why this resolution is a start point, right? Like it's a start point to come here, bring it to the people, share information, educate, and then from there we'll move to the next steps.
There's one more question. That'll be the last one. Ron,
Buckle up, Bill.
can you grab a microphone there on the table? State your name too.
Good morning, Mitakepi. My name is Ronald Alnice. I'm with the chair of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Utility Commission. And, we were formed in 1994. We're the first tribe that had a regulatory authority over utilities. All utilities operating in jurisdictional tribal homelands of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And you also have the Oglala Sioux Tribe that formed the Utility Commission, and they were formed in the late 80s by an organization called the Oceti Energy Commission. You had Frank Popo Means, and others from the Oglala tribe. You had Wayne Boyd. You had Clete Burnett, Clete Neese, my father, that helped also. And so these were visionaries, and this came to fruition years later. Our Utility Commission has reestablished itself. We want to meet with the Oglala Utility Commission as commission to commission because it's important that tribes have regulatory authority. You have all these business arms, and I talked to John Lewis years ago from the Gila River. They're really prominent, and he said they should have done what Rosebud did in the Oglala. They put the cart before the horse. If you don't have a utility commission, a regulatory authority, if you don't have something, the organization we deal with rights, so we have easements and right on that, and then they're going to walk all over you because you don't have regular authority. So what we in Rosebud, we would invite you because we're looking at this. They have to go through us before this even data centers, they the regular, and I'm also doing the business too with Resco. They've approached us talking about a data center, and I was leery on it for the big get-go. I tried to retire for a while. I got drugged back in, I'm glad, so I got tired of sitting at home anyway. I still got a couple useful years, before I sunset, But I would invite you to come to Rosebud, to our business arm, which is called Resco. I think we need to hear this. I think a utility commission needs to hear this. Faith did a good job. I learned a lot, and we had the meeting, the Oceti Sakowin Power Authority. I don't know if these are the same folks, are they? Okay, well, good. But we need to hear this. But tribes need to establish the regulatory authority please, and actually, you guys are the leaders, and you see that, but, one last thing, we created Title 20, which is regulatory authority, and I've seen tribes in White Earth and Chippewa, you have other tribes that have started utilities commissions, and I've looked at the documents, you know what? It's our Title 20 in the Law and Order Code, and then and we offer that free to anyone. We offer that we offer that free. Just give us some credit if you pass something. White Earth never did give us credit, so I have a little bone to pick with them, At least give us credit. They can use the exact same document. But please reach out to us. We'll help you set up. We're happy to do that. Sorry I took so much time. Phil.
Okay, go ahead, run it.
Wana leta ko api wa glohi hena kakpi yank te na hata mini wichoni ukapna hena no doini na kichishini cha hena hetel dokushke dokula kokihip ka lena miniki ish ni kapna ugna yopta unia picha hena chitucha hechitu ho ke hena na kakpi yank te lo wastekte wastelo tu.
Oh, actually, though. But, Daniel, can you make sure you write this all down, that this resolution was approved by consensus by the traditional Lakota governance of the Oceti Sakowin Oyate? Thank you.
Okay. I'd rather have you all raise your hand, so. Huh? Yeah, well, they said they were Democrats, so. No Republicans in here, huh? Hey, tough. I just wanted to share a story. One year, out of my whole family, my daughter ended up becoming a Republican. I always ask her why she did that, but anyways. I guess she said looked like they were getting everything. She just wanted to be part of the giveaway. But anyway,
She was mad at you.
So, all right. The next one on the agenda is Hesapa OTP update. Chante Hart, yeah. Okay, there you go. All yours.
Petu washte mitakupi, chante washte na petu zapi, la kochaje, kokik papi wina, chante har machiapi. Ohinumpa na si changu Lakota matahana, miniluza ha otuahe awati. Wiaka na pi tioshpaye mataha. Good afternoon, relatives. My name is Chante Hart, and I live here in Rapid City, South Dakota, and I'm Si Changu Lakota. My mother's Si Changu, and Yankton Sioux Rez, Ihanktawa, my dad is, shout out to all my Ihanktawa relatives and my Tumi out there. And then my dad is Ohinumpa and Winnebago. And so I'm really proud to come and represent all of these nations, and I'm an enrolled member of Si Changu Lakota. And so shout out to all the Si Changus out there. Can I get a lili? I'm also live here in Rapid City, South Dakota, like I said, and I'm executive director of Hesapa OTP, which is the new Rapid City Indian Center we're creating. And so we're excited to give you an update on all the work that has been going on here in Rapid City. And then before I get started, I want to acknowledge all of my elders that are out there today. Can I get a Lili and a Keisha for all our elders here today? I want to say thank you and Wopila for all of you for being here and showing us how to be good relatives and keeping our language alive. And a special thank you to my Lexi Phil here for always inviting us and keeping this going. So thank you to all of you and all of the treaty councils here today. And shout out to my Ate Mobile who's here today. If I say anything wrong, you can let me know. And then also introduce my mashke here, Eileen Maya. She's also my coworker. She does a lot for us as well. We both wear many hats here in Rapid City. So we're proud today to talk about the Rapid City Indian Center today. Go ahead, Eileen, and introduce yourself.
Ivania Shemetakiapi. Pia Ichagumi Matriap Nawashichu ia Eileen Maya Matriapi. Hinawa ki Harriet brings the chayap. Na atea ki Sione Afuya Maya Eash Miniwacha Ekta. Na Unchi Wayaki Celeste Clown Horse. Celeste brings the chayapi. Na Lala Wayaki Owen brings the chayap. Na Metakiapi. Na wako e ate washichu ia wuagla kinkte amiktu jape. Ushimalaya. Good morning, relatives. Sorry, I lost my voice, so I'm kind of trying. Really thankful to be able to give an update of the work that we're doing and that Chente is leading us on. Really good to see many faces. Always good to see all of you strong people and strong relatives being able to help our Oyate and our different territories and so forth. It's going to be popping up so pretty soon.
Like I said, we're presenting on Chesapo Otipi, and this has been an idea that's been happening within the 70 years. And we, like I said, we always like to thank our grandmothers and grandfathers because they are the ones that started this work, and we're merely carrying on this work because of their dreams. Right now, we own 6 acres of land up on the north side here in Rapid City. And this has, like I said, this has been an ongoing effort. We started in about 2016. In 2019, we became a nonprofit. And we have a board of directors, and Eileen and I are the staff. Does it have coming up? And so today we just wanted to give a quick update on what's going on. Back in 2022, we applied for some vision funds with the city of Rapid City. And so we asked for 32 million in the beginning. Then pretty soon it got down to 16 million. Now pretty soon we got $9 million from the city. However, at the time when we got the funds, we didn't have any land at the time, and they put a contingency on our funds. But Indian Collective donated 6 acres to us up on the north side. They own about 70 acres, and they're creating a community development, and our neighbors will be the Oceti Sakowin Community Academy, which is already up, and then there will be housing, affordable housing, 150 units of housing, apartments, houses, retail space, and places for other businesses to have. Our space is going to be about 6 acres. It's going to be, we've been doing ongoing community surveys, and then the city, the community, they wanted the community space in 3 spaces. One, they thought over by the creek with Mini Luzaha, by the water, or over by Sioux, or over on the north side. And so that's where we got our land is, and that's what the people wanted. So we will be, our future site will be on the north side of Rapid City, north of Lakota Homes. And so we'll be moving forward with that. About 25% of Rapid City is indigenous, and about 69 nations are here in Rapid City, and we got that from the school district. So we know that we are here, we know that we belong here, and so this is a way to bring back our land, our space, our culture. And we also hired an architect his name is Sam Obexon, and he's with Full Circle Indigenous Planning. And he also created the Minneapolis Indian Center. How many people are familiar with the Minneapolis Indian Center? Well, ours is going to look way better. No, just kidding. But that is the community center that we are modeling. That's what we want it to look like. We're going to have a gym with a walking space on top. We're going to have a place to have wakes and funerals. And that's mainly the reason why I got involved, is because we don't have a place here to have wakes or funerals. I mean, we have Mother Butler, which we're grateful for. We have Woyata, which we're grateful for. But we need to have a place of our own, a place that we can have these places. And it will be the home of Oceti Sakowin Treaty Council meeting. And so we'll continue to have our meetings there. And so we're really excited for this to happen. This is who we are. We're the Chesapa team. We have you in there, the treaty councils. Growing up, being raised by my father, we know the importance of the role of treaty councils. We know the importance of our traditional government. And so that's why we're always here to update you, and we're excited to share this news with you because you're a part of our team. Also, we prioritize elders and youth, our community partners. And this is our mission and vision to strengthen our culture and keep our traditions alive here in Qesapa, here on our land. Go ahead, Irene. It's a little bit slow today. We're still waking up. So we have some key milestones. Like I said, we did community surveys, ongoing community surveys. We got our programming involved. Alina, do you want to talk about our programming and what's going to happen in the Indian Center?
Hamataki. So I grew up here in Rapid City, raised by my Ina Harriet and my grandma Celeste and various relatives within there. Again, it was back and forth. So everything that I learned was either on the reservation, in backyards, gatherings in our basements, and so forth. And that's what we're kind of still doing today. So I get the pleasure to work with a lot of my shichashis who are teaching young men how to sing, and I get to help my mushkes and my chaprashis how to teach other women and young relatives how to reach halgata, how to gabla, how to make wasna, and how to butcher and to make their own tools and so forth. So all these things are going to be there, whether that's beading, sewing, quilling. We want to incorporate hunting. We also want to build like an earth lodge. So we have places so our other relatives could gather at nights. I have a lot of Tojas, Tojampin and Toshkapi who come and approach me and can we come play hand games, can we come play stick games? We want to play moccasin, we want to play plum, but they don't have a place up here in Rapid City. We're always sneaking around or trying to find someone's house that's not too loud in our communities. So we're looking forward to building those things. Of course, there's the sports that we have, such as lacrosse, basketball, soccer, softball, baseball. In college, I played rugby and lacrosse. That's what my scholarships were on. So I really emphasize those and being able to be involved. Other things, like I said, something that's very influential for me again is all the relatives, all the elders, all my tulis and my lekshis that had all this woksape, but they never really got a chance. You know, sometimes we don't have those spaces where it feels like home, where we can have those conversations, where we can eat and have coffee and laugh. And so it's been pretty nice to be able to go into different spaces and help my relatives, but that's what we want to bring to Qesapa Tipi. And so our youth can build those relationships with our elders, with our relatives. There's so many different people that have so much knowledge in Rapid City, whether it's our language, whether it's older songs, whether it's newer songs, whether it's women's ceremonies, men's ceremonies, whether it's hand games, stick games, all different, so many things, but we need a spot, we need a space. So all these programming are different things. We have different meetings with elders within our communities, different councils. You can always contact me or her assistant. Once again, there's only 2 of us. Well, now there's 3 of us on the team. And so you can always contact us and set up a meeting. We could cook for you and you could come over and share your ideas, but we're trying to take everything into consideration. And that's really hard because some are tokas, some are lakota, dakota, and so forth. So we're trying to take everything in with whether it's like, again, hunting, fishing, and trying to involve everything. But we hope to do so. We hope that when we move forward into our space, that those of you who had those suggestions come be part of the community, and be more involved.
Thank you, Aileen. So right now we are in our schematic phase. We were in phase 0. We were in phase 0, building our capacity. Now we're in our schematic design. Sam has drawn up some drawings for us. So it will, like I said, it will include a gym, 2 gym, a place where we can have wakes and funerals, where we can have basketball tournaments, events like this. And then we'll also have a place where we can have office space where our tribes can possibly come up and have an enrollment office, or a place where we can gather also. Like I said, we're in phase 3, so we kicked off our capital campaign. Here's some drawings of what our land is possibly going to look like. If you could see, Haynes Avenue is on the left side and Country Road is on the north side. We are Qesapa Otipi, so we are part of phase 1 of Indian's whole community development plan. And so we are only in charge of the acreage that's donated to us. Right now, there's a lot of wetlands in that area, and so we may be moving our space so that we don't disturb those wetlands. So like I said, here is phase 1. And so, yeah, we're moving. This is what the map looks like of what it's going to look like. And here's what it looks like up close. So our new address is going to be 1530 Landback Lane. And we're going to be next door to the Oceti Sakowin Community Academy. Right now they have a temporary module, and so they'll be our neighbors, longtime neighbors. It's going to be off of Haynes Avenue, Country Road, and so there's a quick picture of what our future home will look like. And then thank you to my Ate Orville, who did a ground blessing for us during the powwow, and so we wanted to start off in a good way and bless the land, and so we had all of the children from the school come over and dance, and the community came, and we all put tobacco down and said good prayers for our land. So we did that in a good way. This is a part of our team, Sam Obexon, who is Leech Lake and White River, probably one of your relatives, huh, Tui? He's a really good Indigenous architect. He's one of the only Indigenous architects in Indian country, and he does a really good job. And he does he made a lot of buildings across Indian country, and so we want to keep a Lakota-driven design when we create this building, keeping all of our values, our history, our traditions in sight, and so honoring our cultural landscapes, but honoring our relationships and our cultural ways, but keeping our identity and keeping it Lakota hosted. Next up, we have some examples of the Minneapolis Indian Center and what our center is going to look like. Of course, remember, it's going to look better, so it's going to look better than this. This is just some pictures of what the American Indian Center looks like, those of you who haven't visited it. This is the gym with a fitness center. We want to keep our Indigenous artwork in there. We want to include our 7 sacred sites and all of our Lakota values that will be instilled in there too within the artwork. We want to have a gathering. We've been talking to the Sioux chef. What is his name, Sean, yes, Sean, and he is interested in also putting a cafe with us too, so we're in conversations with that too. We'll have places for meeting rooms, places like this, places where you can come and have meetings, teach your culture, language, and a gathering space, like I said, to have wakes and funerals. That's really important to us, but also to bring back our Lakota lifeways and our Lakota stages of life. Here's a picture of our conceptual design. It won't look exactly like this, but this is what it will include. The first floor will have a gathering space, offices. A state-of-the-art commercial kitchen is also what we want to have so that we can make meals for our community, and then people can rent it out as well. We'll have a gym with two basketball courts and a walking track above on the second floor. So that's a small snapshot of what it could look like. Here's our award letter from the city that we're holding on really tight to. The city, like I said, gave us $9 million in vision funds. However, it is a reimbursement process. And so since then, we acquired land. We did talk to the city council one-on-one, and they did remove the contingency so that we can access these funds. However, we have to reimburse it, and so we kicked off a capital campaign. So we have to raise each dollar for dollar. So right now, we're looking to raise $3 million that will match the vision fund so that we can get $6 million to create phase 1, which will be the gym in our offices. So that's where we're at now. We're kicking off our capital campaign. I'm visiting each 9 of our 9 tribes to get them all invested before I reach out to bigger tribes. And so if I haven't come to your tribe yet, I'll be coming to a res near you. Nola, where you at? Hey. I'll be coming to Standing Rock, Yankton Res, Santee, Sioux, and Flandreau. I know a couple of our other tribes have already donated. So this is where we're at now. These are some of our funders that we're working with. Good Relatives Collaboration, we just got a grant from them. Bakirovich Foundation and Security First Bank are our first 2 organizations and foundations that have committed to our capital campaign. Northwest Area Foundation, these are some of our partners. And of course, we have Oceti Sakowin Treaty Council on there. And then our future collaborators are some local foundations. We're going to hit up our Shakopee relatives, Seminole, and then other potential allies that have aligned values with us. And with our capital campaign, we're kicking that off. And then here's some pictures from our ground blessing. some of the children, and like my ate says, we don't own the land owns us. And so we're really taking into our location and where we're at and making sure we kick this off in a good way, because this is for our people and for our children and for future generations. So we want to make good decisions and make sure we're doing this in a good way. And does anyone have any questions or comments? I think that's all I have for you today. Lila wopila tanka piamaya hechetu. Hold up. Any questions? No lilies? Hey. All right. Thank you, everyone. Wopila.
Since we're behind, the next one was, reflection and wrap up and go home, I guess, but now we'll go on the next schedule. Okay, we want to bring up, Blue Water Creek Massacre, Philip Little Thunder, Karen Little Thunder, and Paul Soderman. While they're getting ready, I just wanted to remind you that, when you eat, please stay for the remaining of the meeting, all right? You know, don't eat and run. Are you guys almost ready? Begin this presentation. Oh, I wanted to share something about my daughter who became a Republican. It's kind of interesting because the first day she turned 18, she lit a cigarette in front of me. So now I know about the matriarch, how defiant they can become, all right? So it was kind of interesting to see because I've always was against smoking cigarettes. And that day when she turned 18, she came in front of me and pulled one out and lit it and smoked it, you know? So I guess that was to say, it's time, Dad, it's time to let me cut the strings and let me go. So just leave you that. Ready? There you go. Fine.
While they're setting up, I just want to remind us that each and every one of us comes from a traditional Lakota government, or Tiwahe. You're here, you're alive, and we all come from Tioshpaya. We come from at least 4 Tioshpaya, so we're here to represent our Tioshpaya, and we don't need permission to act on things. When we're traditional governments, your leader can, talk for you. So we have to stop with this asking permission from the white man syndrome that we have. Let's start making decisions, and so we can move the people out of the situation that we're in poverty, and our rights being violated by extractive industries and things like that. So let's keep moving forward. When we hear a proposal from somebody and it's good and we should support it, and that we should keep moving forward, because I guarantee you there's thousands of topics and issues that need to be addressed. We won't have time to wait for the IRA government to approve of something. In the meantime, we as traditional people can move forward on those things. Thank you. Bilama.
Tokelachte, Tankasila Wakantanka Iwakingta. To acknowledge, first and foremost, the creator of us all. Akantanka Gitchimanidu, Buddha, whatever name it goes by. And Part of the reason I brought my flute, my drum, my chanupa, and uchashi tata opra oprashtan opra nariki trokea tajewagalatik de la kotia trokea uyanata hermie. I am first to run towards the sun. The lakot chajeki chewa wamak trokea uyanata. I'll translate it in English so nobody gets confused. We, as in the sun, Tokea we anata. Tokea we anata, a happy we, the moon. Tokea we anata, we the women. And the fourth one is us. We, English word we, W-E. So there's 4 meanings to my Lakota name. And my Uncle Bill gave me that name. I mistranslated it to we as in women. Tokea wea anaichata. And so I told my uncle, I said, Uncle, I can't have that Indian name. I've got 3 ex-wives out there that I don't want to be running towards them all the time. And he said, Tushka, nephew, that's not what it means. We is in the sun. We as in the moon, or, so I was telling that to my cousin Karen over here, and she kind of, I lived in the cities, Minneapolis. Well, first of all, let me go back a little bit. Grew up in a Catholic boarding school, Ochekia, Sapama Ochekia at the Ichachma, 6 years. Then from there, I got lost in the dark world and came back out in 1992, 33 years ago. Chankulu Togna Moni. Heta Wanspe Makia, Cheva, Chanupagla, Umashina, Ocheki Ogna, Apetu Yoi Laugna, Nale, Hokaga Piki, Takuebla Otras Akile. Nariki umechiata ungena, manitro akpala. The Blue Water Creek massacre, the ones that left unintentionally. To calm their nerves, to calm their nari, their spirit, they left without agreeing to leave. They were made to leave. So that's why I play this flute, to calm. And some people look at the flute music as sad music. For me, I hold it as to calm my nari, to settle me down. Maniwi Choni, water is life. 2016, Standing Rock. Some young guy gave me this, said it was made up by pipestone. I don't know for sure, I never had it analyzed. But that's when we gave our life for the water. He talked about the Oglala Aquifer and the water lines and electrical lines that are going through. First of all, my English name is Philip Little Thunder, and I wear many hats. I am a TIPO employee, Tribal Historic Preservation Office, surveyor, excavator, monitor. So I travel the countryside, and I also sit on the Treaty Council. My boss Phil over here And I've also been a single father, raised 6 children. And I've also been a cowboy too. You know, somebody mentioned that when I had my hat on. I said, "You're a cowboy." So I said, you know, I did exhibition ride in the prison rodeo in Bismarck, North Dakota. So officially I am a cowboy. But anyways, so I wanna, you know, reason I bring this stuff up is this bonnet represents our Nacha, our chief, Little Thunder, from September 3rd, 1855, the Blue Water Creek. He didn't die there, but he died later. But in that time, that era, he was a chief, which was made by Chief Conquering Bear. Because he got wounded and he was gonna die. So he put Chief Little Thunder. And I just like to share the Four Directions song in my version, because there's a lot of different versions of the Four Directions song. Mine has 7 direction, which represents the 7th generation. The younger generation that brought our children back from Carlisle boarding school, Catholic boarding school in Pennsylvania. I ride a motorcycle also, and I help with the escort. And that's what brought me. My cousin brought me back from the cities to help out with our ancestors, the 87 that were massacred out there. And the reason I'm doing this is part of the presentation was put out there that their bodies, their nagis are still out there. Their bodies, their physical bodies have never been accounted for. They don't have a burial site. They don't have a grave site. They don't even have a memorial marker. That's the kind of we're dealing with right now. So, but in the meantime, we're doing the steps necessary to get to that point, which they'll explain. My cousin and my Kolar Paul will explain in a little bit. And my Tanshi Kelvin back there, and our auntie who helped us to Washington, D.C., Ione Quigley, director of TIPO. So she's also here, but I want to share the Four Directions song, and you don't have to stand up or anything, but it's kind of self-explanatory. to pela oya tena maniekta wicho tikia ota kuye pielo Naya kechte chante chet kiashna etwana chekia po Hewa kantanka chante ki onich ucha dawa awa kigla kayo mitakuye oyasi all my relatives. I want to thank all the presenters and my co-workers and treaty councils that are here and the organizer contributors. I want to thank everybody. And my cousin and my kola Paul will do the presentation. Thank you.
Need your help. Amataku hape. Ampe tu washtelo. Chante washte nape jazupalo. I'd like to introduce myself. Paul Harney Soderman and Machiapi. The reason I'm here today is that I was invited by Phil to come and speak a little bit on behalf of my family about the Blue Water Massacre of 1855, September 3rd. I came to you unlikely way. I was born in New York City, raised in Princeton, New Jersey. If you don't know where that is, it's, well, you've probably seen where Washichus play golf and go to the shore and wear khaki pants and all that. Well, we invented all that back then. It was called being a preppy. That's how I was raised. I went to prep school. And I was raised in that colonial way that I didn't know who I was. I started drinking alcohol at a young age. And I was very, very lucky that I sobered up at the age of 24. I was hospitalized with acute alcoholism at 24 years old. And I'm 67 now, and I haven't had a drop of alcohol since, so about 42 years now. It's one of the reasons that I'm here thank you. I take zero credit for that. My friends and family have helped me with that, and I want to just acknowledge my beloved mother, who's 93 years old. She might be listening in right now. And she's been sober for 63 years and is still the matriarch of our family and my best friend. Anyway, I came to you 40 years ago, and I was good with a chainsaw and a pitchfork, it seemed. So I kept getting invited to help out. And I ended up at the big AIM Sundances down in Arizona. And I didn't know how that was going to come about, but that's where my re-education began. You guys re-educated me about the truth of what had happened. And then later on in life, I was encouraged by my uncles to find out about my own people, find out who I was. And although I'd been with you for a while, I discovered that in fact I was related to General William Selby Harney. And he was the commanding officer of the Blue Water Massacre. And his name was on top of that mountain here in Hesapa. And I felt a responsibility to do something in this lifetime. Not because it was a good idea or I owed it to anybody really, but except that it was informed by dream and vision. We just moved forward. I met the Little Thunder family, mostly through Karen, and we started on this healing journey together. And then I met Phil, and then I met Harry, and then I met many of the Little Thunders. little by little. And Rosalie Little Thunder said that she had a big dream, and that was to take the name off of that mountain. And so I did my little part with others. There were others involved with that, but a few of us went to Washington, D.C. and asked the Department of Corrections to take Harney's name off of that mountain. I didn't have a say in what it was to become. It didn't matter to me. I just wanted my ancestor's name off of there. And I want to thank Basil Braveheart and the Pouillet family and the Black Elk family and everybody else who had everything to do with that. And we all think it was probably the divine that did that more than the humans, more than us. But that being said, the next thing that we wanted to do was, I don't know if you guys know, but the Warren collection was sitting in the Smithsonian. These were 69 Woyuha that were taken from the massacre site by Lieutenant Warren and sent to the Smithsonian, where they've been sitting, never been shown by the public. And they were there for all this 170 years. And we asked them if we could have them back, and they said, no, you can't prove that they were yours or where they came from. It's not very well documented. So we almost gave up. But then before we were finished, a man that worked there, for some reason he sent us a document that reopened that door. And so we contacted all the people that we could to help us. I want to thank the Treaty Council for the resolution that they drew up. And we want to thank the TIPO office that responded to our request. And so we traveled to Washington, D.C., and they traveled us there, actually. And they wanted to meet with us, and because they didn't know exactly what they had. And they took very, very good care of them over 170 years. They were never shown publicly. But we'd like to share some of that information and let you guys know that in September and August 19th, these were returned to Ash Hollow, Nebraska, where they were taken from. And we kept it on the low. We kept it kind of quiet because at that time, the administration was cracking down on the Smithsonian. You remember what they were going through all the Smithsonian museums and trying to unwoke them, I guess, right? But anyway, we went to Washington, we came back, and we applied for an ethical return. It was the first one that they ever gave, and it was the first collection that they ever had. It's the oldest collection that they had at the Smithsonian. And we went through all that process, and then we met with them. And so we'd like to share some of these pictures with you, if I could. That's first one there is, coming up here is the actual Blue Water site. If you've not been there, Manito Wakpala, a beautiful place. And in the center of that photo in the top is the witness tree where we pray. There's the return. And then the next slide, please. We have, this was us at the Smithsonian, and you can see Auntie Ione and a few of us sitting around the table, and we were there for 2 days to look and identify these objects. So you can just go ahead next, and then I want to thank this man for helping me. And now we're looking at some of the things that were in boxes and identifying them. Next slide, please. Looking a little closer. All of those parfleches contain quills. Next slide, please. And there's Karen looking at some of the items. Next slide. I appreciate your help here. And there's Phil. This is a headdress that was that we were looking up, and Phil was really looking at that one. Okay. Next one, please. These are some of the examples of the moccasins, the beautiful beadwork from that time period. Next, please. A sun pattern, beautiful. Thank you. Next. Leggings. And then the next one, please. This is a buffalo robe that has ties on it. Next, please. This is a shirt. That's the collar, made from ram skin. Next one, please. And Go past that, please. Next one. This is the doll. I've been looking at this for a long time, and I've seen it in person twice in my life. And it wasn't until recently I realized, what's that dress made of? That's military dress. That's the sleeve of somebody's jacket, maybe from Grattan, don't know. Next slide, please. And here's the return. This was a happy day for us. Go ahead. This is the Ash Hollow Visitor Center. It's in Llewellyn, Nebraska. And it's a state historical park. And we worked with the state of Nebraska, and they allowed us to bring these items there and secure them for us while we come to a consensus of what you would like us to do with these. It's up to you guys. Next. This was our talking circle. And by the way, I really want to thank Lekshi Ivan and Uma for coming and helping us spiritually with this. They safeguarded us while we were working through this, and we really appreciate their help. And I wanted to say thank you. Wopila, Tamka. And that was a good talking circle. And then this is Karen and Marion the morning that the truck is to arrive. That's a beautiful place. When you go there, you'll see Ash Hollow. Okay, next one. Okay, here they come. This truck was a really beautiful 5-ton brand new truck that was hired by the Smithsonian to carry fine artwork, right? And these guys drove it straight from Washington, D.C. Now it's getting unloaded and in a ceremonial way and secured in the building. Next one, please. There we are. And by the way, 2 people from the Smithsonian came to help us that day. They flew out and helped us do this. Next, please. This is the procession of going in. Those are the buffalo robes that are wrapped up on those rolls there. Next one, please. And then starting to place them in their secure room here. Next, please. And this is, most of them remain in their storage boxes as we speak, so we don't disturb them. Next, and then these were the 7 that we decided to pray with at that time. And Ivan suggested we put them on a buffalo robe and like that. Next, please. And then we want to thank Suzanne Harjo because she really stepped forward when we needed our help. When we made the ethical return request, they ignored us for 6 months. They wouldn't even return our email. But they didn't know that we had her phone number or her email. And we called her, we said, Auntie, can you help us? And I'll tell you, if you ever want anything done in Washington, D.C., get Auntie Suzanne on your team, because 1 week later, we were on a Zoom call with them where they wanted to open with an apology for being so slow and non-responsive. So next slide, please. And that might be it. Oh, this is Ione and the 2 ladies from, I hope it's okay, Auntie, I'll show you a picture. This is, that's looking pretty cool though. With the 2 ladies from the Smithsonian who became our very, very good friends. They were awesome, very, very smart. They knew what they were doing. The woman on the left is a curator and the one on the right was the registrar. And they really helped us. They really went to full length to make this happen. And last slide, please, I think. This is the witness tree that we pray at every September 3rd for the last many, many, many years. And we will again next year on September 3rd. This is where we pray. That's the 2nd largest cottonwood in Nebraska. And it's right at the south end of the site. Right along Blue Water Creek is right behind it there. And it's a wonderful place to go and pray. I want to thank some of the families that have come forward, namely Calvin Ironshell, who I see is here today. Thank you for coming, bro. But what we're doing now is we're taking our time. We're not in a hurry. They are very secure. They are locked in a room. There's no threat to them. They are well taken care of, and they're protected. And now it's up to you of what you'd like to see done with these 69 belongings, right? We could build a new place for them in Rosebud, or we could do whatever it is that you wish to do. We're going to take our time and build consensus and go nice and easy. And we want to hear from each affected family You know, I know you got a lot to do in your life, man. I know there's a lot of issues on the reservation that have to be handled every single day. I know that. And this is hard stuff because it has to do with the massacre. I'll just stand in front of you today is that as my ancestor, William Selby Harney, one of the reasons I'm here is that he was the third signer of the 1868 treaty. And I'll tell you right now, he signed his name to that piece of paper that promised the Black Hills to the Lakota people in perpetuity, which is a 50-cent word for forever. And that's the reason I'm still standing here, okay? I feel a little outnumbered in this room, gotta tell you. And yesterday when they were handing out all that, those hats from the movement, I was really hoping I'd get one, but they passed me up. But I understand, I get it. I really wanted one of that sweatshirt, man. Because those were the men that really schooled me. They took me in and they taught me and they re-educated me. And I have officially been reverse assimilated from a square to a circle. And I love you all and I love the people. I have a heart for you and I'll do whatever else I can do. Mitaquias.
Thank you to my brothers for starting that out. Hello, everybody. I'll make this as quickly as I can. My name is Karen Little Thunder. Lakota is my spirit name. My parents are the late Bill and Phoebe Little Thunder from Rosebud, from Parmalee community. The pictures, okay, I'm not even sure where to start, but I'm here because the Blue Water Massacre happened in 1855, and these items, these belongings, these woyuha that are repatriated, returned to us just in August of this year. It was called the Warren Collection. I now call it the Blue Water Collection. 69 items now being stored down there at the Ash Hollow Visitor Center. I'm here because that collection represents more than just Rosebud. If you can conceive of the year 1855, that's a time before we were split into the different tribes, before we were split into the reservations. We lived together, we worked together, we got along. Some of the other names of the leadership who were present that day: Spotted Tail, Red Leaf, Conquering Bear, Iron Shell, Long Chin. Those are some of the leaders at that time, and that's how I became involved in this. But I've read other research papers written by students at Sintigleski University, and that research indicates that the people present were not just Sioux. They included the Oglala. Crazy Horse was a young man, about 10 or 12 years old at that time, and it said that his people were camped just north of the Little Thunder camp on the Blue Water Creek. Also named were the Cheyenne, the Arapaho, the Oglala, the Sichangu. There's a name, Little Butte, that is said to belong to a Cheyenne man who was part of the camp before we were attacked. In getting this collection repatriated, again, we tried to do this very quietly because it really felt like a dangerous time. I mean, personally, I didn't even feel like they would consider returning this collection to us. I couldn't even conceive of it, and I did not believe it until I saw that truck coming up the driveway. The Smithsonian took very good care of this collection, and they were very proud of it, so as to say it's priceless to them. And we had to go there, and with the help of our THPO, we were able to identify a lot of those items. And there are bloodstains, there are quill work, there are chekpa, the umbilical cord of babies, separated inside that museum. I first visited the collection in 2010. I grew up in the Catholic Church, and I really don't know much about our own ways. In 2010, I went there and I saw those things, and I carried the word home to our people, our family. When we went there earlier this year in May, as you just saw in these pictures, our THPO were able to identify chekpa that had become separated from the baby's blanket, the baby wrap that goes inside the cradle board. We were able to identify those as human remains, and it was at that point that we stopped and acknowledged these Oyuha as having blood remains, human remains. So again, that's what brings me here. We have now, part of that repatriation agreement is that we would put together a group who would be responsible for this collection and getting the word out to the people. Right here, I'm getting the word out to you that if you're interested, please look back into your elders, your histories, your written histories, if you must. Find out if you have any ties to Blue Water Creek 1855, because we need your help in deciding what to do with these items, these 69 items. We've set aside 2 years to work this out. And here we are. The items are, they can be viewed, you can pray with them, privately viewed. We can do this by appointment. It's all very new to us, just as it was all very new to the Smithsonian. But it was in my opinion, it was a touch of humanity that they would even consider letting us have these back. And I want to expand upon that touch of humanity, because this is about humanity. There is a story about a baby being used as target practice. And that's why that baby cradle and that baby chekpa have come to mean so very much to me. It really happened that these soldiers used a baby as target practice. So that said, I would be happy to answer any questions if anybody has questions. Thank you, everybody, for listening.
Karen,
Please take this home and share the words.
Karen, like to say a few words. This is Harry Little Thunder. I just want to acknowledge on behalf of my Little Thunder Tiwahe from Cheyenne River, to Karen and Phil and Paul for their endeavors of traveling
and doing all this. And we were all informed, and we knew what they were doing, and we tried to get things spread out to all our families. And so I just want to acknowledge all the work for the hard work of traveling and getting this Woyoha back to Rosebud or Llewellyn, where she said they're kept right now or something. But I just want to say that again, this is Harry Little Thunder from the Cheyenne River, Little Thunders. I just want to say Wofula Tronka to all three of you. Oh, echitu.
Aho, mitakepi. Sante waste na pechuza palo. Ponkeska Maza Calvin Jr. I'm a direct descendant of Chief Ironshell, who was there in 1855. Chief Ironshell and one of his sons, one of his many sons, my great-grandfather Arnold Ironshell, and then my grandfather Charlie, and my father and myself. So my father always talked about Blue Water Creek since I was a little boy, and he always told us that something needs to be done. And I too, as well as Harry, want to acknowledge our Kashi and Honkashi for all the work that they have done to bring these relatives home. And from the beginning, I have acknowledged them as relatives because no matter what it was, whether it was that Chekwa, that Wakwa, there's a Chanupa there, there's multiple Chanupas there, but all of these, they have connections to our relatives, and there's many relatives, many families. There's no manifest that I know of what happened to those that were murdered, that were massacred at that time. Where are they at? So I'm learning as I go, and investing in what I can as far as being able to try and come up with a plan. And I have a dream, I have a vision, we have a dream, we have a vision of being able to try and create a facility to bring our relatives home. The relatives took this in front of our tribal council, and our tribal council told them at the time that they were going to have their back 100%, whatever it was going to be. So we're going to put that to a test and make sure. And it's always good to know that the treaty council is there on behalf of the family and the relatives as well. My son, Tylen, is a recent graduate of architecture. All of this kind of fits together. His boss, Jim, his CEO, is sitting here beside me. I didn't know that was going to happen either, but he's sitting here beside me. So all of this is coming together, and we want to come up with a design, with a plan, kind of like the same thing with Hesapo Tipi, something for all of our peoples, because there wasn't just Blue Water Creek massacre. Our peoples were massacred, our people were murdered all over the place, and our items, our relatives, items, our belongings, bones, everything, they're elsewhere throughout the not just the country, but the world. So not only in South Dakota, but this could be in my mind, in my vision, a beginning process or a blueprint, if you will, of for all tribes throughout the country, the Southwestern tribes, the Alaskan tribes, everybody, to where you could develop and create a facility to bring your relatives back and incorporate the educational portion of it. Because before that, how many of our relatives even ever heard of Blue Water Creek Massacre? And there's a lot that don't, and there's still a lot that don't even have any interest in it. The Battle of Rosebud, and we could go on and on. But being able to take and educate our relatives, our kids, with our Wakaija with that, and be able to get them to understand and know this is who you are and this is where you come from. This is what our relatives went through so that you can stand here today. This is how our relatives had to survive, and this is how our relatives were taken from us as well. and tell the truth, not just sugarcoat it. Oh, we just, want to bury that under the carpet like society normally wants to do, but to bring that to light and show. So it's in the infant stages, it's the beginning and process, and I think that's what Hukashi Karen is trying to say as well. We want to get as many relatives, and like we started at the beginning, we want to bring them home to Sicangu country, but Sicangu country now wasn't Sicangu country then. And there, like she said, there were relatives from all over. Oglalas probably, our Cheyenne relatives, our Arapaho, those relatives were all part of those camps. And that camp at the time was there. And if you think about it, in September, they were following the herd. They were hunting. They were a peaceful camp. They were getting ready for the winter. And they weren't doing anything, but Harney decided he wants to go and massacre them because of some other situation that happened where a cow, again, they're starving our people. A cow wandered into a camp and they took that cow and they fed the people. And so they wanted to wipe out everybody for that because another general went marching into an encampment where he thought he was going to wipe everybody out, and it turned out the other way. So, all of these things bring out those truths, bring out those acknowledgments, but at the same time, we can learn to heal, we can learn to move forward in a good direction, and do that together. And I've heard that more than once, the relatives coming together, not, oh, we're better than this tribe, or, everybody working together and coming up with the best plan possible to create a facility like this, to bring our relatives back, to bring their belongings back. So I just wanted to say those few things, and again, acknowledge our Little Thunder family for all the work that they have done, as well as Paul coming forward and doing what he has done, and the Treaty Council. Oh, hecha todo.
Oh, okay. Oh, Vanya. Hey, we're gonna have a person for the Wohia and the food.
Hello? Hello? Yeah, this is Tokala Hochoka Okeo Money. Like I shared yesterday, my grandma Ida, Little Thunder, gave me birth. My grandfather was the last headman for Wambly Hochpi, Wambly, South Dakota. We're talking a lot about trauma, and my grandfather told my father, I'm the youngest of 9. I'm the only one still alive today. And 1987, I was made a Nacha from my Jewish wife in Wambly. And, I want to share these 3 things, the good, the bad, and the ugly, because that's what our relatives had become. When we talk about Chanupa, we're going back to the time of creation. The things that were told to us through universal law came directly from our Creator. There was no in between. There was no pope. There was no whatever. It was a direct voice to all of our people. And we started from the first fire, Oceti Sakowin. And as our population grew, we went to the next fire.
as the population grew, we went to the third fire. And as we did that, we traveled. They didn't really say that this cha go is the road. Cha means wood today when he translated. But from my understanding, cha means to give life, because the Black Hills from a satellite shot is shaped like a human heart. Why we call this our chante, chante, chanupa, champha, chanku. Akawa kanke hanan chan, ikwakelo. The word chan is connected chan umpaki hana chanshasha hetan ocheke unkupi. This teaching, we have to understand this teaching of this universal law of love. When the churches were brought into our community, Wamley Catholic Church and Episcopal Church, the soldiers, the Indian agents, and the white people that bought up some of our township lands, anybody they caught praying with a pipe or ceremony, they threw you in jail. Second time they caught you, they sent you to Hiawatha Insane Asylum. They didn't want us to remember who we are. There is a lot of unresolved grief and anger inside a lot of us. It comes through a weki unkitake ewa kanke na ija yuhawa unkitaka. Shakiksuya po mitakuya pi. Kiksuya po na si tonkashana no uncheshi na ni chi we unkitake na mahel The grandpas and grandmas that we carry is still alive inside of our blood. You take care of yourself. Watch what you say. Watch what you do. We stress that over and over and over. And spiritual advice for survival. Listen. Don't be mouthy. Don't defend what you're doing that's not right today. Defend and cherish what our grandfathers and grandmothers, what they fought and died for. They really cherish that higher than gold, higher than any mineral. They cherish something that's inside of us. We need to remember that. Anyone they caught, they took them to Hiawatha Insane Asylum. Read all about it. Google it. Google Hiawatha Insane Asylum and read what they did to those who still believed in our way of prayer, who were caught and were sent, that they built a golf course over our relatives. So we need to understand and educate those who don't know what they've done to our people. The thing that I really want to stress, the importance why we're here, is don't use anger. Don't use anger because you're going to be ending up in prison. Don't lean toward alcohol to solve your problems, because it's not going to solve your problems, our problems. Don't run to drugs. It's not going to solve our problems. Help us. Help us. Help all of us that are here. Ni welcome, hello. Would watching you talk, hello, can you hello?
Name ana wakanki ana slovia. Ocheke ke wakalo. Sakik suya po. Zaku. Ja. Und Petro Techike ke wakhaira. Mukit hop. La ota nu yumane. And call these spiritual wounds. There are three parts to our body: the physical wounds, the mental wounds, and the spiritual wounds. And they're hard to heal. They're hard to heal. Alcohol is not going to heal it. Drugs are not going to heal our people. But good words from your heart. Shanteki help Shuta. I was sharing with my Tashi. The other day, my phone drowned in the toilet stool. So I had bought a new phone this morning, and on the way over, I talked about the sacredness. When you look into the newborn baby's eyes, when they open their eyes and they come into this world, that's the energy where we come from. I shot one deer, and that deer, I wounded it. And when I went to shoot it, to kill it, my uncle said, go track it down because I wounded it. You can go find that deer and end its life because but when I went to it, he looked at me, and those eyes were full of love. Just the same way as our babies. Our babies look at us full of innocence and love. So we rode to Hiawassee Insane Asylum trying to educate the community of Canton. And we're still doing that today. They still don't know who we are. We come from the star relatives. Hang on to what we have and cherish what we have. The white buffalo white cap woman, when she brought this gift to our people, and reminded us and took it to the Tacha. It did not go to a medicine man. It went to a leader, to a chief, to a Najah, to help guide our people and direct the direction of where we're going. I look about our young people today, a lot of them are lost. I worked with a young boy at the JDC. I said, what do you want to do when you want to grow up? I want to go where Grandma went. Why? because my parents don't love me. The only one that loved me was Grandma. She took care of me, she fed me. He wanted to commit suicide to go see Grandma. So I know, working with him as a counselor, that it's going to be workbook's going to be cut out for me to work with him to understand the true essence of our Wolakota. Wolakota ke he waka ke hana. Tita ke hana iuha. Hana soya na hea. Wakwala iuha manib. So I really appreciate the fragments of what we have today, what we're still trying to hang on to try to take it away from us, but we're still hanging on to what we have. Don't sell it. Don't advise when you're under the influence. When you do ceremonies today, do it in the public. Do it in the daytime. Show them you love them. Yesterday we honored a Tokala. Real names right here. If he didn't love his people, he wouldn't be standing with his family to take up for the nation. How many of us can do what they've done? We need to do that today and the future to keep what we have left and let it grow without alcohol, without drugs. I realize I'm stepping into this, but I appreciate what the relatives have done. And this is the healing that we need. The healing we need without alcohol, without drugs, to openly say, I love you. And two instances happened the other day. One was the death of my Kola Bill. Oh. I sang with my Kola Tahashi, Chris Eaglehawk. It was a little shocking to hear he just left this world yesterday. I just talked to him on the phone. And I just talked to Tahashi Robert Tukro breakfast the other morning. Because last year, at this time, we were sitting in this restaurant talking about the old days in Lakota. Lakota, there's a sacred vibration that comes with our language, but it comes from the heart. It doesn't come from your stomach. An air pushes out. The air is sacred to our people. We come from the womb. We breathe liquid for 9 months. To breathe this air, you're welcome by the relatives here in this world. Everything is related to us. When we came out of the wind cave, who welcomed us? Who welcomed us when we came out of the wind cave? Every birthing, be there. When I was a counselor for our young people, I asked them, be there when your baby is born so you can feel and know the energy of life. Chantani toki iapapelo, iaphat. The sacred energy of life is in that It's just a muscle called the heart. What's keeping that heart beating 24 hours a day? I used to take tennis balls out and tell the young people to squeeze them 20 times and then rest. Do it again 20 times. Pretty soon your arms can get tired. But think of that heart muscle. When it gets tired, when it rests, adios. But there's something keeping it beating called love. From Ate, from Ina, Tunja, Tunshka, Akala, Unchishi, Tumi, Lekshi, Chia, Misunkala. This love comes from your family. Why we anchor our whole future and bond with this energy of love. And it wasn't broken for a long, long time until the Huichokuja crossed the water. Hakoja Tokataka Huichokuja Mu'ulo Waknayo. There's a sickness coming to our people. It's going to take all of us. I recently went out east and talked to the 6 nations out there. We prayed and we started a new fire just east of a mound called Serpent Mound. That Serpent Mound is not a symbol of good health and good energy. It's a warning for the people that they were exposed to what they saw, what they suffered from on the East Coast. Everything we know from scalping, all this was taught to us. The English taught the Allies. You scalp the French, we'll pay you. The French people do the Allies too. You scalp the English and we'll pay you. We did not know these horrendous acts until we were taught how to be a horrible human being. That's what I believe in. We just lit a fire out there with the 6 nations and grandmas from out west too. I was really glad to be proud of Oceti Sakowin to represent our people. We started a new fire. That snake, that serpent mound is the one to warn our people that that ugly energy was coming this way. Because it's coiled up and half of it is coming this way west with the mouth open. Go out there and see it, but don't pray. Don't pray there, that's not ours. It's those relatives that want to warn the rest of us why they built that, to warn us what's coming, what's going to eat up our people, our land, our water. That's what's coming. Last spring equinox, the Washichu, who don't know, they call them New Agers, he committed suicide on that snake. You're praying to the wrong energy. The universal universe that are out there with the star people, there's good and bad. And right down the middle is called Chankuluta. That's the medicine of survival, of balance and harmony. Balance and harmony. Look it up. What does balance mean? What does harmony mean? That's who we are. I have 2 grandmas. My mom was born in 1913. And her name was, her Lakota name when she was a baby was Chankolutawi. And she got it from a grandma. And she got it from another grandma. How did our people understand this way before the Washichu came? Chankuluta ke he akamani po. Me too, who are you? Chotako lampatu hana unchishi. Ina makha. Makha kamani tuktekta. Nakapi na inishlima. Ishlima nakapi ke hana nageni taki unchishi chiwogalaka. Chiwogalaka. Grandmother Earth comes to visit you when you're sleeping and asks the same question. Who are you? Nilakota. Who are you? You have to know who you are. What's your name? What Chioshpai are you from? Be proud of who you are. Be proud of your name. Don't be ashamed of your name. Don't ever be ashamed of your name. These names came from achievements. Men that stood up, women that stood up and were honored. Many things were given away because of that name. Prayers were made, songs were made. Why the singers still sing songs of honor and pride. Be proud of who you are. What other nation you come from, be proud of who you are. Be proud of your grandpas and your grandmas. Take that medicine and teach these babies.
Oh, Wopila.
So I Wopila. Thank you, Levy, for that one. I asked a drum to sing a good song.
I'd like to,
Good prayer song.
I'd like to honor the family here, and especially Rosalie, that she sacrificed her life for the buffalo, the Tatanka. And we walked from here. We did ceremonies here, then we walked to Yellowstone. When we got to Yellowstone, we're faced with the police at the gate there. And anyway, when all the police was standing there, the right gear, and Rosalie said, "Now I come this far. I don't care what they do to me, but I'm here for the Tatanka." Anyway, we walked in, and the buffalo were all over their blood was all over. It's kind of sad because, I rode with the Bigfoot Riders to Wounded Knee and think about what happened to our ancestors as a spiritual leader of the Bigfoot Ride. It was after we did our ceremonies and as soon as we got done, the police came and they handcuffed her and they kind of shoved her around to make her
walk faster in that cold weather. It was really hard to see a grandma when she be treated like that. And I'd like to ask the singers to sing a memorial song for all the great leaders that have laid their lives for our people, that sacrifice. The Bigfoot riders are now coming into my home in Greengrass right now. Tomorrow is rest day. And still have the 38 Dakota ride too. Ending on the 26th, the day after Christmas. Now I spoke what the elders told me. They were in a basement and they were singing Christmas songs. Next day they were hung. But I want to say that these songs and prayers, that's what it always comes back to as we stand up. So I'd like to have the singers sing that memorial song.
And shook hands before Charles Apple.
Sages right there. Want some?
O ale. Troka uyana tacha. Ake. Uiwengt. Ale. Ampetuki wopila tranka hecha. Ja. Uite. Yuha wocheke kahmusipcha. Ja, tranka silawa kantanka. Toni istetes ni mani. I tuan wachima tantas na inorjina. Ja, wakantanka. Oiwa kina. Uite kilena wichozani. Tanka silawa kantanka. Tona loli khonke na izan tiata wichozani. Tiata wota kwena. Hanik mani towak pala oyateki. Ja. Uite lena wichozani. Le peto ki unik suyapcha. Tanka silawa tanka kya. Doksa taku aste na uking tacha. Kasi la kantan kalam petuki. Opila echa. Mitaku ye oyasi, all my relatives. Wanna all talked. I think it's time to eat. One of my favorite pastimes, chowline.
Okay, go ahead and go eat, and we're gonna start on sharp time. Yeah.
we will ask the presenters to be mindful of our time today. We're about 3 hours behind, so we do have this room till midnight. So if we have to go till midnight, we'll go till midnight. But I have to go watch my grandson play basketball at 6 o'clock. If the presenters can help us out, we will appreciate it. Work with us. We're going to have to hold off on questions. You can always visit with the presenters afterwards. I think our goal is to, give you this information that you need to take action on. We will do what we can as the treaty councils to, we're going to be very strong about pushing congressional bills to get things done. We can get a bill drafted and hand it to the IRA government and let them run with it. Because they have a connection to the great white father of the East. They're funded by the federal government and they have a constitution that makes them federally recognized tribes. So they have their foot in the door, and we need to work with them, with the IRA governments. I think we can still keep moving forward and working together in Wolakota, Kiwanjila as one. We are the Oceti Sakowin, and we have inherent power that has been coming for thousands of years in our ancestors, what they have taught us. Myself, I found out that AI could not translate the Lakota language because the Lakota language is not just a literal language. It's a spiritual language. It's got a life of its own that the AI could not decipher. So the answers we're looking for is in the traditional knowledge of our ancestors and more so in the Lakota language. Lakota iapihe talila ush akelocha. Eta komini glusun konkren. We have to work with our takojas so they can carry this knowledge and the language forward. And we cannot go forward without the Tathankoyate, the Wamakashka, the Wahutopa, the Winged Nation, Wahukoza. They are very much part of us. We are part of this way of life, this universe. So I thought I'd share that with you. And my instructions for our Eapaha is to keep moving. Let's keep moving forward. Maybe work with the presenters to make sure they help us stay on track and try to get caught back up. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. I just wanted to comment a little bit, maybe just to remind, this is the conference, treaty conference, where presenters will bring many issues that we face, many things that are concerning our land, our natural resources, and various topics that each of them work diligently and meticulous in gathering and actively working to either intervene or present or raise awareness. And so it's really important that we allow them to inform us of what's going on. So sometimes we intermix some of our own, thought process, but that's just the way it is, you know, that's how we wanna voice our concerns. And sometimes, you know, our concerns are deep rooted in our belief system. So I think, you know, it's good to, hear both sides, the grassroots, they would call it. So I think, as we move along, you know, I know everyone, this is once a year and everyone has a topic area. I wish we could go, 5 days would be excellent, 5 days. And we could, everyone could have a presentation, you know, on various topics, but we don't. And, it's very difficult to move things along. I have deep respect for those that are older than I have deep respect for the presenters. So, it kind of makes me feel when I have to stand by you to inform me that you might have to cut it short. So if you can, you know, I was taught in long ago that, we have, when we speak, there's we always say, this is the 4 things I'm going to talk about, using the number of our foot them, and you talk about each and every one of them, and then you finish. And that's how I used to watch, my grandparents do the things. I have 4 things I want to say, and each of them, they talk about them, and then at the last fourth, then they would end it. So maybe, we'll need to take a look at that. So we're gonna move on. If everybody's, at 1 o'clock sharp, we're gonna move along. I also want to thank everyone for sitting patiently and listening. But at 1 o'clock, we'll be starting with the International Treaty Council. Andrea Carmen and Billy Joel be healer. After that, we have Doctrine of Domination, Steve Newcomb. And after that, we'll have tribal historical preservation updates. Ruben Weston, Oglala THBO, Ben Young, Sichango THBO.
Just want to let you know that this young lady we have recording for us, she needs your cooperation. She works for me with her camera, so it's very difficult for her to set up the camera somewhere and not interfere with your view. So we're working with you. So if you have any questions, come see me. Thank you.
It's gonna come over here, right? I just want to be ready so we don't take time with my technical ignorance. I'm not high tech though. I need my grandson or somebody to. Okay. Zoom, I think I'm connected to Zoom already. Oops. What's it?
You're connected.
I'm connected on the Zoom already. Why are you doing that? All right, yeah. Okay. You got the-
Got the mic working
you
out.
got the- Yeah, yes, it is. So,
How's it working?
first two.
Is it working? Yeah.
Quick announcement, the treaty conference is on the Rosebud Sioux Tribe YouTube channel, and I sent it to all of your email addresses, so if you want to take that and share it, would be great. Thank you.
You know, I just wanted to share something about my Grandpa Bill Horncloud. You know, we talked about the relationship with Mother Earth, Inamikla, and one day I came in and I had these military combat boots on. And he looked at me and he said, you know, long ago when we walked on the earth, we walked in peace with moccasins so that we wouldn't disturb our ruined Mother Earth. I said, look at our young people now. And he pointed and there was a group of people looking at us. See, he's wearing these and he's tearing our mother up, just roughing up the ground. And they all looked at me. The point that he was trying to make is that long ago we had a deep relationship with our world. And today we really are taking it and abusing it. So, Bill, I talked to Phil, so the next conference that we have, everybody has to ride horses when we come. All right? And you got to travel from where you come from, so prepare a 5-day or a 7-day ride coming this way. And remember, we had the older ones, they rode. I know we had the older leaders, they rode horses. So can't use it for an excuse just because you're 80 years old. You can ride horse. They did a long time ago. Okay, I see everybody's is done. So if we can, where's our? You can start coming in. Maybe close the door and start. We'll prepare to start our meeting. Okay, I want to welcome the International Indian Treaty Council. I'd like them to come up and Andrea Carmen and Billy Joe the Healer to come up and present. About 8 minutes. By the time you guys sit up, it's gonna be 1. All right, here you go.
Just we'll wait one minute. Can you do a song?
Kind of song. I can't sing. Okay, we're ready.
Ya me ta ke pi am petikle cha ke yop ya pikte yung ka una international the wo ki cheta ha na ogla ka pikte cha ke ank ha na we track in ha Punkashle chapi na wogla kapi na wait kacha. It's I like to remember the elders and their words and a song that was sung for leadership song, and the words emit Itemakashi, rain of face, but the Lakota Maya Chani, that means we are like who we are in representing our nations. So I like to sing that before they come on. And so if you stand up. Yeah, hey, yeah, hey, 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 yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah. Hey, 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 yeah, hey, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah. Hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah. Hey, hey, yeah, hey, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah. Hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, hey, lo, hey, yeah, yeah. Hey, ya, hey, ya, hey, lo, hey, yo. Hey, te magashu, hey, la kota maya chanina. Hey, ya, pe, wa, lo, hey, ye. Hey, ya, hey, lo, hey. Hey, 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 ya, hey, hey, ya, hey, ya, hey, 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 ya, hey, hey, ya, hey, ya, hey, hey, ya, hey, ya, hey, ya, hey, 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 ya, hey, ya, hey, ya, hey, hey, ya, hey, lo. Hey, yeah, yeah. Hey, ya, hey, ya, hey, lo, hey. Hey, te magashu, hey, la kata maya chanina. Hey, ya, pe, wa, lo, hey, hey, ya, hey, lo. Hey, oh, me tacos.
Liosim chokwe utesia umawayaim lakota si imian wayaim hiapsi sivo. Greetings to you, my relatives in the Yaqui Nation language. I'm a member of the Yaqui Nation, which is divided by a pretty serious international border called the international border between Mexico and the United States. We have 6 communities in Arizona, United States, including a federally recognized reservation, Pascua Yaqui Reservation. But maybe most important, we have 8 traditional unbroken governments in Sonora, Mexico, and the only federally recognized land base of any Indian nation of the, I think, 57 indigenous nations in Mexico, and the only nation with a treaty with Mexico. We also had a treaty with Spain preceding that, that we're still working on getting recognized. But the reason we have a treaty is because we were at war with Mexico, active war, till 1939, when our treaty was signed. And we as well, the last presentation really affected me because we had many massacres as well. My grandmother was a survivor of a massacre right on the border when she was 12 years old. She saved her brother, but watched many in her family get massacred. And I want to talk to you more about the work we're doing for international repatriation mechanism. Took us 20 years, minus 30 days exactly, to get our sacred Masakova, our ceremonial deer head, returned from where it was taken from Yaqui prisoners of war to Stockholm, Sweden, of all places. So we've worked a lot on this, and I really want to support that work and honor the work that you talked about here, because it's so much a part of our, what we call intergenerational trauma, but also our recovery and our health. But I'm going to talk about some updates that I want to share with you. The International Indigenous Peoples Movement that now includes Indigenous peoples and nations from literally every continent of the world, every region, began here in North America with the fishing rights struggle in the 60s and 70s on the Pacific coast, the occupation of Alcatraz Island that we still continue to honor in 1969, Wounded Knee, the long walks across the country here, the takeover of the BIA building, and the resistance of your nations, our nations here in North America. Because all of these efforts ended only with more repression, people killed, people put in prison, people on the run and exiled, the International Indian Treaty Council came together in 1974 and decided that there was no justice for Indigenous peoples in the colonial systems that we now found established on our homelands, not just in North America, but there were representatives from throughout this continent. And at that time, they formed a body to have an international voice to defend the treaty rights, the human rights, the cultural rights, the land rights of Indigenous nations in this continent. And it went to the United Nations, it was sent to the United Nations, and the work I'm going to talk about is some recent developments. I'm skipping a lot. I was skipping 50 years. This is the message that was given to us by the elders in Mobridge, South Dakota in 1974 at the first International Indian Treaty Council Conference that we continue to maintain faithfully to this day. It says, in the course of these human events, we call upon the people of the world to support this struggle for our sovereign rights and our treaty rights. Treaties between sovereign nations explicitly entail agreements which represent, as many have said here, the supreme law of the land, binding each party to an inviolate international relationship. This is when Indigenous nations marched into the United Nations for the very first time in 1977, September. You can see many of our founders there, and this is in Geneva, Switzerland, coming in for the very first conference, which the IITC helped to organize, along with allies at the United Nations and other nations, to begin to talk about discrimination against Indigenous peoples in what was called the Western Hemisphere. This is a picture of some of that gathering. You can see this young man here that we honored yesterday. Sorry to block the picture. but many of our founders were there as young people. Some of our leaders have now left this world, but continued to guide us from the Sewa Anya, as my nation calls it. There were three main recommendations or demands that came out of that meeting. One was to establish a collective rights document at the United Nations to specifically address the rights of Indigenous peoples as collectives, as peoples, as nations. Another one was to reform what was already in existence with the International Labor Organization, a convention on Indigenous and tribal peoples that was very weak. And another was to establish a body at the United Nations that specifically would address Indigenous peoples. And that became, in 1982, the Working Group on Indigenous Populations. They wouldn't call us peoples then, and there were reasons for that. It took us 30 years of work on the UN Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Peoples to be recognized as peoples with the international right of self-determination. Which is a right of all peoples under international law. One of the important things that we did there early on in 1999, it was completed, was an actual study on treaties between Indigenous nations and colonial governments. And as we said yesterday when we talked in that panel, that we know, and our relatives from the treaty nations in Canada always say that treaties don't make nations, but only nations make treaties. Tribal governments don't hold the treaties, organizations don't hold the treaties, nation governments hold the treaties that they have made with settler governments. And Miguel Alfonso Martinez, the late great, the UN Special Rapporteur who came here, actually, he told about a really nice coffee he had in Tony Blackfeather's home here in Oceti Sakowin territory to talk about the treaties and hear from the elders here. But he concluded that under international law, there is no reason that Indigenous nations and the treaties that they concluded with the nation states were not continuing to be legally viable. He said they have not lost their international juridical status as nations and peoples, meaning us, those of us in this room. And that's the international standing on treaties. Even if the governments unilaterally decide to say they're not valid, or they don't want to honor them, or they're not legally binding, that's not what the United Nations says. We'll skip ahead 50 years almost, and many of you were there, and I thank you for participating. In our 50th anniversary conference, we came home to Mobridge, to Standing Rock Reservation, and at that time, there were more representatives of more than 300 Indigenous peoples and nations. The International Indian Treaty Council has grown to include our relatives from the Pacific, such as the Maori that also have treaty, and into the Caribbean as well as throughout Latin America, all the way Alaska down to Argentina. And we recommitted our commitment to the 1974 Declaration of Continuing Independence and its firm recognition that the basis of our work internationally is upholding the treaties that the nations have made. Very important in the work, including on the right to free, prior, informed consent that many have referred to today. That was a very hard-fought language at the United Nations for the 30 years of negotiations on the UN Declaration. In fact, the last afternoon of the last day, we were still debating it in Geneva before the UN Declaration got adopted there by the Human Rights Council and then passed on to the General Assembly after that. Don't say consultation, please. The Declaration says in a couple articles, straight up, free, prior, informed consent. A couple of others say good faith consultations for the purpose of obtaining free, prior, informed consent. The U.S. government still tries to say consultation. That's a meeting. That's a discussion. That's not a right. But we always referred to Article 16 of the Fort Laramie Treaty, which way before the UN ever even was formed, let alone talked about these rights for Indigenous peoples, affirmed the right to consent. And that we kept bringing that up, and also some of the treaties of our affiliates in Canada also affirm consent as a requirement of the parties in the treaty. So we told the US, Canada, and others, you already agreed to the right to consent based on the treaties that you concluded with the Indigenous nations, which continue to be legally binding on you. I know you're going to talk more about climate change tomorrow, but I want to talk about how treaty rights are intersecting in our work internationally on this life and death issue, and it literally is a life and death issue. We haven't quite absorbed that yet, but we need to, and make a strategy for how we're going to survive. The United Nations estimates right now that 1 million species face extinction. I think we can all name them. One example is the California salmon run. Salmon is an indicator species, very sensitive to changes, and the scientists don't expect that the Chinook salmon in Central California, which are essential, not just for the nutrition, but the cultural and spiritual life of the nations there, the Indigenous nations, they don't expect them to survive past the end of this century. And that's just one of many examples, and I know we heard some examples here for species here today. It's important to note, and these are things that we work with at the United Nations, at the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, it's called, was established with two other conventions, Convention on Biodiversity and the convention that Billy Joe is going to talk about, where she's working at the convention to combat desertification. But Indigenous peoples were recognized as one of nine major groups that are essential for participation and input in these processes back at the Earth Summit in 1992. But we come to recognize that industrial food production, which is large-scale agriculture, farming, livestock, cattle ranching, pigs, what do they call them, hogs, create over 25% of the world's greenhouse gases. Most of the greenhouse gases are caused by fossil fuel, by human-created fossil fuel production. But industrial food production is a big piece of it as well. And we've been talking about that. We talk about bringing back the buffalo and our traditional seeds, but I just want to highlight that to you of why that is so important in combating climate change. We just came back last month from the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, what's called COP30. When they say COP, that means the Conference of the Parties of a UN convention. We are not parties. We don't sign those. This is the countries, the states. However, we as Indigenous peoples from around the world and the International Treaty Council, many times in the lead, have become very good at working at these bodies because our lives are at stake. How can we not try? Our children, our youth, they're the ones that are going to suffer from the decisions we make or decide not to make today. This last Conference of the Parties happened in Brazil. They said it was the Indigenous Peoples COP. Well, here's a picture of the result of that lie. It was in November of last year. I was there, as were many of us. But the Brazilian government brought in 3,000 indigenous peoples and put them in this village, most of them from the Amazon area, which is one of the most threatened areas, but also one of the most important places on the planet for producing the oxygen that we breathe every minute. Take a moment to think about your breath in here. Pay attention for just a second to your in and out breath. That's what you're breathing is provided by our plant relatives, the trees and all of the green growing things. That symbiotic relationship that has always existed is now totally out of whack because of the CO2, carbon dioxide production, mainly fossil fuels. but also industrial food production. The indigenous peoples that they brought there that had no way to get in the UN meeting took them about 2 days to realize that they were expected to be at this village and sing and dance for each other and, all their feathers, they have beautiful regalia, the tourists to take pictures of it. Well, they, for the first time I've ever seen in my life, and I've been going to the UN since the early 1980s, I saw indigenous peoples break through the UN security and demand to come into the conference. They were removed, no one was hurt. It was a big scandal, it went around the world. But the fact is that we, the Indigenous Caucus, International Indigenous Peoples Forum on Climate Change, that were inside, also struggling to have our voices heard there, supported them. And IITC put out a press release supporting them. These Indigenous peoples are dying in their homelands. They're being killed. They're human rights defenders. Mercury is contaminating their rivers from the gold mining, and their trees are being cut. They need to be heard. And so we were able to set up ways that they could be heard and have input in the conference. One issue that is especially important right now for here, for my nation, for all of us, is this term just transition. That the UN just started really working on this. We've been talking about it for decades. What is just transition? How do we transition away from dependency on fossil fuel production in a way that takes care of workers, takes care of indigenous peoples, takes our knowledge, our rights, our treaties into consideration? Well, this is what the UN has come up with called Just Transition and Green Energy. The first picture on the left is what's called an exploratory lithium mine in our territories in the Sonora Desert using fragile desert groundwater. The picture next to it is a lithium mine that's going into production in Nevada. Lithium is used to make electric car batteries and solar panels and other things, but it's not transition. This is business as usual, just using a different kind of mineral than, say, coal mining or gold mining. Down at the bottom is something from Thacker Pass in Nevada, Life over Lithium. That mine, usually a new mine takes maybe 9 years in the United States to go through the permitting and review and those kinds of processes. Thacker Pass lithium mine was approved in 1 year. Just 1 year. The governments are fast-tracking these projects in the name of climate change mitigation. It doesn't mitigate climate change. They say it produces, I think they said 36 tons of carbon dioxide to get 1 ton of lithium. Not only that, a mine that's been in operation, lithium mine in Nevada, in the desert in Nevada, for 4 years has used 12 billion gallons of groundwater. Fragile groundwater in desert places. So, of course, we're opposing that. Not to mention, there was no free prior informed consent. We have a treaty with Mexico, our traditional governments, and we have a nation-to-nation relationship, and they did not even tell us. Our treaty says half of the water in the Yaqui River belongs to the Yaquis in perpetuity. They already dammed it. Now they're going to contaminate it and use all the groundwater that feeds it. This, just briefly, is a picture from what's called the Lithium Triangle in South America, Bolivia, Argentina, and Chile, where the Mapuche indigenous peoples live. They're in a desert area as well. And they say now, after just a few years of lithium development, they have no water left, no clean groundwater at all. And like us, they're farming peoples. So we know what's going to happen. We know what's going to happen. Here, in case you didn't know about it, are lithium mining claims in the Black Hills right now. 2 major companies have staked mining claims, something called Iris Metals and United Lithium. They haven't started up mining yet, but I must tell you, like us, like the Yaqui Nation, you must mobilize against this for your treaty rights to water, for your survival and your future generations. They say lithium mining, the contamination travels 150 miles through the groundwater and lasts for 300 years. 300 years, the contamination. A bird drinking out of those lithium ponds that you've seen, keels over dead right away. We're also joining with other indigenous nations to oppose economic development. It's pure and simple economic development being pushed in the name of climate change mitigation. These are false solutions that we are completely opposing. This is a poster of an event we just had with our Apache relatives that are fighting international copper mining on Oak Flats, a ceremonial area. It's the place where the young girls go through their coming of age ceremony. And if the copper mine, which is also called a transition mineral these days, goes through, they say it's irreversible harm to their culture and freedom of religion. Another mineral which also affects you is uranium. And this is under the Biden administration, for all of us Democrats to think about, right? The Department of Energy authorized $2.7 billion in the last administration to get uranium mining going again in the U.S., also calling it clean energy. Think about that for a minute. This is from the Navajo Reservation, by the way. There's 500 abandoned mine sites, and we looked up, and there's almost 300 abandoned mine sites and even more uranium shafts for uranium mining in the Black Hills, still leaching contamination into your water. So, what's our plan? We got to make our voices heard, right? We've got to get into these spaces and say that we do not agree. Our traditional lands and waters are not sacrifice zones for the next phase of economic development being passed off as climate solutions. On the left is a side event we had at COP30 in Brazil, where we had indigenous peoples talking about the implementation, reinstallation of their food sovereignty using our traditional methods that do not create and in fact contribute to averting climate change. And this is a webinar we just had the other day with the UN Special Rapporteur on Climate Change and Human Rights. Billy Joe was one of our presenters talking about the importance of the restoration of the buffalo. We also fought very hard and worked very hard with so-called friendly countries at COP30 to have probably the best statement on indigenous people's rights related to climate change and so-called just transition that we've ever gotten in any conference of the parties of a UN convention. I won't read the whole thing, but I'll just say it says, recognizing the importance of the rights of indigenous peoples and of obtaining their free, prior, and informed consent in accordance with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and the importance of ensuring that all just transition pathways respect and promote the internationally recognized collective and individual rights of indigenous peoples, including the right to self-determination. And that was adopted by consensus of all the countries that were there in the context of something called the United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Plan. It was adopted in the final day of the plenary, which went all night, which was shut down twice because the countries would not agree to include transition away from fossil fuel use. That's a big stumbling block we have right now. Just to conclude, I want to bring up some of the indigenous people's solutions that we are bringing to the table. It's important for you to recognize that at the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, we have achieved the recognition and participation of indigenous knowledge holders from around the world that meet with states, our traditional knowledge holders that inform them of what we need as indigenous peoples. What is our worldview? What are our relationships? What are our methods for taking care of our water, our food, our natural world relatives? And we're being listened to. It's an uphill battle, but we're being listened to. Another huge development was 2 years ago, 2 of our youth representatives from the International Indian Treaty Council worked with a few others to implement the International Indigenous Youth Forum on Climate Change. which is open for participation to young people from all over the place. I've invited one from Standing Rock to participate in that as well. Because youth are not the leaders of the future in this work. Youth are the leaders of now. It's them that will hold us accountable when they face what they're going to face in a very short time. And I don't think people realize how fast this is going. But we've showed how healthy living soil that has not been destroyed by overgrazing or pesticides is the third largest absorber of carbon emissions in the world after the oceans and the atmosphere. If we can restore the health of our native soils, our grasslands, our seeds, we are doing a lot to actually combat climate change, to solve it, not just adapt to it. We're bringing back, this is Yaqui and Navajo Dene farmers exchanging drought-resistant seeds, bringing back our original seeds that don't use very much water in the desert ecosystems. On the far left are our neighbors, the Tohono also in Arizona, using traditional methods to capture rainwater. We don't have lakes or rivers, but we have rain, and they're using the clay adobe soil to capture that for their agriculture. And of course, I don't need to tell you who's here on the right, on the bottom. You don't know how important maybe people haven't referred to it, so maybe you do know, but I didn't know a few years ago how essential the restoration of the buffalo were to restoring the soil here, to spreading the seeds, and to withstanding a variance of climate conditions. Heat, cold, blizzards, drought, they can survive because they're from here, like us. They're not brought in from somewhere else. Cattle pull up the roots when they eat. Buffaloes clip the top and spread the seeds. Very important contribution from here. In the Klamath, they're removing the dams. This is the Klamath River. This is no one thought they could do it, but they did it. They removed the dam so the salmon can return, and this year was the first year they had a full salmon run coming up the Klamath. Again, taking away that obstacle that the salmon are facing from climate change. This is really amazing. You know, we should see what's been done. I know you're affected by dams here as well. Just to highlight about the buffalo, and somebody mentioned this in 2015, this was right before the Paris Agreement meeting on climate change, and we had representatives talking about it there. There was an out-of-season blizzard, I think in early September, and 100,000 cattle died. And you know very well how many buffalo died. 0, right? This just shows the value, and also for preserving, restoring that soil. The last convention I'm going to just mention is very important for you as well. I talked about this when I was down on Yankton in May. As you well know, the Black Hills was the site of the largest gold mine that ever existed in North America. This was a lot of the reason why the treaty was broken. As you know, the what's it called? The Gold's Home State gold mine. And I tried to find out, because we've done a lot of work on mercury and the legacy of the gold rush in California. I tried to look up, they say that about 26 million tons of mercury used in ore extraction from the gold mines was deposited into the environment, the water mainly, but also the land in California. Well, I tried to see on the internet, what do they estimate in South Dakota, you know, in the Black Hills from gold mining. They claimed, probably someone in this room knows this isn't true and has the statistic, but they claimed that there was no record of how much mercury. They referred us to look in California at those statistics. You know, how much mercury was left. It's a neurotoxin, we know that. It affects our unborn generations. Neurological development of our children, as well as other diseases as well. So we also participate, and I invite you to participate. We need more Indigenous peoples at what's called the Minamata Convention, which went into effect in 2013. IITC worked to help develop this convention. and it went into force in 2013. These are some of our delegates at the Conference of the Parties in 2023, Indigenous peoples that are affected by mercury. And an important element of that convention is cleanup of contaminated sites that have already been contaminated, as well as halting new forms of exposure, like our brothers and sisters in South America, Central America, where they're still using gold for ore extraction. This was the last conference just a couple months ago, November 4th. And these are some of our delegates from the Pacific, from the Caribbean, from North America, and from California specifically. And this was our statement, and this is my end of my presentation. We also call your attention to Article 11 of the Convention, which addresses contaminated sites. And the U.S. is a party. They've signed on to this convention. We cannot only consider current, active, and proposed mines. Many of these sites have been determined as Superfund sites or contaminated sites, but have not been remedied. For example, in North America, mercury runoff from open and seeping former gold mines excavated in the 1800s continues to contaminate California and Indigenous peoples who rely on subsistence living on their traditional territories. And that's Morningstar Golly from the Pitt River Nation in California reading that statement. We need to build solidarity, and I really am ending after this, with other Indigenous nations that have treaties. The Maoris in 2024 had a major shutdown of the whole country in New Zealand. Aotearoa is their name for it, because they were using, like they are in Canada and maybe here too, the philosophy that all of us are equal. You know, we don't need treaties. They should be re-understood because we're all Canadians, we're all Americans, we're all New Zealanders. Well, they mobilized and shut down the entire country, and we were in solidarity with them, so that was held off. This is the Treaties 1 through 11 gathering that IATC also co-sponsors every year in Canada. Treaties 1 through 11 consists of 243 distinct treaty nations, and they are affiliates of IATC. And in fact, our board member, the board member from there is our board president, Ron Lehman, and he's attended your meetings before. I just want to point out they're hearkening to their treaty leaders as well that signed their treaties. But up on the left, there's Eric Tutusi, who's the spokesman for Treaties 1 through 11. Next to him is our board member, Ron Lehman, from Treaty 6, First Nations, Beaver Lake. And next to him was an invited guest, another board member of the International Indian Treaty Council, Pu'unoa Bumpy Kanahele. And in Hawaii, they have 38 countries that they signed treaties with, nation of Hawaii, before they were forcibly annexed militarily by the United States. They had a treaty with the United States as well. And we're also working with the Organization of American States American Declaration, which has even stronger language on treaties than the UN Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Peoples. It says that if treaty violations are not settled between the treaty nations, we have the right to go to an international tribunal to seek that settlement. The U.S. Supreme Court is not the last line of defense. And we have 3 members of the International Indian Treaty Council on a new working group that the Organization of American States established to implement the American Declaration. We also took treaty rights just 2 weeks ago. These are our traditional authorities from the Yaqui peoples using our treaty rights to fight the lithium mine. And we went to the Committee on Elimination of Racial Discrimination, which is an international treaty body at the United Nations, which the United States and most of the other countries in the world are accountable to. So we're fighting outside the climate change arena, at the human rights arena, to protect our lands from lithium mining. To end, the areas we're focusing on, and we invite you to give input and be part of this work, is using, like I mentioned, treaty rights to fight so-called transition mineral mining, impacting our lands and territories. Also affirming the legal status of colonial era treaties concluded with indigenous nations, like the 38 countries that the nation of Hawaii signed treaties with before the U.S. annexed them. What are their obligations? Spain has 60 treaties with indigenous Mayan nations in Guatemala. Guatemala doesn't recognize them, but the UN says Spain is still accountable for those, and we could go on and on. Increasing our work at the CERD and other UN treaty bodies, implementing Article 24 of the Organization of American States, American Declaration as they call it, and very important, we're continuing work for the United Nations to hold a 4th international seminar on treaty rights, which you all must be part of. So thank you so much, and I'll turn the floor over to Billy Joe. Thanks.
Well, while I'm making this transition, I just want everyone to know, I know it's a little difficult after lunch, so if you're nodding off or anything like that, I'll just assume you're praying. And within 10 seconds, that's mine.
Okay.
Takes 10 seconds to wake yourselves up. So if you can hear me, just give me a silent clap, like a light clap. If you can hear me, can you hear me? Okay. Just clap. Yeah. Okay. Now let's give a louder clap for those that can't hear me and that are nodding off. Just move your body. 10 seconds. That's all it takes to get you going again. Let me go ahead and share my screen and we will start. Now I can share. There we go. Can you share that one? Am I on? Oh. Okay. Okay, there we go. Where am I? Come over here to the. Looks different on here. There we go.
And then start this one.
Okay.
And then you can.
Will that stay on?
Yeah, it'll be on anyways.
Okay.
So you'll be out of your way. There you go.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Madakyapi, Billy Joby Healer Machiapi, Kennel, South Dakota, Elwa Ianwa Shlaha, Hemataha. My grandparents are the late Albert White Bull and Maxine Sleeps from Home White Bull. I come today from Standing Rock. I also work with the International Indian Treaty Council, and I also currently serve as the UNCCD North American Indigenous Peoples Representative. So today I will be sharing a little bit about what UNCCD is and the work that has started. I presented here last year and I shared a little brief snapshot of the work that we did out in Riyadh. So this is the continuation of that work. What is the UNCCD and desertification? One of the questions I always get asked is, why is it so important for tribal nations to understand or know what we're doing internationally? And so I put together a PowerPoint that explains the international global work and also how it impacts tribal nations and treaties. The United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, UNCCD, it's an international agreement addressing land degradation and drought. Desertification is basically land losing its ability to sustain life. I think it's also important because it not only impacts people across the world, it also impacts our homelands. It affects semi-dry, fragile ecosystems, not just the deserts. It impacts livelihood, ecosystems, and our tribal lands. Why does this matter to the tribal nations? Our tribal nations, land degradation affects treaty protected rights, drought and climate impacts are increasing on tribal lands. Global land policy influences national and state decisions. Indigenous voices are often excluded. The formation, last year I shared a little bit about the formation of the Indigenous Peoples Caucus in Riyadh back in December 2024. One of the most important things that come to mind is it was formed during a UNCCD COP, and there was not an Indigenous Peoples Caucus prior to that. It created space for Indigenous coordination and unity. It responded to limited formal representation, and it strengthened collective Indigenous advocacy. So why did we bring up Riyadh? It's important to know where we started with the Indigenous Peoples Caucus and where we're moving. We always talk about what we want to see, but we're actually talking about the steps, the action. So moving from formation to action. COP16 in Riyadh, the formation and alignment, the intersessional coordination and preparation, strategic focus on implementation mechanisms, the engagement in CRIC 23 in Panama. So I was just in Panama at the beginning of December, and so the work continued. The Indigenous peoples work at CRIC focused on implementation and accountability. It raised Indigenous experiences of land degradation, advocated for Indigenous-led monitoring, called for inclusion in national reporting process. The recognition of tribal nations as right holders. There's also a shift from stakeholder to right holder recognition, emphasis on free, prior, and informed consent, affirmation of sovereignty and self-determination, challenge to state-centered decision-making. The impact on treaty rights and responsibilities, land degradation interferes with hunting, fishing, and gathering. International recognition supports treaty enforcement. UNCCD language strengthens land protection arguments, treaties recognized as living agreements. The influence on land and drought policy. Drought is becoming more frequent and severe on tribal lands. Land degradation, it affects water availability, our food systems, cultural and treaty protected practices. Policies often overlook treaty lands and Indigenous knowledge. Indigenous stewardship strengthens land and drought resilience. But I know you all already know that. CRIC 23, assess to resources and Indigenous solidarity. There's a picture of the Indigenous Peoples Caucus. We were able to meet with multiple individuals that have influence on the next COP that will be in Mongolia in August. So one of the UNCCD COP in Mongolia. One of the things that we advocated for was direct funding to Indigenous-led projects, strengthen Indigenous to Indigenous networks, shared strategies across regions. And just some information on what this does not mean. This does not replace treaties. This does not transfer authority to the United Nations, does not override tribal sovereignty. It supports, not substitute, nation-to-nation relationships. And I think that's extremely important because we have people that are able to advocate at a global level and strengthen these relationships, not just locally, but at a global level. And that's extremely important. What this means for tribal nations: greater visibility in global land governance, stronger advocacy tools for land and water protection, validation of Indigenous knowledge systems, protection of land for future generations. Tribal nations as models for combating desertification. Some examples we are all familiar with: Indigenous land stewardship, sustained soil, water, and ecosystems, prescribed fire, regenerative grazing, and native restoration, water protection and drought adaptation rooted in place-based knowledge, community-led monitoring, and long-term land care, governance system grounded in responsibility to future generations. What happens to the land happens to all of us. And that's something that I just wanted to share with you all. Thank you for your time. It's extremely important to understand how we work. Our network works locally in the Oceti Sakowin, but then how we extend that work beyond, I don't like to say borders, but beyond the borders. And we all must acknowledge that we have relatives all across the world. And one thing that we all do have in common is when we talk about our world views and our experiences and our languages, our lived experiences, we always go back to Medaki Oyasi. Every person that I have come across in this work that is from a different country, they all have a similar world view. And when I say Medaki Oyasi, they understand it, and they get excited because they can connect with that as well. And we all shared when we work together, we move the world forward. And I just wanted to thank you all for your time, and thank you for the work that you do in your communities, and even just with your Tewahes and your Tioshpayes. That's the most important work that there is. And it impacts not just your community, it impacts the world. So once again, Kilami Aye for your time, and have a good rest of the week. Doksha.
Thank you.
Wendell, can I say something briefly? Happy birthday. This is her birthday.
No place I would rather be well, with my children, but
Thank you.
thank you all. It's been a pleasure.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. World of Information coming next. We will have Doctrine of Domination. We're calling up Steve Newcomb. Is he here? Where's Steve at? I seen him here. I shook his hand. I went to go get his notes. Well, anyways, well, there he is. Everybody give him that look. Good to see you, Steve.
Delawensa Steve Newcomb, Nulalundum Elipauk, Gishelamiang, Gikayu Yamananinga ke, Mio Ungundawakan, Mili Ungundawakan, Leha Leheokan, Ahotawakan, Dendai, B, Wanishi, Gishelamiang, Mil Ungundawakan, Mili Ungundawakan, Wuli Nepali, Wuli Nipalinan, Winishi. That's a brief prayer in our Lenape language, and it's asking for blessings and to stand us up straight and tall and true as we walk on the sacred path of life. My name's Steve Newcomb. I'm Shawnee in Lenape. And on my mother's side of the family, I'm non-native on my father's side of the family. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this event, Oceti Sakowin event, particularly Phil Two Eagle and everyone else who put so much effort into making this happen. Thank you to the treaty councils for having me here as a guest. And I also want to acknowledge my friend and mentor, Lekshi Burgel Kilstraight, with whom I worked for more than 25 years on the issue of the Vatican papal documents of the 15th century. And Burgel and I began our work back in March. Well, we met in March of 1992, and we began a friendship and collaboration at that time. And he took me under his wing, and if it weren't for that and his guidance and his modeling of what it means to be a true elder, I wouldn't be standing here before you today. And then I also want to acknowledge my wife, Paige, and we've been together 43 years, and she has just stuck by me very selflessly and dedicated to this effort, this work that we're doing. And also my daughter, Shauna Blue Star Newcomb, who with whom I work, and she has her own way of presenting this information about the Vatican papal documents and so forth. I wanted to, I wasn't intending to begin like this, but I wanted to make a slight correction to something that was stated by one of the previous speakers regarding Hawaii. And it was stated twice that Hawaii was annexed by the United States, but that never happened. And I think our Kanaka Maoli friends would not appreciate that mistake. And I went through the entire congressional record of the debates on that in 1999. And with regard to Hawaii, and the one of the congressmen from California said they, meaning the annexationists, the pro-annexationists, colonizers, were attempting to do that which cannot be constitutionally done. And the reason for that is they could, quote unquote, annex Hawaii as a state, but not as a territory or as a colonial possession. And so that's an important key point. I want to begin by setting the context for my talk here today. And the way I do that these days is to acknowledge the original free and independent existence of our nations and peoples extending back to the beginning of time through our oral histories and oral traditions. That takes us back to the spirit world and our existence as spiritual beings. And the way Burgel would acknowledge that original free existence is by talking about that little stone in the cosmos, the size of a thumbnail, that he said exploded, that Ia, that little stone, exploded and gave birth to we, the sun. And when you combine those two words together, you get Wia, which is the term for sacred life giver and for woman in Lakota language. And the contrast between that original free existence with everything that it entails, with all the ceremonies and understandings and knowledge and wisdom and so forth, but the contrast of that with the system of domination that was brought by ship across the ocean and imposed on everyone and everything. And when we look at that system, which I'll get more into, you see the patterns still playing out to this day, and the toxification of the planet and everything that's happening with massive consumption of waters and poisoning of everything across the planet. It all stems back to those same patterns. But once you have those two perspectives of the original free existence and the system of domination brought by ship, now you have the viewpoint from the shoreline of our ancestors looking out toward any of those ships coming into shore. And then you also have the view from the deck of the ship looking toward our ancestors with the intention of establishing domination where it does not yet exist. And there's a key reason why I'm using that term domination. It's because that's the term that appears in the Vatican papal documents. It's the whole paradigm, meaning a whole constellation of meanings and vocabulary that goes with that. So as an example of some of the terms of domination, I have picked out eight words. It usually is 7, but I've added an 8th. But the way in which I explain that is civilization, state, sovereignty, ascendancy, dominion, property, and empire. And then we add to that the word government. Civilization is the forcing of a cultural pattern on a population to which it is foreign. So the term forcing indicates that it's a pattern of domination. The term state is what Max Weber, the very important German sociologist, defined as a relation of men dominating men. If the state is to exist, the dominated must submit themselves to the authority claimed by the powers that be. Sovereignty is an unjust form of political domination that limits human freedom, according to Jonathan Havercroft in his book, Captives of Sovereignty. And then you also have ascendancy. In the Johnson versus McIntosh ruling of 1823, Chief Justice John Marshall makes a statement. He says, the character and religion of its inhabitants, referring to the continent's inhabitants, afforded an apology, which means created an excuse or justification for considering them as a people over whom the superior genius of Europe might claim an ascendancy. So they're claiming something called ascendancy. Well, let's look that up. Controlling influence, governing power, domination. So over whom the superior genius of Europe might claim a right of domination. That's the key phrase right there. Dominion is explained by William Brandon in his book, New Worlds for Old, and he goes into the Latin dictionary. And he sums up the paragraph by stating, political power grown from property, dominium, was in effect domination. So now we know that dominion actually is a euphemism, a nicer sounding word for domination. Now the word property is in that definition as well. William Blackstone, in his book Commentaries on the Common Law, 1765, defines property as despotic dominion, which is obviously domination. Despotic domination sounds like a repetition of the same idea, right? It's dictatorship, it's tyranny, all those things. There's a Ballantyne's Law Dictionary that has an entry that says property is not the material object itself, but the right of domination rightfully obtained over such object. Okay, so we have all these terms of domination repeated over and over and over again. And dominio, by the way, is also that term for domination. It's part of the Latin verb to dominate. And then also you have empire, which is a imperial system, which is obviously a system of domination. And then government, you can break that apart. And you have go, over, MENT, or you can break that apart even further and have MEN, meaning men, in the word meant. So to go over others or to go over men is domination. That's the government system. So when people say our government, they're claiming domination as if it belongs to them. And that's a strange dichotomy, a strange contradiction there. Now, particularly for original free and independent nations and peoples, such as ours. Now, once we understand these patterns, these 8 terms of domination, then we can begin to look at various passages within publications and so forth, and I've developed something I call the domination translator. I take any of those 8 words and other words that may come up, and I put in brackets domination. So if I have property, I put domination in brackets, government, domination in brackets, and any of those words you just heard me say. Now, it sounds repetitious, but it's a way of breaking the lock on our minds that the English language has. More than 60% of this English language comes from the Latin language, which is the language of the Roman Empire, one of the most horrific empires to ever exist on the planet. Now, to contrast some of this with something that's more positive, we can think about the Wope, the 7 laws of the Oceti Sakowin, as just one example of all the different Native nations and their own understandings of natural law and the correct right relationship that we're meant to have with all forms of life and with one another. And if I mispronounce any of these or make any kind of misstatements, don't blame Virgil. I'm a bad student. But the thing is that he started out with Wachante Oganake, to share and to care and to give, to carry the well-being of the people in your heart. Woa Onshila, which is to have compassion or deep sensitivity for other people or for other forms of life. Woa Oniha, to have honor and respect. And also to Woa Chintaka, to have patience and fortitude. And Wo'ohitike, which is to be disciplined and to follow your principles. And also Wo'ohala, which is to be humble or to seek humility. And then you have Woksape, which is to seek knowledge and wisdom, and to have the wisdom to understand those other 6 laws and to be very disciplined in your effort to live up to them and to live according to the ceremonial traditions of your people and work on the language and this sort of thing. So once we have those beautiful positive behaviors and the idea patterns that go with that to achieve a good mind and to investigate all these things, now we have a basis for contrasting ourselves to that system of domination that I already kind of laid out for you. The Vatican papal documents of the 15th century are amazing. And my friend Sharon Venn and my good friend Dr. Deborah Harry and I got to go to the Vatican, not the Vatican Archives, the Royal Archives of the Indies in Seville, Spain. And we were given permission to see 2 of the original Vatican papal documents from the 15th century. And this was 2013. And we just happened to get that permission on the same day that the Vatican document was issued. One of them was issued May 3rd of 1493. And that was quite amazing. And then they brought out this very large artist portfolio case and they unzippered it and flipped it open. And there on lambskin parchment was 2 of the original Vatican papal documents. And they told us they were written in octopus ink. And the octopus is a predator. And so they're taking this predator ink because it's a permanent ink and they're writing all the pattern of domination in this document. And it's written on the skin of one of the members of the flock. So the potential symbology there and the interpretation of all that is quite striking. In one of those documents in Latin, there's a sentence in Latin that says, well, I don't remember the Latin part of it, but I'll translate the English, give you the English translation. We trust in him. The Latin word is confidentes. We have confidence in him, meaning their deity, from whom empires and dominations and all good things proceed. So they're envisioning empire and domination and the riches and wealth and so forth that come from domination as emerging from their own deity, which is really interesting because I mentioned William Blackstone and his commentaries on the common law of England. And when he says despotic dominion, guess what he's using as his basis for that statement? Genesis 1:28 in the Bible, which says, go forth and subdue the earth and dominate the fish of the sea and the birds of the air and all life, basically, according to Richard Friedman, a very eminent translator of the Bible. And I have a very interesting publication here, Look to the Mountaintop. And this was published by Vine Deloria Jr. in 1972. It was funny thing, I was looking at it last night, and it was published as part of a handout on an airline, evidently, American Airlines series. So I guess they had this on the American Airlines. I don't really know for certain, but what's really interesting about it is he's laying out his early research. And remember that Vine was studying to be a theologian, which he got a degree in theology and also got a law degree and so forth. And it explains who he is, the basis of Indian law, which I think is kind of interesting because no Indian made it, but they're calling it Indian law. And then Indian legal rights before Columbus. But he ends up talking about the doctrine of discovery, as everyone was calling it, and I called it that too until fairly recently. And he's talking about how it traces back to the idea the doctrine of discovery was the first step white men took toward robbing the Indians of their land. This document gave to any Christian nation, those populated by white people, in parentheses, the right to claim non-Christian lands. Now, why would he be talking about that, about Christians? The Indians had rights to their lands, but only until some Christian country claimed them, and so began the colonization of America. The reason he's using that terminology is partly because of the Vatican papal documents, and also because in the Johnson versus McIntosh ruling, which is considered to be the starting point of all federal Indian law and policy, but also all property rights within the United States, Chief Justice John Marshall, who wrote that ruling, refers to the difference between Christian people, as mentioned in the English charters, such as the John Cabot Charter, Sir Walter Raleigh, Sir Humphrey Gilbert, and the others. And then Marshall makes the statement, notwithstanding, meaning regardless, of the occupancy of the natives who were heathens. So he's making a distinction between Christian people and natives who were heathens, which is a biblical distinction because the word Christian, according to Oxford Dictionary, is a word of Christian origin. So the United States government has been using a biblical basis of claiming a right of domination over all of our nations and peoples and over everywhere they go on the planet to establish that system of domination. And that's quite extraordinary. Now, what's really interesting, I brought another book with me, and I studied federal Indian law for one semester at the University of Oregon School of Law when I was an undergraduate, before I stepped away from academic life for various personal reasons. And this book is published by Charles F. Wilkinson, who passed away, unfortunately, on June 6th of 2023, lived a very long life and did a lot of work with Native nations and peoples. In this particular book, American Indians, Time and the Law, he ends up referencing Johnson versus McIntosh, which just makes sense, but he doesn't use the Christian part of it. He drops that out. And there was a tendency on the part of a number of federal Indian law scholars to secularize, meaning remove the religious content from the thinking, the ideas and arguments of those jurists who put all that together, and replace it with a secularized, non-religious explanation of how it all came to be. And so when he's writing, he mentions, Wilkinson mentions, he says, the United States, which obtained title through the doctrine of discovery, and then he's talking about the Cherokee Nation decision that said the Cherokee Nation may be a state, but it's not a foreign state, key word being foreign. As they were not foreign nations, one sovereign power impliedly relinquished by the tribes as they came under the dominion, key word dominion, remember that's domination, of the United States, was the power to ally with any other nation. But what's interesting is Charles Wilkinson does not have any citation as to document his assertion that the quote-unquote tribes came under the dominion of the United States. It's called an axiom. An axiom is a taken for granted truth, quote-unquote truth, without proof. And then once they've established their axioms, meaning assertions of truth, they don't have to prove them because they're already assumed to have been proven at some point in the past. Now, we can go through, I could talk for, hours with all these ideas and arguments that the United States has put forward, but what's our response to their arguments? What's our response to their ideas? If they say they have a right of domination, or they might dress it up with euphemistic, positive-sounding language, such as they have a right of ultimate dominion, that's the term used in the Johnson versus McIntosh ruling, what is our response? What response is coming from federal Indian law professors and those who study this area of knowledge? There is no response. Nobody's saying, no, you don't have a right of domination. How dare you assert a right of domination over our nations and peoples, over our traditional territories? How dare your people come across the ocean by ship and step ashore and do some ceremony, which is a sacred thing from their point of view, but a desecration from our point of view, or from the point of view of our ancestors, and then say that they have a right of domination in perpetuity forever because they managed to do a ceremony, whether it's on the East Coast or in Pierre, on that little hill above Fort Pierre, where the French people, the two Frenchmen, put the little lead plaque and said now it's French territory because they managed to put that there and do some kind of ceremonial ritual. So this brings up the issue of magic. When I was at the League of Nations Library in 1996 in Geneva, Switzerland, I got to go to the card catalog and look up any book that they might have in their library. And I was just guessing the kind of things that they might have. So I looked up two things, and one was Freemasons, which was a good guess, because all 9 members of the League of Nations were actually Freemasons. And the subtitle of the book in French was La Société des Masoniques, the Masonic Society, the League of Nations. But the other thing I looked up was international law. And I found a really extraordinary article by Ernest Nyes from the early 1900s, and it was about the connection between international law and magic. Isn't that interesting? And he pointed out that the word file, like they have a file on you or something like that. The word file is a Celtic word meaning curse. Isn't that something? I didn't know that. And so that is a fascinating book. Now think about the word imagination. Embedded in the middle of that word is the word magi. And magi is the root of the word magic. So what they're doing is they're using the power of the human mind, the power of imagination, to conjure spells. And what do they teach you to do as a little kid? They teach you to spell. And that's casting spells. And they teach you how to sign your name on a dotted line, to draw your name as best you can on this dotted line, which is to condition you to sign contracts, to get you to contract your life over to others or some entity or what have you. There's a lot to this. And so it's amazing when you begin to dig deep into all of these meanings, what you find there, what you discover, what's revealed, but also the way in which words and behaviors create and shape meaning over time in community with others, in interaction with other individuals and so forth. So every affliction that's being described, every challenge that the people are describing, every ecological devastation, every system of power that has been pointed to, every single thing that we can think of that is a problem for the people is the result of the people that came across the ocean by ship and with a system of domination, and then creating that in such a manner that they could steal our children away from our peoples and subject them to sadistic behavior, the behavior of sadists within those institutions, and then call them schools, despite the fact that there are graveyards outside of those institutions. Like at Sherman Indian School, I went there and found out they had 70 unmarked graves at Sherman Indian School in Riverside. You know, the Hiawatha Asylum for Insane Indians. Think of all the people that were so horribly abused in that institution. What, because they couldn't speak English? Or because they were a medicine person? You know, these types of things. So the affliction that we're dealing with as an intergenerational consequence and hundreds and hundreds of years as a consequence of all these patterns is something that we have to heal from. But the big challenge that we face, I believe, is how do we, in spite of all these things, still remain true to ourselves, remain true to our traditions, the integrity of our spirit and our being, to be able to heal and to be able to be very disciplined in the way that we interact with each other on the basis of a kindness and that wo'onshila, that great sensitivity to other beings, to each other, one another, that love for one another, and to truly listen, to listen deeply with the mind and the heart in an effort to communicate more effectively so that we have a beneficial outcome. There's a tendency in English to always gravitate toward conflict because it's a very domination-oriented language. I was watching on the internet some time ago, a few years ago, an elder explaining how he was teaching Lakota language to various people. And one of the children went home and talked to his grandma, and she said, "That's not how you say it." And I thought, oh, that's interesting. Wow. Because in that phrasing, it sounds like an accusation and kind of a little conflict in there, a little fight. That's not how you do it, you know. But what if she had said, "That's not how we say it. We say it this way." And the others could say, "We say it this way, we say." So the change of that one little pronoun is so amazing. Just one pronoun in English changes just even the kind of energetic way in which we're interacting. So if we become very hyper-conscious of how we're using this colonial language, this domination language, so that we can safeguard against the potential for conflict, that might be a great kind of solution in terms of the strategic thinking that Rick Two Dogs was encouraging everyone to engage in yesterday. And so these are just some of the ideas that I have come across and been thinking about for quite some time now, since I was a teenager, and I turned 70 in April. The thing is that this year is 70 years also since the Teton decision in Alaska, and the Tlingit people, the Teton band of the Tlingit Nation, had a case that went all the way to the Supreme Court. Pardon me. And the U.S. legal brief in that case was submitted to the Supreme Court in 1954, October of that year. And the decision was given shortly thereafter in 1955. That U.S. legal brief is fascinating because it lays out everything that I'm talking about here. My friend Peter DeRico, who taught legal studies for 30 years, and he's now retired, and we have a little podcast we've started called the Domination Chronicles that goes with my Substack of the same name. But he and I were recently visiting, but some years ago, we were having a conversation about the Teton decision, and he sent me the ruling. Well, attached to that was the filing by the United States government and the filing by the Teton people. The thing is that when I opened the U.S. legal brief, I was astounded. They had a Vatican papal document going back to 1436. Why would the United States government in 1954 be referencing a papal document from 1436? That's unbelievable. And then they were referencing other Vatican documents, which I didn't even quote yet. And I'll give you an example of one of those as far as the language of domination in the documents. This one is from 1452. It's called the Dum Diversus, and it's Pope Nicholas V telling the King of Portugal, King Alfonso V, to go to the western coast of Africa and to invade, capture, vanquish, and subdue all Saracens, pagans, and other enemies of Christ, to reduce their persons to perpetual slavery, and to take away all their possessions and property. Sound familiar in terms of the patterning? Because that's the patterning still going on today. And that was repeated in 1454, 1455, 1456. There's one in 1481. There's four in 1493. There's one in 1506 and one in 1514. And the one of those from 1493 is talking about lands discovered and to be discovered, que sub actuali dominio temporali alicorum dominorum Christianorum constitute non essent. Sounds like a magic spell, right? What it means is to go to lands discovered and to be discovered that have not been constituted or established under the domination of any Christian dominators. So Vine was correct when he was referencing Christians and Christian people, and not saying that to say anything about Christianity. That's up to people what they subscribe to. This is not an effort to attack Christianity. It's an effort to document accurately what's in those documents and how those patterns of domination, patterns of thought and behavior have played out over time. In any case, why is the U.S. government using that kind of language in a legal brief in 1954, and then in 1955, they hand down the decision which says that the Tehitan people they are not entitled, they do not deserve monetary compensation for a granting away of their timber because they only have a right of occupancy consistent with Johnson versus McIntosh. And Peter Dorico did some additional extraordinary research where he went to the Justice Stanley Reed was the one who wrote that majority ruling, and he got a hold of the Stanley Reed papers and found out that up to the very 11th hour, just right before they were going to publish that decision, the word Christian was still in there. And he removed it and pulled it out to cover their tracks. That's when it began to be secularized. But see, Vine was still using Christian. Nobody took him up on it. Everybody wanted to go secular. I explained that in my law review article from 1993, published by New York University School of Law, called The Evidence of Christian Nationalism in Federal Indian Law. The Doctrine of Discovery, or was it the Doctrine of Discovery, Johnson v. McIntosh, and Plenary Power. One of the most interesting developments lately is the fact that two members of the U.S. Supreme Court are now questioning plenary power doctrine, looking at the Kagama ruling. That's Justice Gorsuch and also Justice Thomas. And they're calling into question the whole plenary power doctrine. Now, what that means, how that might play out, that's something that is really deserving of a great deal of conversation. But for some reason, it seems like crickets out there in the federal Indian law community. Not sure why that is. It's peculiar. I wanted to say something about the wonderful presentation made by the folks, Crystal Two Bulls and Honor the Earth, and they were talking about the data centers and the massive use of water and so forth, and how that's going to impact not just Indian country, but everywhere and across the planet. But a big part of that, now this is really interesting in the way that English works. Artificial, what do you suppose the root of that is? It's an adjective. Artificial, AL, indicates that it's an adjective. But what's the root? What's the noun? So artificial is something that's made up, right? Fabricated. But there's another word in English that matches everything that I've been talking about. And that word is artifice. And artifice is a device created to deceive, to fool, to trick, to manipulate. So artifice intelligence is really what we're looking at. It's the use of all of these algorithms and the use of zeros and ones in a way that will create a digital imprisonment, I do believe, for the entire planet if they succeed with their designs. And it all stems back to those early origins that I'm talking about. Think about the extent to which right now today, the invade, capture, vanquish, and subdue, reduce to perpetual slavery by digital technology and digital means, right? And to take away all their possessions and property. And Klaus Schwab in the World Economic Forum says, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. But he doesn't mean that's because they'll own all of it. And they'll have all the control. There's an invisible structure in English, up, down, over, under, above, below. And they use their language in such a way that they are always and inevitably and forever. The papal bull says in perpetua, which means eternally and forever. That's how long they granted the right of domination from their viewpoint. I don't accept that they do have a right of that sort, but they assert it, they assume it. So that is what they're always making sure that they're on the upper rung. They're up there above. That's why Marshall used that word ascendancy, controlling influence, governing power, domination. And we are always down below. In my book, Pagans in the Promised Land, published in 2008, I got a hold of a State Department document, which was the response to the Hopi elders, the Kikmonguis from the Hopi Nation, their human rights complaint against the United States. And the United States government took a quote from the Cohen Handbook of Federal Indian Law, and even though the word Indian is a proper noun and always capitalized, the State Department put a lowercase I on the word Indian and didn't put brackets around that to show that they had tampered with the text. And they put capital F and capital G on federal government, and the Indians are lowercase and they're uppercase. That's that structure in English, up, down, over, under, above, below. These are the manipulations that they know how to orchestrate and that they continuously use against all of our nations and peoples. The point I'm trying to make here today, folks, and you've heard me make some of these comments before, is that we have a sacred birthright, which is our original free and independent existence as nations and peoples extending back to the beginning of time. When those people set foot on shore, they were already invalid from the moment they stepped foot on that shore, because all of their documents were null and void at the time they were made, because they had no jurisdiction across an ocean. Void ab initio nemo date quod non abit. Void when initiated, you cannot grant what you don't possess. First in time, first in right, not the first people off the ship in time, first off the people off the ship in right. That's our nations and peoples. And then the last one was created by a Western Shoshone elder, Glenn Wasson, who said anything that's wrong from the beginning can never be made right because it was wrong from its inception. So everything that they have asserted in the way of a premise that they somehow have a right of domination is completely bogus, false, invalid, will never be of any validity whatsoever. But it's up to us to affirm that, to make that assertion, and to remind them of that fact. If we stay silent, there's a thing, people talking about free, prior, and informed consent, but there's something also called implied consent. Implied consent. So the fact that so many of our nations and peoples are not refuting and contradicting the assertion of a right of domination in the Johnson versus McIntosh ruling and in the plenary power doctrine, there's that implication that we're accepting that. We're going along with it and we're perfectly okay with it. So it's my view that we need to be very clear and explicit that we do not accept those assertions on the part of the United States government. And then we have to look at all the implications. I think that we have a great number of allies potentially out there in the world. It's also interesting that the other day my wife called me and she said, There was some weird story on NPR about this group in the desert in California called the Turtle Island Liberation Front or something, planning bombings or some nonsense. The thing is that in all of my talks, I have always said that this is a spiritual movement. Since we began, way back in the 1990s and even before then, when I went up on the hill and those type of ceremonial connections that I had, fortunately, that this is a spiritual movement and it's about living right relationship with one another and with all living beings, with all forms of life everywhere. So it has nothing to do with any kind of nonsense of that sort that will simply perpetuate additional cycles and patterns of domination and violence and destruction. That's not the path to the future. So I wanted to make that clarification from those, for the benefit of those federal people that like to listen to these kinds of presentations. Maybe I'll leave it there, but I wanted to say that every spark that spirals into the air from a ceremonial fire is a representation and connection with the spiritual energy of the universe that resides in each and every one of us. And that is the spiritual energy of the universe that is everywhere. And that's really what this is about. And I think that I just deeply value all of you. And I want to say what a great honor it is to be here. And I'm very humbled to be able to present these ideas. And I've dedicated my whole life to the effort to make these things more and more understandable. Our website is originalfreenations.com. That's one of them. I have a podcast called The Domination Chronicles. And also, well, you can find my information out there, and you can also get it from Phil. I guess there's...
Steve? I have a question. We just accepted a resolution by consensus, and the word in there is data sovereignty. I'm thinking a better word might be wo'ope, data wo'ope, or a better word. But I think we need, in light of what you just have said, as a reminder, we need to look at that word data sovereignty. That's my thought.
Yeah, that's a whole longer conversation. People tend to use that word sovereignty thinking that it's a way of strengthening ourselves. But remember, when you stick a word in front of another word, such as tribal in front of sovereignty, the word sovereignty in that context is meant to mean some kind of domination. John Bodan, who coined the term, he defined it as supremacy over. There's that up-down structure. Citizens or subjects unrestrained by the laws. The sovereign is restrained by no laws. Everybody else is restrained by the laws of the sovereign. So it's a top-down structure. And I think it's really important that we invoke our original free existence and learn to use English in a way that affirms that. And that we still have that sacred birthright, no matter how much they may deny it to us. Thank you. Wanishi.
Steve.
I have a question. My name is Paul Little Thunder, Rosebud Sioux Tribe Treaty. I'm also a THPO employee. My question is that you mentioned that they got off the beach and they created these words over the people that lived here on Turtle Island. And lately I've been watching news, and it seems like the President of the United States is bringing out old laws or stuff that's been created long ago. Like the bad man clause, not that one, but the other ones that, he's using on this immigration people, But, so that's what I was wondering, they're creating their own words to dominate everybody. And we as Lakota, and the word treaty, I always try to dissect that word and treat and why at the end, but, you know, the words that they understand is contract.
Yeah,
The contract should somehow be integrated with the word treaty.
well, the word treaty means how we intend to treat one another. It's how we're going, with the commitments we're making to treat one another. But Johnson Holy Rock, many years ago, I believe was out in Kyle, he said at a treaty meeting, he reminded everybody that that term forked tongue meant the difference between the tongue, the tip of the tongue of the spoken word, and the tip of the pencil that was placed on paper to write the words, which wrote something different than what was spoken. And that was the intention of artifice, use of art and trickery and deception to deceive the people. So I don't believe that they had an intention to live up to something that would honor and respect the original free existence of our nations and peoples. So how do we make that part of the story understood and well known? It's a long process. There's not any immediate solutions that I see overnight, but we have to be very careful in how we use this colonizer's language, and particularly when we use it toward one another, to make sure that we're not contradicting the 7 laws and other norms of the Wo Lakota way of life. Thank you.
Is Claude Tuvalk. I'm really thankful for, as chairman of our treaty council for Sitongo Oyate, that ever since you've been coming to this treaty gathering and bringing this information has really increased the awareness of this energy that our Lakota people have been, it started a while ago about the awareness of, the Lakota people, from my understanding of all the books and the oral teachings, is that, the heaven and hell Christian teachings embedded in us through all the whippings and the beatings, and I remember even my mom, who was a Christian, because when I returned late at night or the next day, she'll say, "Where do you want to go? You want to go up or you want to go down?" In which she meant heaven or hell. So the earlier teachings is that the whole energy of Satanism, evilness, was called, this energy was called Unk. And underneath Unk is the energy of Iktomi, the trickster. And underneath the trickster is Satanism and all this evilness that comes with that. So that awareness of trickster is really important, because from my understanding and growing up, listening to my paternal and maternal teachers, the Iktomi Oyate he, we chokan ke he ahani we chashawa bila Iktomi, we chokan ke he yuha mani. The Iktomi was referred to as a trickster, not a spider. It's not a spider. That's my understanding. It's not a spider. It came from a man who had the ability to change himself into a spider. That's where that teaching came from, that he had that ability to change himself into a spider. So some people have misinformation that I always say, it was a way of life that came from a man who abused and used people through that type of energy and had the ability to change into a spider to run away. So later on, our our medicine people have this medicine of a spider. So they have their connections to that teaching. So we talk on hana much hana wo abrazama kopi. Chi at kuku mithoke hana hana hokila ha makha wichoni ke ekik. My father left this world as a young man, riding horse for my grandfather, who was a Nacha, and he had horses. We used to gather at Coin Creek on the Rosebud, and relatives from all directions would come, and we would powwow and celebrate with relatives for 1 to 2 weeks. In the daytimes, they had horse races. And my father was drugged and died from that, being drugged for like 8 miles. And so my great grandfather, that I come from, my grandmother is Nettie, buffalo horn chips. And so this teaching that Tehe altar brought my father back to life. They hauled him away by buckboard all the way out to the Moose Camp, Hornship's family. And 4 days and 4 nights ceremony, they brought him back to life. So that's a well-known story from my relatives. And from there, I'm the youngest of 9. So these are teachings that a lot of us don't know because of the Catholicism that was whipped and beat into us to forget who we are. And to start to understand and know these ways, and don't be scared, because the fear that's inside of us is human, and that's just the teaching of a brain. In reality, when you go universal, a lot of that will come after you leave this world. But through the teachings, while you're still here, we go to these altar places like one of the relatives spoke about earlier, called anyway, one of them is Bear Butte. It's an altar that would open for you if you have the medicine that unites the energy of where we came from. And to get there, you need to also, if you go up with the teachings that when you leave this world, our Sundance tree has a crutch in it, and that Sundance tree is a symbology of the Milky Way. And at that crutch is where Grandma sits. And Grandma decides if you reach that completion. I always call it a blueprint in life. You have to complete that to get to the left crutch. The right crutch is reincarnation. So we come back. So a lot of times, a lot of us have been coming back to Earth for many times because we haven't completed. Because a lot of us carry and live in a world of dark karma because we want to go back and hurt somebody. We have to let go of that dark energy, of that karma, because you're going to keep coming back. You're going to keep coming back. You have to let that go. There's 4 parts to ceremony. The 4th one is letting go, releasing, and sending. Even in the ceremony of Sweat Lodge, we have a song. Every one of those 4 parts of ceremony has a song. There's songs. There's calling songs, welcoming songs, healing songs, and then releasing songs. You send the spirits home. So we talk about hana so we talk on Kilana, don't touch Oyate Kahana, slowly option. a lot of our young people don't understand this teaching because we still are carrying this Catholicism, what was whipped into and beat into us. So we need to understand who we really are. Go and pray. Go and pray at these sacred places. Let the tears come out and really mean your prayer as you walk this world. And let go of that anger, let go of that karma, because you're going to keep coming back. So how does grandma know? So some of the things that I learned was that you have an aura. There's an aura about you. And why I call that aura, it's the color purple. Because I seen at a gathering at the Estes Park years ago, I was invited to make a presentation there. And there was a man there that could take pictures of the aura. And my two babies were small then, so I had a picture taken of them, and that glow around them was purple. That innocence, that energy of that aura from their innocence is why I wear purple. I went up and put my purple shirt on, because to me, we all have our definition or interpretations of the seventh direction. When you start to understand what the seventh direction is, for me, it's you. You have to heal yourself. You have to acknowledge, because you have the medicines within you to understand the other six. And if you haven't healed yourself, it's just like a dirty windshield. You can't really understand that other world where we come from. You have to live it. You have to walk it and talk it. That's why when they say, "Chanupa wichokanki he iyachu hantash chokata kyatamaniyo." If you pick this pipe up, you walk it and live it. Don't fool anybody. Like when Tanshi Wendell was saying, that fourth part, when you do those four at Sundance, wherever, that first one is don't lie. Don't lie. So understand these concepts of the good and bad, where we came from and who we are. And if you do lie a lot, you're going to be coming back. And you're creating a false world about you when you lie. So these are things that you have to understand, the true energy of what we look for. We say we're trying to find God. Well, God's in us. It's in all of us. We just need to find it and hang on to it and walk it in a good way. So I just wanted to share that part because it's really a great concern in understanding domination and Iktomi. Because even the Iktomi stories were told to us when we were growing up. They are called, I can't remember the term right off the hand, but Ohukaka? No. Anyway, one of them, Iktomi, kills a woman or kills these two women's babies. That's evil. Kill the woman's two babies. Because these are not bedtime stories. They're just telling the world, the Lakota world, those who understand our language. Beware of the trickster. How he tricks the ducks out of the water. How he told these two women to go look over the hill for these prawns. And how he killed their babies. So that's stuff they're telling prophecy that's going to happen to our people. And that's what's going on today. The tricksters are winning. And it's all over with domination. So I really thank you, brother. Wopila Chicha.
Wopila, thank you.
Steve? I just got notification of an emergency situation and I'm going to ask for your help. You know, sometimes we forget what we just presented here about the work at the United Nations. For some Indigenous peoples, it's very dangerous to do this work, even if you're just talking about climate change, even if you're just talking about protecting the environment. And I just got notification that the co-chair of our International Indigenous Peoples Forum on Climate Change, the Climate Change Caucus that I talked about, she's a Indigenous woman, a very great, humble, beautiful woman who's our co-chair. As I said, she's from the Arctic area of Russia. And she and 6 other people were picked up today and charged with crimes that are ridiculous, you know, knowing her, and they're, you know, she hasn't, I don't know when she'll be released. We just found this out. So we're waiting to see what we can do using the UN urgent action, but her organization and people want us to wait to see what happens when they're arraigned tomorrow in Russia again. You know, this is very dangerous for her. Daria is her name. So I know I can't say too much more about it, but I've asked Orville to lead us in a prayer for her and her safety and the other people who are with her. I don't know if it's her family or from her organization, but she's a gentle, beautiful, wonderful woman, very dedicated. And that's why we've chosen her as our leader in the climate change work at the UN for Indigenous people. So if we could have a prayer, I don't know how Orville wants to do it, a prayer or a drum song, but if people could pray for her safety and the safety of the other Indigenous peoples who are under threat and in custody right now, just for doing the work that Billy Joe and I talked about just a little bit ago. So I thank you, and I thank Orville for helping us to send our good thoughts for safety to Daria and her colleagues, Indigenous peoples from the Arctic area of Russia. Thank you.
Amatake pi ang particular chake ona we all got hache watch kichaga pikte yung kha onya wala ona jipikile uchima koche uchima kakile hache wakha chake watch kikaga pi chance nana che mitaki was apin makasi domni ana hoyapi da hache oyati dona hache Oche ki kagapi na was in ache ake o beche in particular che oche ki have the drum singer prayer song. That's la khataka particular only watching yapi oche ke kagapi Pagkasala, Rakataka, Osilako, Osilako. Ese makakaneche, na yotiyo kapino, ese okiapo, okiapo. Ugash lawakantaka, apetukele, washikukagapi. No kachat khatia topa, na makpia, no chimaka, unslapo. Echmakakneche, yoti unkiapi. Uchimakakele, eche, na kichisepi, na taku eche, na Wia wakahatu heche chargeatapi hilka heche Russia ikta heche wia wache kashka eglepi naha oyate na wachiapi wia kile chake na wacheke o eukakapi naha wacheke o niasna heche wacheku kakapi hilka na wacheke un taake che waste wonki la kapi chake na ake lechak suglina jipina ha la wia ka he oate wachia pi chake ake yuskapi ukiapi wacheke na ha zania heche ake oate na uishakinkte na che taha makak na che kimanikte chake Eche sabka sheche onya oyati na unshikapi chake na onya wokakije elokonyapi chake waza kanki okahuke na lognina shipi na waza na ushe unzapi chake na wocheke uchozani na woki umagala kiktelo hechetelo mitakwasi ha
No. Okay, if we could get a song and after that, we'll take a 5-minute break. Simon says a 5-minute break. Condition, you guys. United States American Indians.
Mitakupi, bear with us. We're really trying to stay on track with the agenda, okay? Let's hold any questions. We need to get through this agenda today, so, and if the presenters can help us out too, shorten your presentation by at least 5 minutes or something. Help us out. Thank you.
I know that, I know you want to ask questions. If you happen to slip one by, kind of make it a question. It would help us. Sometimes the question that you ask is really like a storyline. Long ago, the grass grew and river flow. Just ask the direct question. All right, it would help us out. Okay, when everybody comes back, we will be having tribal historical preservation update. It'll be Ruben Weston, Oglala THBO, and Ben Young. And then after that will be Black Hills Water and Mining update. Julius Jardin will be up after that. Oh, you're the one, huh? Okay, good to see you. So you can do the presentation?
We all are.
Oh, okay.
West, let me see, Ruben, Ben, and then I'm gonna do a kind of request of the Oceti Sakowin
Okay,
City Council when the guys are done.
okay. Also, Leon Quigley will be there. Hey, the band got wild. Huh?
Oh, we're going to the club for.
Put this up a little bit. Where's Ruben at? Okay. Tribal Historical Preservation Update. Ruben Weston, Oglala THPO, Ben Young, Sichongo THPO, and also Leon Quigley, Sichongo THPO. There'll be, you're up. Yeah.
Hello, Mitakeapi. My name is Ruben Weston. Before I begin, I just wanted to ask the elders to excuse me for talking before you. I see in this room, I'm one of the youngsters, so I'm pretty accepting of that right now. But just a little bit about my background. I worked in the private sector of archaeology for 15 years. So a lot of the Tippos, I've known them for quite a few years. I was on the other side of the table for many years. You know, whenever there was a consultation, I was always in contact with most of the plains in the Great Plains region. And then I took a break from archaeology about 2 years ago, about a year and a half ago. And I worked at Oae Luta Okolakichie here in Rapid City, being a cultural mentor. And lo and behold, the THPO job kind of came open. So I applied for it and I got appointed about 2 months ago. So that's kind of how the journey began for me. So being a tribal liaison in the private sector, I had to research every single tribe's law. Everyone has a different type of law regarding, you know, if like a outside entity was going to come onto their reservation. So I had to become an expert in those laws, the federal laws, you know, the different things like that. I had to know them immediately. I'd be questioned about them. The tribes would, you know, ask questions, so I had to know them. So coming into this job, I already knew I had all that experience. And currently, you know, for the last couple, I'd say about 4 years, the THPO job at the Oglala Sioux tribe was placed under the 5th member. And in my opinion, you know, it was the way it was, but that kind of did the THPO position a big disservice for many years, because the 5th member position is it's a full-time job, and so is the THPO job. So there was really no way both jobs could be done effectively. So so when I came into this job, I took off running. I guess, you know, I kind of did a presentation, but, you know, on the leaving Pine Ridge on what would it be, on Monday night, our office is locked. Couldn't get in. So I forgot my laptop. I couldn't get into the office. So I sent for my laptop, and once the office was open, and they brought up my personal laptop. So the presentation's on there, so I don't have it. I was going to use AI because that's usually how I create them, my PowerPoints. It's pretty fast. But after hearing Tojan's AI presentation, I kind of got scared of that now. But, you know, just keeping it quick and short in my 2 months so far, you know, there was a lot of engagement with mining, with the different Dewey Burdock, with
Craven Canyon, immediately I started engaging with the different projects in the treaty territory and just getting the office organized is I guess, is what's happening right now. So my presentation was going to be pretty fast because I haven't been on for very long. So, but you know, handling all the on-reservation projects too. I really had to get that organized and starting to get it moving, getting that wheel moving again. And from my prior experience, I knew exactly what to do, how to do it. So that wheel is turning now, and hopefully I'm gonna get help because THPO job is pretty demanding, and you know, one can't do it alone. So I'm hoping to get some help here soon. But yeah, there's many issues. I'm actually learning a lot here. I really wanted to come to this conference. You know, in my background, my Grandpa Russell Loudhawk was very engaged in the treaties, and so was my my Uncle Sam Loudhawk. Some of you might remember them. So growing up around them, listening to their talks about the treaties, about how they affect us, you know, I'm very, you know, I'm learning a lot here because the two jobs are very much linked. I see that. And so, and the other thing that I'm really taking in is the Lakota language. There's a lot of elders here, and I'm hearing the language over and over. Okay, I'm back on. So those type of things are they're happening now for the Oglala Sioux tribe. And I'm always in contact with the other Tippos, talking to Ione, talking to Ben quite a bit. I'm always on the line with Cheyenne River, Steve Vatz. He in particular has been a very good mentor to me throughout the years. Learned a lot from him, and also Ione. So, but that's my presentation, short and sweet. So, is there any questions?
Hello, Madaki LP. I apologize to my elders for speaking in front of you. I seem like she's agenda and it's a tipple update. So I was thinking, I mean, what should I talk about? I mean, we deal with so much stuff. It's crazy. Someone once explained it to me. It's like drinking water out of a hose. It's just always constantly something. So I was going to touch on NAGPRA. It's the Native American Graves Repatriation Act. And a couple of years back, they had some revisions, and that policy really swung back into our favor. Now we have every historical society, museum, college, everybody in the country reaching out to us to give our stuff back and our relatives. But one of the challenges that happened when they made these revisions is they didn't attach no funding on either side. So there's no dollars to support these efforts to get this stuff back. So, like she was kind of raising hell with me about speaking because I kind of have a hard time and my voice gets kind of weak, so I apologize. So I supplemented it to do a video. This is a short repatriation that we did in collaboration with University of Wyoming.
Old Bordeaux trading post. Heavy equipment uncovered what would be described as a crude coffin constructed of saplings. Inside, they found bones, fabric, beads, and a braided piece of hair. The archaeology department of the University of Wyoming was notified. After inspection, they concluded that the bones belonged to a young Native American woman and her infant child. Most significant attribute was the woman's skull, which had a stripe of red ochre. 46 years later, that red stripe would be enough for the Rosebud Sioux tribe to claim her. Led by Ione Quigley, several tribal members traveled to the University of Wyoming to properly return her to her people.
Hello,
I'm Ione.
I'm pleased to meet you.
I'm happy that we get to put her and her baby back to rest in an honorable way. This is what we're going to send her. It's her spirit food and her bowl. That will be going in there with her. You can go. I'm really appreciative of you allowing us to do this.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Should go home.
Thank you. Thank you, Rick.
Sad that we even have to be doing this, but the other part is that we're giving them back to where they're supposed to be.
Hello, happy. Yokpia. Yakihunikta. We gave a name to the young lady. Her name is Goes Home Woman. She went home. And the baby, we gave him the name Gluhapi. Gluhapi meaning they hold him. But she had her baby in her arms. Actually, it's only the first. We got 14 more.
Yeah.
This weird scissor replacing gadget is quickly becoming the most popular Christmas gift of 2020.
Well, yeah, that's just a little touch on NAGPRA. Both the children in the video are both my kids. If you guys got any questions in regards to NAGPRA or anything like that, otherwise I could give it to the main event. Anyone?
That
Oceti Sakowin, kapi yung ka. Takomani he we chocha re you hakte na ha. We koshkala ka he jan tua he takomani chincha tua he takomani chuint gucha. We gave her a name too. We don't want to send somebody off without a name. We want to recognize them and honor them with a name. So that was what we did. I sent Ben as acting director, and he did a really good job within the time period that I could not be at work. So I really do appreciate him being there. I have all the confidence in him. So with that, I'll go over a few things of my own. The TIPO's, every TIPO's mission is to protect and preserve all cultural and natural resources of the people and the land that we live on. So this meaning, when I talk about natural resources, we had our own medicinal plants, we have our water, we have things that we need to survive and to live. And we did. We lived contentedly for quite a number of years until we had visitors that came from across the ocean. And what they brought with them was that they brought with them what we call in English greed. If you look at world history, right before the colonists came across to our lands here, they had used up all of their resources. They were starving. Their people were starving. They were having probably the worst revolutions ever in the history of the world. So that's what drove them here, was that the resources that we had here. But what they did not know was that we lived in balance with our resources. We always left some behind for somebody else. We always left plants so that they would sustain themselves. So we lived in a world of sustainability, and it seems like that word now, hardly anybody even thinks of it when we talk about natural resources. Excuse me. So we have 5 federal laws that we work with. And these federal laws are NEPA, NEGPRA, the National Museum of the American Indian, ARPA, and the Freedom of Religion Act. So within these 5 laws, we got to remember that these laws are man-made. And I had been taught by uncles, Victor DeVille, Uncle Albert White Hat, my own mom, other elders in my family that always told me that anything that's man-made, there's always something to it that breaks. It's never perfect. But what I did learn was that there's something that's going to withstand all of time, and that is our universal laws, the natural laws. According to the Lakota, all laws are natural, and they can never be broken. They can never be changed. The universal laws that we live with, they will always be here. While our man-made laws, we can use different words, different thoughts to even change the way they're supposed to be to what we mean them to be. And that's such a wrong thing to do, to use language in that sense. I've come before this council before a couple of years ago to request to request an assertion of the treaties of both 1851 and 1868 for a 226-mile transmission line going right across the sandhills. And I did get into their LiDAR information. If some of you remember, I was able to demonstrate that most of the 226 miles of that transmission line, the soil depth was very, very thin. And so I brought that up to the engineers. And the one part that they were going to go over, that was the best part of the aquifer itself. But yeah, again, there, all of my questions were never completely answered by the engineers themselves. They were always, the leaders of the group would come back and say, well, the engineer said this. So I never got that direct answer that we deserve as indigenous people. So I did, however, get a strong resolution from this group here from the Treaty Council. And I really appreciated that. That was worded really strongly, and they knew it. The people that I worked with, the National, the Fish and Wildlife, yeah, they got a sense of how strong that resolution was. Now, I'm here again. And this time, I'm here to make a request that I know that I came last year as well too and mentioned it, but it seemed like when I was disseminating my request to other organizations as well, people kind of pat me on the back and good job, Grandma, and go on. So I kind of felt like it wasn't being taken seriously enough. And I don't know what it is that that I need to do. I will not raise my voice. I will not act out in anger. I might be acting out in a little bit of frustration here, but I hope that's understandable. I came to request that the Mining Act be completely abolished. Completely abolished. And I request that because it's an old act, the old law that they're using over and over to extract minerals out of our Black Hills. And so when I looked at the types of mining of each area and the resources being extracted, we do not need any of these resources to survive, to live. We don't need them. But what is happening is they're contaminating our water. They're contaminating our waters. There's one that I mention all the time. You can look it up. It's called Riley's Pass. And it's up in Harding County. That area has the highest number of cultural resources, the highest number. But guess what? Our youth, our young ones, we ourselves, we're not allowed to go there. Why? Because there's such a high concentration of contamination in that area. Although we have the highest number of cultural resources there. There's something wrong in that. There's something very wrong with that. And people can listen to it and look the other way. But when it comes to drinking that water, we can't look the other way anymore. Our plants, our animals, we ourselves, we can't live without water. But we can live without lithium. We can live without uranium, we can live without gold, we can live without all these things they're mining, but we cannot live without water. So that has to be abolished. And by the way, I would like to see some amendments, some changes in the NEPA as well. If we can do that with the NEPA, and we did. We made changes in the NEPA some years ago. Rosebud Sioux tribe was one of the essential tribes in creating some of those changes with the NEPA law. And so if we can go that far, we can make changes in that NEPA. The NEPA law states that there has to be an environmental impact statement made before you put a shovel in the ground. But they're putting the cart before the horse, basically. They will go out and start their digging like KXL. That's what happened there. And then they brought on the EIS after. There's something wrong with those laws. They're man-made. They're not meant to use to exchange resources or to extract resources from the environment. So what I'm asking now is that the Treaty Council here make a resolution to abolish the Mining Act immediately. I had been hoping that I was going to follow the right process. I had been hoping that I would do the right thing and that I would approach the National Congress of American Indians and have them step up to Congress to abolish this act. But I see that I'm going to be very disappointed because now I see that the National Congress of American Indians, they're worried about their money. They're worried about their enrollment, disenrollment. Those are things that seem to be of more importance to them than to have people on the Navajo go without water, to have people on the Navajo Nation have little ones with cancer, to have people here in the Black Hills drink this water. And I know Lilith is coming up after me. She'll be able to tell you more about it. But all we know, and this is probably all we need to know, is that where there's mining, the water will be sacrificed. So this Mining Act needs to be abolished right here, right now. And I'm hoping that if we can't approach the Congress, the Native Congress of American Indians, if we can't go through their process and do things correctly, then let's do it ourselves from here. Somebody needs to. If somebody, some other tribes are worried about their enrollment and their money, then let them. I've been to Pachanga. They have nothing to worry about. They got good housing, good economy. The casino is probably the biggest ever. They have nothing to worry about. They're not going to worry about their drinking water. They're not going to worry about their plants. So I'm saying that abolished law needs to start from here, from this group. We have a better understanding of our water than anybody else on that National Congress. So I thank you for listening to me. And, okay, I was gonna go on. Steve was talking about the language and how in the English language, they could make up a thought or a purpose using certain language or using the root word. And I had before, years before, told someone that I don't care how well you teach the language and how well somebody understands it. If you do not live the philosophy of the language, and I stand by that. Thank you. Hechetu.
Okay, Lillian Jardine, come on up. You're on.
Actually, before Lilius goes on, I'd like to offer a resolution to abolish the Mining Act of 1872. I can read it real quick. We might as well do it. Yes. Yes, I'll read it. Oceti Sakowin Treaty Council resolution number, and we'll give it a number, a resolution calling for the abolition of the General Mining Act of 1872 and the affirmation of Oceti Sakowin treaty rights, land jurisdiction, free, prior, and informed consent. Whereas the Oceti Sakowin is a sovereign political and treaty-making body whose nations entered into binding treaties with the United States, including but not limited to the Fort Laramie Treaties of 1851 and 1868. Whereas these treaties constitute the supreme law of the land, Article 6 of the United States Constitution, and expressly guarantee Oceti Sakowin territorial integrity, land use, and undisturbed occupation of treaty lands. Whereas the General Mining Act of 1872 was enacted without the consent of the Oceti Sakowin or other indigenous nations and has been issued to authorize mineral exploration and extraction on treaty and ancestral lands in violation of treaty guarantees. Whereas the Mining Act of 1872 promotes unfettered mineral extraction, privatization of public and treaty lands, and permanent environmental damage without adequate safeguards, royalties, remediation, or accountability. Whereas the mining activities authorized under the Mining Act of 1872 have resulted in widespread contamination of water, destruction of sacred sites, loss of wildlife habitat, and long-term harm to the health, culture, and economies of indigenous peoples, including but not limiting to impacts within the Black Hills and other Oceti Sakowin treaty boundaries. Whereas the Chesapa is a sacred and central place to the Oceti Sakowin, unlawfully taken and exploited in direct violation of the Fort Laramie Treaty of 1868, and remains the subject of ongoing treaty claims and unresolved injustices. Whereas international law, including the UN Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Peoples, affirms the right of indigenous peoples to free, prior, and informed consent before any mineral or resource development affecting the lands, territories, or resources. And whereas the continued enforcement of the Mining Act of 1872 represents a colonial framework that prioritizes extraction over treaty rights, indigenous sovereignty, environment protection, and the well-being of future generations. Whereas the meaningful reform is insufficient and true justice requires the full repeal and replacement of the Mining Act of 1872 with framework grounded in treaty compliance, indigenous consent, and environmental stewardship. Now therefore be it resolved that the Oceti Sakowin Treaty Council hereby calls for the complete abolition and repeal of the General Mining Act of 1872 and any related policies that enable mineral extraction without indigenous consent and treaty compliance. affirms that no mining, mineral exploration, or extraction may lawfully occur within Oceti Sakowin Treaty or ancestral lands without free, prior, and informed consent of the affected Oceti Sakowin nations, exercised through their traditional and contemporary governing authorities. Reasserts the continuing force and authority of the Fort Laramie Treaties of 1851 and 1868, and declares that federal statutes inconsistent with these treaties are invalid as applied to Oceti Sakowin lands. Calls upon the United States Congress, the President, and all relevant federal agencies to repeal the Mining Act of 1872, cease permitting the leasing activities under its authority on Oceti Sakowin treaty lands. It calls upon to develop in consultation with and with consent of indigenous nations a new legal framework governing minerals that prioritizes treaty rights, indigenous sovereignty, environmental protection, and intergenerational responsibility. Directs the Oceti Sakowin Treaty Council to engage in coordinated advocacy, including but not limited to intertribal action, diplomatic engagement, legal strategies, and international forums to advance the repeal of the Mining Act of 1872. Supports the protection and restoration and healing of lands and waters damaged by mining, including remediation of abandoned mines and full accountability for past and ongoing harms. Declares this resolution is an expression of inherent sovereignty of the Oceti Sakowin, exercised collectively for the protection of Unchimaka, the people and future generation. Be it finally resolved that this resolution shall take effect immediately upon adoption by the Oceti Sakowin Treaty Council at the Oceti Sakowin Treaty Conference held here in Rapid City, South Dakota on December 15, 2025. I would like to ask that Claude to chair over this resolution. Claude, if you could grab a microphone and ask for a consensus of the Oyate to pass this resolution to abolish the Mining Act of 1872. Ask them if there's any opposition. Then, if not, then the resolution will move forward.
Oh. Abitakapi tona ana neachum. Ewo prekelana hani ana uchoita ekana ya unzani. Kola patu ake otecheke wa ahikba o ahikba tita ke kalana cha wo prekele am patu na khokata ke o chati shako ke dona na uzani piti na wo prekele na you washed it. Oyate makasi tambani na wabrazi hapik. I'd like to call the general session here of our Oceti Sakowin. We have to have you heard, and we want to have your vote and a consensus to pass this resolution for us to, we want that Mining Act to be dissolved. So all those in favor, raise your right hand.
No, hold on. If, by consensus, meaning if there's anybody opposed. And then if nobody's opposed, it will be approved. Ask them if there's anybody opposed.
Okay. All those who oppose?
No opposition. Declare it passed. Declare it passed.
It passed?
Declare that it's passed.
Okay. I have, sometimes my ear gets plugged up, so I'm having a hard time hearing here. So, we just passed it?
The chairman here hereby declares this resolution approved. by consensus.
That's a lot. That really, the water is really important for our people. And we don't know how many of our presenters today have talked about that, and the next presenter, with our sacred hills that give us life. But, the medicine from Mother Earth, this aquifer that we're talking about, all living energy survives on this water. So Wopalati Chapalo. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lilius Jarding. I'm with Black Hills Clean Water Alliance. It's always something that I really appreciate and respect every year is coming to talk here. And I always learn a lot. I always see people I know and enjoy. And I just wanted to give a quick word out to the TIPO offices because their work is really important and our organization works with them when we get the opportunity. So our organization was founded in 2009. Let's see how this is going to work. Tech support.
This one.
Try 3 things.
There we go.
There we go. Thank you. Okay. Our organization was founded, as I said, 2009, although those of us who were involved in starting the organization go way back before that. But the organization as it exists currently does things like monitoring the government agencies, alerting and educating people when there are opportunities to comment on proposals, create and distribute maps, which I'll show you in a minute, use social media, information tables, appeal unfavorable administrative decisions, of which that keeps us busy, produce media releases and videos, and put on educational events. So we're happy to bring those things and that information to other communities. So please feel free to talk to me afterwards if you'd like my card, or you can just look us up online. So an earlier version of this map was shown earlier in the afternoon. This is the current version of all the active mining claims in the Black Hills under the 1872 mining law that's being talked about. And under U.S. law, it's a federal law. Under U.S. law, a person or a company can file a claim on an area of land. And once they have filed that claim, which is a relatively easy thing to do, under U.S. law, they have the right to explore there. And if they find valuable minerals, they have the right to mine. That's what the law says. Okay. Now, there are a lot of other laws that impact these situations. And the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, has been mentioned, the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act. But as it currently sits, the U.S. Forest Service can't seem to get itself past the 1872 mining law. So we've had some success despite that, which I'll talk about in a minute. But as of October 1st this year, 256,000 acres of the Black Hills were under active mining claims under that law. All the dark areas, all the gray areas. The map that was shown earlier was only a couple years old, but there has been an astronomical growth in the last several years in the number of claims in the hills. Right now, it's 17% of the hills under claims. It actually came down a little bit in 2025, but not really enough to be significant. So I want to talk a bit about the recent changes in the federal government because this really impacts our group and impacts potentially those who care about protecting the hills from mining. The current federal administration is promoting mining and drilling in a lot of ways. They're pushing federal agencies to hurry the process of permitting mines. Usually there's been at least a 30 or 45-day comment period. A lot of projects we've worked on in past years, there's been a 90-day comment period when the public and organizations can make comments on a project. There was a project in Nevada recently where they reduced that to 5 days. And in that 5 days, they planned on including tribal input. So the federal government has also reversed some mineral withdrawals, which are protective. It's not about mining. A mineral withdrawal protects from mining, and we'll talk about that in a minute again too. They've talked about shrinking national monuments, cutting staff of all the federal agencies that deal with these kind of issues, including the BIA, which I didn't get on there. Among the other recent changes are that more minerals have been labeled as critical, including ones that people are trying to mine in the Black Hills, like uranium, lithium, graphite, gold, and rare earths. Basically, it's getting so that so many minerals are considered critical by the federal government that there's not a whole lot that aren't. So right now there's about 50 things designated as critical minerals, which means they're speeding up the process of mining them. The National Historic Preservation Act, Section 106 tribal consultation laws have been impacted. Like I mentioned, the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, has been weakened. There's less information from all the federal agencies. The websites are not being updated. There's no more communication to the public about what they're doing on an ongoing basis. And of course, attacks on tribal governments, tribal organizations, as well as nonprofit organizations. So what do we do about this? Different situations and different organizations and different governments may want to approach this situation in different ways. What we've sort of put together is that a lot of the new executive orders designed to speed up mining and other actions taken by the recent federal government may just be straight out illegal. But that just gives people a foot in the door for the legal process, which is never a sure thing. But probably what will happen is that the legality of a lot of these changes will be challenged, but it will take a while for those lawsuits to work their way through the courts. And the courts aren't necessarily friendly to what we're trying to prevent, or aren't friendly sometimes to what we're trying to prevent. In the meantime, we keep doing what we've always been doing. Climate change, I know, is a topic that's going to be talked about later, but I just wanted to put one slide up about it because some people are pushing a narrative that mining is needed to stop climate change. Mining lithium for electric vehicles, for example. People say that'll stop climate change and slow climate change. The problem with that whole discussion is that mining is a major contributor to carbon emissions. According to a UN program, 10% of all carbon emissions worldwide are due to mining. That doesn't include processing mined materials, just the action of mining. So mining is not the way to reduce climate change. Lithium, again, is used in electric vehicle batteries. Again, they're talking about it as a hint or as a potential way to reduce climate change, which it is not. Each electric vehicle uses hundreds of pounds of lithium. The way lithium is being explored for and extracted has impacts on rural and indigenous populations, has been mentioned. The forces that are pushing mining are ignoring those impacts. But the good news is the lithium rush in the last year around the world has subsided a bit. There's a company called Iris Metals that's active in the Black Hills to mine. They're trying to mine lithium. In fact, there has been some lithium mining in the Black Hills on a small scale and historically, but Iris is trying to get bigger mines going, and they're also trying to get a lithium processing facility going, which is a very dirty enterprise. There are 9 lithium operators in the Black Hills that we know of. It's really hard to find them, but they are doing significant drilling. They had put on a tour last week and invited, some people were invited to go on the tour, including myself. And once they found out that I was invited, I was uninvited. So I take that as a badge of honor. But the question then becomes, what are they hiding, right? What are they hiding? There are currently 2 state mining licenses on non-federally controlled land or private land and hundreds of lithium claims. And they're in Hill City by 6 Grandfathers, Jewel Cave, and south and west of Custer. The 2 kinds of laws around lithium mining are quite different. By 2 kinds, I mean federal and state. On federal lands only, there's a process that I mentioned, the NEPA process. Other people have mentioned it also, which means there has to be a fairly solid environmental review of a project before it starts. Again, that law may have been weakened, but in the case where it's federal law, the NEPA process requires some form of tribal consultation. And I'm the first to admit that a lot of times that means they check a box, but at least it's on paper, and in some circumstances that process has been used to basically consider projects in more depth. Also in the NEPA process, the public can be involved and be informed. In state laws in South Dakota, a lithium mining application is treated like a sand and gravel application. So under that set of state statutes, it's literally a 1-page application that just asks, who are you? It doesn't ask where do you want to mine, it just asks your name, pay $100 a year, and you can mine as many places as you want in South Dakota for sand and gravel or for lithium. So no environmental review, weak protections, no tribal consultation is expected, no public participation, no way for the public to be involved in the process. So there's going to be state legislation probably in January to hopefully fix at least parts of this situation. Turning to gold activity, as you all know, gold has been mined in the Black Hills for 150 or so years. 2 gold projects were given the go-ahead in 2024. The Golden Crest project on the west side of Spearfish Canyon and the Newark project just west of Custer. As far as we know, there's no drilling at Newark, but there is drilling at the Golden Crest project. It's being monitored by the public, and the public has caught some major problems with how they're doing it, in spite of how they've been permitted to do it by the Forest Service and the state. But there's not a whole lot of Forest Service oversight, and that's partly because of staff reductions. So the public has to watch it. In December, this past December, the Jenny Gulch Gold Project was blocked. That's right near Pactola Reservoir in the Central Hills. The company that was blocked in that process, again, it's a mineral withdrawal, which means they withdraw the ability to mine. Okay. The company that was trying to do it, F3 Gold, has given up 61% of its claims in the Black Hills. They don't like to not be liked. It's okay with me. But the owners of that company are now more active in Wyoming. So we're hoping they will stop. So Pactola Reservoir is what the mineral withdrawal is named after, and Rapid Creek. This year, there's been a lot of new activity and a lot of changes in the activity. In 2025, a company called Lion Rock Resources came on the scene in the northwestern Black Hills. They're looking for gold, tin, and lithium on privately controlled land. Dakota Gold is also looking on privately held land for, they're talking about, they found a big gold strike. They're right by the old Homestake mine, so there's gold there. And they're planning to apply for a large-scale mining permit. They say they're not going to do it for a couple of years. We don't believe anything a mining company says, so we're watching for it. It would be at Richmond Hill, and Richmond Hill is what's shown on the slide. It's an area that's been mined in the past that the companies are calling reclaimed. So I've never seen a natural hillside with that shape. But the other thing is Barrick, which is one of the world's biggest gold companies that has interest in the northern Black Hills. I was on a tour with them. They let me stay on that tour. And the company guy there said that there's really no total reclamation of a mining operation because it has to be maintained perpetually. Okay? So the reclamation isn't just ever done. It has to be maintained perpetually or you'll have more water pollution, for example. And then the Wharf Mine, which is the big only active gold mine in the Black Hills, is trying to get looser rules for its wastewater, which is already contaminating streams up there. Moving to graphite. This project has, I don't remember if it popped up originally in 2025, but things have really gotten intensified about it. This is a proposed project by Pete Lean and Sons, and it's a graphite drilling is what they want to start with, right at Peshla. They want to do 18 drill pads, and each drill pad in modern exploration can have up to 10 holes coming off a drill pad, and they can go in a variety of directions. They can go at an angle. They don't just go straight down. Exploration is disruptive. It causes water contamination, disrupts wildlife ceremony and residents, 24-hour usually noise, lights and traffic. Okay. So again, it's in the watershed that provides water to Rapid City, Ellsworth Air Force Base, and on down the Cheyenne River by tribal lands. It's proposed by Pete Lean and Sons, like I mentioned. They call themselves a small local family company, none of which is true. They have a large sand and gravel project right in Rapid City. If you've never seen it and you want to see a large mine, drive west on West Chicago Street, and there it is. It's an eyesore. There are water impacts, and air pollution, especially on windy days like this, is a major issue. So the company applied to the Forest Service for permission to drill. We had a public comment period earlier this year. NDN Collective is taking the organizing lead on this project, but of course, a lot of people are working on it. In the public comment period, there were over 2,100 public comments. Now, until we got going on things a few years ago, they get 15 or 20 public comments on a lot of projects. Okay. So we've astronomically increased public knowledge, public input, and what the Forest Service has to do. We looked through the comments on this project. Those of us who looked through them, we kind of skipped through. We didn't find any comments that were for the exploration. And the Forest Service decision is expected any time now. They originally said October. They haven't done it yet. They no longer email people who ask to be emailed when they do things. So we've got to watch in any way we can. And they say they want to just let the project go ahead. That's what they say they want to do. So you can tell why a lot of people are keeping a close eye on this one. The uranium projects were mentioned earlier. I'm not going to talk a lot about those. Dewey Burdock project would be a big project affecting several aquifers. They wanted to start mining in 2009. They've been held off by the Oglala Sioux tribe and citizen groups like ours. This is an example of a successful resistance. But it takes a lot of people, a lot of time, and a lot of focus, and a lot of determination. So the company is under the new federal government program, just come in the last several months, called Fast 41. So that means it's one of the few projects nationally that they want to not just pick up the speed of permitting like other projects, but they want it to go through even faster. So we don't know what that means exactly, but like the Oglala Sioux tribe and our group and Indian Collective have challenged a renewal of their one license for the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. The Oglala Sioux tribe has, on an ongoing basis, challenged EPA water permits also, and we're waiting for the next steps on that. The other projects, someone mentioned Craven Canyon earlier. There are 2 proposed uranium exploration projects at Craven Canyon, a world-class cultural and historical site, well over 7,000 years old. That's the earliest date I've heard specifically. It might have been, I'm pretty sure it's probably important years before that. And there are 2 projects, one on state land, one on federal land. And the long-term efforts to protect the area, I've been involved since 1979. People have been involved long before that in trying to protect this area. It's called the CORD project. Here's the company's name. I can't even say it with a straight face. Clean Nuclear Energy Corporation. And since it's hard to say that with a straight face and to buy into what they want us to call it, we call it CNEC. Okay. So on state land, there's this one section of state-controlled land that is under one permit process. They want to do 50 drill pads on 1 square mile of land, actually on part of that section. The drilling would be inside of the canyon, could be heard by people in the canyon. Again, the exploration impacts I talked about before. There are 37 interveners trying to slow this project and take part in the hearing process on it. It includes the Oglala Sioux tribe, Cheyenne River Sioux tribe, Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance, as well as individual members of our staff, including myself. The second hearing, that's a pre-hearing, will be in January. The federal process is going to come after that. It's kind of started, but there's not much going on yet. The other thing that's popped up on the radar in a big way in the last year is limestone mining. And we haven't really gotten involved with sand and gravel and limestone mining until recently. But there's a proposed 300-acre limestone mine at the town of Piedmont. Part of it is literally in Piedmont, that has made this issue more visible. And when we started to look into it, we found out that there are at least 2 other places along the eastern edge of the Black Hills where companies have bought up land and have said they're looking for limestone. So on the eastern and northern parts of the Black Hills, between I-90 and the edge of where the hills go up, inside the first ring of hills, that's where the limestone deposits are, all the way around the Black Hills. Okay. So we're gathering information, we're supporting target communities, the media is interested, and again, it's on the legislative agenda. So one thing I like to talk about, and this group is not going to be as much bought into this thinking as a lot of other people I talk to, but there's a stereotype that gets fixed in people's minds of what mining looks like. And it comes from the 1870s. And it's a scruffy loner with a hat and a beard and a pickaxe and maybe a burro. That's the image. You see it at the School of Mines everywhere. Okay. See it in the media. But it's heavily outdated because modern mining is a major industrial activity. So anytime your brain gives you that image or you talk to someone who has that image, I believe in correcting it. Mining is not economical, the bottom line. Mining is not a major industry in South Dakota. It employs about 1% of workers in the state, and it costs a lot of money to clean up when companies go bankrupt and walk away, which has happened more than once, happened a lot of times. And the mining taxes and local spending are a very, very small percentage of what tourism, agriculture, and outdoor recreation each bring to the area economy. So this is a picture of another mine site that has been reclaimed. This is the Gilt Edge Gold Mine Superfund site, also in the Northern Hills. There's a picture of it from the air, and two pictures I took on a tour we went there. And again, the company and the Forest Service also have admitted that reclamation is not a long-term situation as they're doing it. It needs perpetual maintenance. So we're not going to do questions because we're trying to move along, but feel free to catch me. I have some handouts I'll go around with if I can do it without interrupting the next speaker too much. And thank you for your time. Hi, Bro Huddard.
Next one will be International Relations and Treaty Law, Vivian Delgado. Where's she at? I just seen her go by. Oh, there you are. Delgado. And after her will be Hesapa Visitor Center update. And after that will be Great Plains Water Alliance. And after that will be Wild Foundation. And after that will be Ecological Society of America and World Wildlife Fund. All right. Public comment, right on. Aho. Ready?
We're gonna go pretty fast from here, so
Do what?
we're gonna go pretty fast.
I'll talk as fast as I can. Medake ape, wasewa kan, wea, iuha, shantewashte ichichiapie. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm happy to see you here and I'm happy to be with you today. I know that we're pressured for time, so I will talk through this as quickly as I can. I found this map when I was getting ready for this talk, and this map was created 2 weeks before the Wounded Knee of in our history here in South Dakota. So I thought it was relevant for this presentation. I wanted to talk a little bit about sovereign racism. Sovereign racism refers to the use of state sovereignty to justify racialized treaty violations, land theft, and systematic denial of Indigenous self-determination under international and state laws. And then I'm quoting a woman here. She says,
a nation can make peace and war, which our Lakota Nation did with the US government in the 1800s. In order for treaties to be binding, international law requires that there be consent between two nations making the agreement on the treaty. Sovereign racism. The Lakota Nation never surrendered to the US. Consequently, what we see today is a continuous backlash from the US government against the Lakota, starting with the forcing bands to cede land and settle on reservations through military pressure and broken treaties after the Great Sioux War, up until today with the unwavering efforts to open more mines, extract more land, and impose a self-destructive system on all Indigenous peoples. So that lashback, it also affects all other Indigenous peoples as well. And I wanted to emphasize that because the Lakotas are always the most sought after because they never surrendered. And the US government is still angry about that. Sovereign racism is no longer reserved in meaning for self-governing. It is now used to refer to sovereign economics, sovereign religions, sovereign corporations that destroy all elements of human rights. It is so deeply ingrained today that what we have is the force of psychological genocide in many shapes and forms taking hold on many reservations and Indigenous communities. So it's a mindset of this whole idea of sovereignty. It's kind of lost its gusto. And then this one I thought was important. This came up right when I was getting ready to come here, the importance of US military data in the United States. On Wednesday, December 10th, the U.S. House of Representatives passed a $900 to $901 billion defense policy bill. And then what we don't see in our military defense in this country is how the U.S. plans to protect Indigenous people from resource exploitation. There is no specific dedicated percentage of the general U.S. military Department of Defense budget formally allocated to protecting Indigenous people's natural resources as a standalone light item expense. That was the Department of Defense. We do continue to see unwavering initiatives for natural resource extractions for capital gain. The burden of expense to sustain military and elite monetary power falls on the backs of Indigenous peoples, their lands, and natural resources. And that's a really hefty budget when you got people in this country who don't have a place to sleep and food to eat and things like that when the government shut down a couple of months ago. The United States demographics tell a story. So I thought this was really important. So if you want to look at the area where it shows the American Indian Alaska Native population on that graph, our last US Census tells us that approximately 72% of the population in the United States is identified as white. As you can see, the American Indian population is so small, it is almost invisible. We do not impose a threat to the US government. The tyranny of the US towards the American Indian is unfounded, meaning that the way they treat us has no standing. We're so small of a group, we are not a threat to them. At the international level, other countries are concerned and eager for knowledge regarding the American Indian and the treatment they receive from the US government in their own country. And now the need to access knowledge about the spiritual survival of the American Indian is at an all-time high globally. This one, the language of international relations. Some Indigenous language demonstrate that human speech is not limited to the spoken word. Indigenous people speak of ecocide, which is the severe ecological consequences of protracted conflict and environmental destruction. Our words and tone of voice indicate how we have been harmed. We do not have the freedom to speak of governmental injustices without backlash. It does not mean that we are not experiencing them. I think the issue with those women that were just detained in Russia speaks to that point pretty well. We understand the world is a sacred vessel and it cannot be controlled. Furthermore, using force, verbal, whether verbal, physical, emotional, always leads to unseen trouble. The financial conquest is complete in this country. Arrogance has become the new enemy. So, and here's a picture of a visit of some of the royalty in Abu Dhabi. They recently sponsored a conference there, the Biodiversity 2025, IUCN, and the Wild Foundation was there. So got to experience a whole other country. Sustainability, this one really caught my eye because Indigenous sustainability, referring to ecological system and cultural practices in the US, has been identified as holistic, deep connection, reciprocity, respect for all living things. It views humans as part of nature and intergenerational care using traditional ecological knowledge rather than resource extraction. However, Indigenous sustainability today concerns economic justice, meaning we have to have the funds to practice holism, deep connections, reciprocity, food sovereignty, water control, and purification and air quality. Economic justice does not exist in this country. Thus, Indigenous sustainability cannot be substantiated. So these are the things that we want. We don't have, there's not a way to do them because everything is based on money. And money is power in this country. As you know, traditional ecological knowledge comes from Indigenous language speakers, cultural bearers, and ceremonial practitioners, AKA traditionalists. We need to eliminate poverty pimping, which in and of itself is a form of extraction, where one exploits the knowledge and wisdom of TEK for personal gain. We're starting to see more of that in a lot of conferences. Today, funding to support sustainable efforts is very complicated and almost non-existent in the US due to depletion. One must consider seeking funding from other countries who want to support Indigenous people directly. To go beyond the well-known organization, one must seek relationships internationally, buy-in through international conservation and natural law awareness efforts. And we need to, be thinking about this. What is being asked of the international community? There are a lot of other countries globally who are on the same page as we are. What are they doing? How can they help us? And then this next one. In 2007, Bolivia passed Law 3760, incorporated all 46 articles of the United Nations Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People into national law, a world first. The other countries that signed off on that should pass that law too. That's how we enforce these things and make them applicable to where we live. The irony here is that the American Indian are the most impoverished peoples in the wealthiest country in the world, the United States. It is the Indigenous peoples who seek and want support with little financial opportunity to make it happen. And then developing international cultures internationally to develop relationships is not tricky. If you come from an Indigenous family, you already know that there's another cultural present. I know when I was growing up, I was never taught my culture formally. I learned it by watching my mom and dad, how they talked to me, how they prepared our food, how we prayed and those kind of things. It didn't come from a book or anyplace else. And so in knowing that, when you go to other people's countries, you already understand that, and there's already a built-in level of respect going back and forth. And when we travel, to other countries, we have to be distinguished by nation. If we go to another country, they need to know and see that we are American Indians. I know when I traveled the first time out of the country to the east, I was really embarrassed to say I was from the United States. So I kept using the word Mother Earth and Turtle Island. And I don't know why, we're from the United States. This is our country. This is our home. We shouldn't be ashamed that we're from here. But I am ashamed of what this country is doing, and it's affecting everybody else globally. We have to think about that. What do we represent? What do these other countries need to know from us? We have to be open to sharing with that, because I think that's where our support is going to come from. And then we need to establish our presence by way of prayer. Every time we start, we need to open with a prayer in our own languages. And then if and when possible, to travel with a delegation, traveled by traditionalists, so they have a visible idea of who we are. So when we go into their countries, they're not ashamed to be dressed in their regalia that comes from their culture, or to display their religions openly, and to have places of prayer. We should present ourselves that way too, because that's how we are in our own homes. And then, another thing that I caught in visiting other countries is do not let non-Indigenous people speak for you or represent you. And I know that there's a lot of good intentioned people who are not Native, but the other countries from around the world, they want to hear from us directly. They want to hear our voice. They want to know what our essence is like, what our spirit is like. They want to feel our energy. They don't want it to come formally from an organization. They want to do it people to people. And I think that that's really important too. So, and also knowing the background of the country that you're going to visit. For example, Abu Dhabi was under the British Protectorate. And I know there was one woman that traveled with us that was from Canada, and they are under, you know, they were colonized by Great Britain. They don't want to hear about that because they know about the government of Great Britain. They want to hear about what is happening to the American Indians in the United States. We're getting centered out every single time in all these countries. They're not so much worried about our neighboring countries, Canada and Mexico, because our government doesn't treat them the same way they treat us. We're the focal point right now. And then there was a treaties established in Abu Dhabi it was called a British Protectorate, meaning that the British handled their defense and foreign relations, but in the internal government still remained the local rulers. And they were proud to say that they had a king. They were proud to say that they had 6 His Highnesses and 4 Her Highness. And their whole efforts on conservation were top notch. I mean, they actually cleaned up their coral reefs, which eventually cleaned up their shoreline. And then with that water, they started recycling. They use 1/8 of their recycled water right now for other purposes. So their story was very successful. Then there was another issue that came up when I was presenting this called colonial conservation. And if you haven't heard of that term, it originates from Euro-colonialism that protects nature by forcibly removing indigenous peoples from their ancestral lands, creating pristine wilderness areas often for tourism or resource extraction, while ignoring indigenous sustainability practices and perpetuating land theft, violence, and racial injustice under the guise of saving the planet. For example, the U.S. national parks, Yellowstone, we know, was stolen from the American Indians, and they viewed Yellowstone as being empty wilderness. So they felt like they had the right to go in there and do that. Also, there is no such thing as voluntary relocation. No matter what indigenous person you are, there's no such thing. Currently, the Pioneers published an article on a mountain giving itself back to the mountain in Crestone, Colorado. I think this was last week. And this is another misguided form of colonial conservation. And it really is preventing indigenous people from accessing their own land by protecting the land that they're, I don't know, it's just so backwards, I can't even go there. Anyway, and here are all of my references. If anybody is interested in following up on any of this later, I'd be happy to share this with you. I know I sent a copy to Phil as well. Then I wanted to end it with this. Know your thoughts are known, your words are heard, and your prayers are answered. This year I lost 3 relatives, so at the end of this month, I'm finally ending a 1 year of mourning. I lost my sister, my aunt, and a cousin, so this has really been tough, but I just want you to know I'm with you, and there's just so much going on, I can't even say. And I know we're stressed for time, so I want to thank you. Wopila.
Okay, Hesapa Visitor Center update. Krista Horvath. After that will be Great Plains Water Alliance report.
Krista and Ralph Adams will be.
Oh yeah, Ralph Adams.
With the USDA forestry.
I didn't see your name, Ralph, so getting blind, I guess. I even shook your hand there. Oh, that's the first sign I'm getting older, I guess.
Good afternoon, good early evening, my relatives. Chantay Westela, Nape Sioux, Zapiksto. Mi Inaki, Sandra Moore, mi Ateki, Chris Horvath. Krista Horvath and Machiapiksto. I'm really happy to be able to come in front of you and to talk to you about the Pactola Visitor Center. This is a project that is going through an MOU that we had the opportunity to join in a cooperative project, which is going to revamp the Pactola Visitor Center to a He Sapa Center that's going to be Lakota, Nakota, Dakota oriented, from the content to the stories that are told, all the way through from the entrance to the exit of this building. And I have the honor to be able to help facilitate that as the tribal relations specialist with the Forest Service. We've had several meetings. I think we've started about maybe 12, 13 months ago. And we have ongoing meetings. We have a lot of participation from some tribes and not so much participation from other tribes. So if you haven't heard about this project, please inquire to your tribal chairmen and reach out to Phil if you would like to participate in that. And we are more than happy to hear what you have to say. And we would like to be able to incorporate as much information as we can to this facility to make it the place that it should be, opening and welcoming to all of our people. And with that said, I'm going to give a moment to my cohort, Ralph Adams, who can kind of give you a little bit on the architect and engineering portion of it.
Yeah, so currently, thank you, Kristen. We have undergoing two different contracts. One is developing content, what we call the interpretation plan, and that's the contract that we've had the main interaction with the tribes up to this point. So they're developing content, conceptual exhibit design for the building. And then we also have a architect and engineering contract awarded to a firm out of Minneapolis that is for the renovation of the facility. And so we've experienced some delays with that design work that's going on because we needed to get what they call a determination of eligibility and finding of fact for the historical purposes of the building, because the building itself is over 50 years old. So we have to get historical concurrence to the work that we would like to do to the facility. So that is ongoing right now, and so that determination should be completed, by the end of February or so, and then we can get going with with the actual design work for the renovation of the facility itself. So those two contracts have to mesh, and we'll have that more of that opportunity here in later 2026. So, yeah. Is there anything I missed? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I just wanted to take a moment to thank Bill for this format and for inviting us and giving us the opportunity to let the people know about this project. And thank you all for the work that you do with the people.
Thank you.
Okay, Great Plains Water Alliance report, Doug Krogost and Reno Red Cloud. You guys are on deck. Okay, Shanna.
Jana Black will be replacing Doug Krogos, substitute for the Dream Team.
Boy, yeah. The Dream Team.
Reno, I hope we can get a quick version.
Yeah.
Press on the button there.
Midaki Reno Red Cloud, Oglala Sioux Tribe Water Resource Department Director. I'm also the 6th generation grandson of Chief Red Clouds. My grandfather's Edgar. we're gonna do a presentation. Doug's not here right now, so I'm gonna step up. And I got a young lady with me that's a staff member for the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance. I'm gonna give a little history of the Great Plains, but this is Jana Black. She's gonna be doing the speaking on the projects that we do with the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance. Back in I think in the 80s and 90s, the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance history was the mini Sioux. I don't know if some of you older ones remember that. It was a group of tribal members. But and in the early 2000s, it modified into the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance. They had a big conference in 2004 that I first became aware of them when I was an employee I used to work for the Mini-Wachoni Water Project. Most of my career has been in water programs. The late 70s, I worked for water development. 80s, I worked for water and sewer. 90s and 2000s, I worked for the Mini-Wachoni. And now I'm the OST Water Resource Department Director. And I'm also the Vice Chairman of the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance. So. But today we want to give a presentation. You know, since I've been on the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance since 2013, we've addressed a lot of issues, and they're all treaty water rights. Back in 2013, we were fighting the Army Corps of Engineers on surplus water rights, protecting our treaty water rights. Then we moved forward on to the later years with issues with the Missouri River Master Manual. The Missouri River Master Manual recognizes the tribes, but we still need to fight for our sovereignty. But as we grew into about 2017-18, we started getting grants for water projects. And at that time, we excelled in doing water codes, and we did drought climate change grants from the BIA. And those grants, you know, we really worked with the other tribes on drought adaptations, drought flooding, you know, just drought water resource management tools. The majority of the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance is water resource managers. I'm one. Doug Krogos from Standing Rock's one. Syed Huck from Rosebud's one. Then we got the other tribes. They have their environmental programs, but we all come together and we form the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance. But you know, as our grants proposals got awarded and we got more funding, we had the funding to hire some staff. And Jana is one of our staff members, and she's a real asset to us because, you know, they go out and they're our technical arm for working with tribes and doing different projects for us under the Great Plains. We went from a water rights group to an academic group with staff members assisting us in drought, climate change resilience. But I wanted to have Jana come up and give you some of these projects that she's been working on for us. I'll give her the microphone.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jana Black. I'm a Tribal Climate Resilience Liaison for the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance. But I also work really closely with the North Central Climate Adaptation Science Center. So myself and Kinzer are the liaisons for the Alliance, but we work across 7 states with 32 federally recognized tribes, and we provide technical assistance like grant writing or project implementations or educations and training. And all of our services are free, so please reach out to me. I can give you my flyer. I want to let you know about a few things in the future that Kinzer and I are putting on. So we're going to have a tribal adaptation menu workshop with the Lower Missouri River tribes and that's going to be in April. And it's a really great way to bring a project and have a bunch of people come and work on it with you so you can actually get the project off the ground. Our next project is going to be hiring 10 TCU students to do community-based projects. So I have flyers for that as well. If you know any TCU students that want a paid internship that they can do with their community, and they can have mentors like Reno or any tribal staff or TCU faculty to mentor them, as well as Kinzer and I. So that's kicking off, and we'll have our first workshop actually in Rapid City end of May. Our next is working with the Blackfeet Nation. We're going to have a tribal climate workshop up there. That's going to be in June. We hosted one with the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes last year, and it was a great success. I see some people that were there. That was really, really fun. And then our last project that we have coming up is with the NC CASC, and we're going to fund some tribal resource managers to come to CU Boulder to learn about climate tools or any kind of tools they need to implement within their communities. So let me know if you're interested in attending that, and that's a paid training. So yeah, we're doing lots of work, and it's really amazing to work with the Alliance. And if you have any questions, please reach out to me, and I will give you my contact information. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to scroll on to the next PowerPoint slide. Like I was saying earlier about some of the work that we do, the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance. I know it's been mentioned here earlier. I know Lilius was here. We work great with her. Fighting mining in the Black Hills. Ever since I've been in this position, in 2013, I was more of a operation and maintenance worker, but it opened my eyes with the Safe Drinking Water Act when I started sampling uranium and metals on the Pine Ridge Reservation, because it was hard reality knowing that geographically, geology, that our reservation had the Badlands in it, and our water quantity suffered by the Badlands because we didn't get the percolation into the aquifers. And then what water we did get into our aquifers on the reservation, the southern part is the Ogallala Aquifer, the middle part's the Arikari Formation of the High Plains Formation, and then the northern part's the Indian Cara where the Badlands are. And that was the area of concern. Back in the 80s when I was a water operator then for the tribe, we did 14 communities, but we constantly were getting violations, the Safe Drinking Water Act sampling because of radionuclides, which is uranium, and arsenic. And in the middle part of our reservation was the heart of where the contamination was, and then up towards Red Shirt Table. So that became a problem. Back in the 80s, we took samples, and we had our councilmen take some water samples to the Washington, D.C. From White Clay District, Mr. Paul Little and Al Dreamer and different councilmen, and they took them onto the D.C. level and showed them that this water is contaminated. You guys need to help us. But we had a great attorney named Mario Gonzalez that authored the Mini-Wachoni Act. He was great at, getting the information, scientific information, and he used the treaties, he used the trust responsibility, 1851, 1868 treaties to create the Mini-Wachoni Act, which created a water treatment plant in Fort Pierre, and it supplied water to, mainly the purpose was Pine Ridge because of the water contamination, but the same type of issues with arsenic and uranium was happening not only with us, but Rosebud got on with us. And then Lower Brule, there's 3 tribes. And then there's West River, Lyman, Jones. They're non-Indian, non-native counties, but they had the same problems with Wall and Phillip and Murdo. So they formed a group called the West River, Lyman, Jones, and they joined with us. And that created the Mini Wachoni Water Project. And its primary purpose was to provide safe drinking water to the tribal members. That was the target. But it was a joint venture with the non-natives in them areas too to provide this water. And today, as we speak, that water pipeline is completed and we do have safe drinking water on the Pine Ridge Reservation. And then I'm going to go into fighting mining in the Black Hills. You know, we just had a meeting the other day and we had our attorneys, we had President Frank Starr with us, we had Lilius from Black Hills Clean Water Alliance. And we're addressing a lot of issues that are what Lilius's PowerPoint showed you, that all the different areas in the Black Hills with mining. But you know, for me as a tribal water resource director, I see the effects of the contamination in the Cheyenne River. The Cheyenne River. In the 40s, there was World War II in a place called Igloo. It was a depot, an army depot, but in that area there was a high, you know, a lot of uranium off the Pierce Shale, where they used uranium in that area to make bombs for World War II. But what it did after the war was over and the need for uranium, it left a bunch of abandoned open pit mines, which are still there today. And I think there's about 4,000 or whatever. But they're still open and there's a lot of unreclaimed mining projects that were left open. So, but you know, my concern is every year it rains, every year it snows, that water goes into those open pit mines and then it goes right back into the Cheyenne River. So it's an annual source of contamination. And I think, you know, we got to get creative and get enough data collected showing that the stream bed and the water is contaminated, and getting those studies to document that we need to have a Superfund cleanup in Edgemont. And the ironic thing about this is the state of South Dakota is still pursuing uranium projects in that area. Right now, the tribe is intervening in an area down there by Edgemont. It's called Craven Canyon. It has petroglyphs, 7,000 years old, drawings, cave drawings, wall drawings. And it's supposed to be a historic protected site. And yet they're trying to allow for exploratory drilling of uranium right near it, so right by the Cheyenne River. So that's a deep concern with the Oglala Sioux tribe. Where the tribe is an intervener, our attorneys and President Starr, and then I'm an intervener individually from my department. And then Lilius and the Black Hills Clean Water Alliance, they work with us greatly and they're interveners too. So, but right now we're trying to working together to get the change of venue for this hearing that's coming up from Pierce, South Dakota to Hot Springs. So we could have a lot of our tribal members, present at these meetings, and a lot of concern that our water resources are valuable and our water is sacred. And that's treaty land. It's treaty land. Black Hills. We got to stand. So hopefully the hearing comes to Hot Springs and we could make a stance and a position to protect our treaty lands and our water. But with the state of South Dakota, I've always said this, Their push is water quantity. They want to sell that water to these corporations and to get the uranium or the lithium or the different mining products out of our sacred hills. And then when they're gone, we're going to be the ones left with the contamination. So this is how vital this is. You know, it's really critical that we come together and we position ourselves to protect what is originally ours. Uchimaka, the Black Hills. But that's one of them that we're fighting very hard right now, and the hearings are coming up. And another one that we discussed at our meeting the other day was Dewey Burdock. Dewey Burdock has been a fight with the Oglala Sioux tribe and the Black Hills Clean Water Alliance for a long time. And the Oglala Sioux tribe has stopped it for many years now, legally, due to the NEPA process, due to the litigation that we have a great attorney named Jeff Parsons out of Colorado that works with us pro bono, and he represents us highly in our fight against Dewey Burdock. So, and that's another ongoing. On our meeting the other day, Frank Starr sent in a letter to the NRC, Nuclear Regulatory Commission, to request a tribal consultation. We need to bring them to the table. So I think it's in the process of that letter being sent to the NRC, our Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and them accepting our tribal consultation and coming to our council and having a consultation with us. Because right now we're in probably one of the worst presidencies in history with Donald Trump. He's expediting every type of mining. You know, he's bypassing NEPA, he's undermining everything. You know, the scary part was when him and Elon Musk and them came in and started cutting federal agencies and employees. Half the crew I used to work with, half these federal agencies, they're no longer there no more because they took the buyout and they retired early because they were going to get terminated. But, you know, he's still a threat. I have my own opinion of him. He's insane. You know what I mean? But on the tribal level, with the Oglala Sioux Tribe, Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance, we're coming together and we're here to protect. It's our legacy. We're the descendants of our great ancestors, Chief Red Cloud and mine. The legacy, the responsibility has to be carried on. So, okay, the next one is protecting the wetlands. This is a critical one. We got Wakbomini Lake. We got the Ogallala Aquifer. Wakbomini Lake is just a high aquifer level. It comes out the sand hills and it exceeds, when underground, it's above ground. And one of the major paradises around that I've ever seen was the Lake Creek Wildlife Refuge. That's a paradise right there. And that's a wetland too. But this litigation that's going on, they're trying to take the protections of the wetlands out. That's going to really hurt us. The wildlife, the flora, the fauna, the trees, the wildlife plants that grow in those areas. That's where our water codes come in. As a sovereign nation, you got 3 jurisdictions. You got the federal, the state, and you got tribal. So we're going to do our best to fight against, and protect our wetlands. And then the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance, you got Standing Rock, Cheyenne River, Oglala Sioux, Rosebud, Lower Brule, Yankton, all of us together, and we're protecting the Missouri River. Even though the Oglala Sioux tribe's over here by the Black Hills, we still have, protection, treaty rights, water rights in the Missouri River. The East Bank to the west is all treaty land, Lakota land. But right now, DAPL was a big issue. I wish Doug was here because he's more fluent on the DAPL issues because I'm more on the western side. But I think that there, we're all aware of the protest and the camps, and I think it's still in litigation but we have an excellent attorney that works with us. His name's Peter Capicella. But we're doing our best to. I think there's an annual operating plan meeting with the Army Corps that's coming up that we need to be aware of. I'm always saying this about the Missouri River Master Manual. They recognize the tribes, but yet they don't give us the honor and the respect to be part of the decision making with the permits. It's like we're in the writing of their laws, but we're not able to perform our input on decision making. That's really frustrating. Okay, and then the other one's the opposition to Western Dakota Regional Water System. This project literally came to the Oglala Sioux tribe and put 2 of our members on its board, and it's a state water project. And I was totally against that. She bypassed me as the lady that did the engineer, bypassed me as the water code administrator and went to the other departments and put them on her board, thinking she could get tribal support and try to get some of the federal dollar. That was, and I went to a council meeting and told them, we got to get off this state water project because our grandfathers are rolling over in their graves. We don't have nothing to do with state jurisdiction. What are we doing? So anyway, the council took them out and ran her off, but we got to be more aware of what's going on with our treaties. I think we need to really analyze our treaties. Even our IRA government, that should be a prerequisite, is for them to know the treaties. I talked to a gentleman earlier, and he said there's 3 things you got to protect: the children, the elderly, and the treaties. That's a good way of thinking. That's the way I wish that we all could fight for that. And I think right now we got to be more assertive and exercise our sovereignty. I'd like to see us just bypass the NEPA process and just go at these uranium corporations and start suing them. But right now we're in a kind of in a bad situation with this president that we are, because he's attacking Indian country big time. So we gotta just, like what was discussed earlier, let's get these proposals, these bills together, and all this information together, and hopefully by 2026 the Democrats win and we get the majority. You know what I mean? So then we can propose these bills and these with confidence, because we'll have a Democratic majority. It's always wondered in my life, politics, I always kind of thought these people were more wiser and more humane about taking care of the people, but just recently with the cutting of SNAP and all these, NEPA and all this, we're in a critical phase right now, so it's not good. But there's another statement an elder said, look at your ancestors. They were fighting against bullets. You guys are fighting against greed and white racism. But it's still here. It's still our reality. So we need to strategize and come together more than ever right now. Go to the next one. Okay, Craven Canyon, I discussed that. That's really sacred because it's got them petroglyphs, it's got them drawings. It's proof that we were there. But, I did a site visit there, and this hearing's coming up January 6th, and we're trying to change it from here, South Dakota, to hot springs, and I think that would give us an advantage to all our concerned tribal members and people to be aware of this. Because, you know, right now the states, they've been permitting like crazy, like Lilius's presentation with graphite, lithium, all that, you know what I mean? And it's here, you know, but this is another thing that we're going to be, the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance has an attorney named Peter Capasala, and he's an intervener for us on this Craven Canyon. The Oglala Sioux tribe is an intervener. I'm an intervener for my program, so we're going to do our best to oppose this. Okay, next one. Protecting the Missouri River. You know, this has been a big thing since I've been on Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance. I'm really leery of the future with climate change, even on our surface waters, because I know that we're not going to get the precipitation that we used to. And I think the Army Corps and the states need to think about water conservation or do a study on, because the weather ain't like it used to be. You ain't getting the rain you used to. You ain't getting the snow. So we might have to look at a water conservation plan or something. I have a friend over in Navajo country. She's a water resource department person. And they have it down there where they have to haul water out in semis to communities. And that is what you call drought mitigation. But they've been like that for years too, so it's a desert, but we have the Missouri River Treaty water rights, so the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance is formed together by the Oceti Sakowin tribes, and we need to protect what we can from all our tribal membership and presidents and IRA traditional governments. But next one. Okay, opposition, I think I've beat that to death. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Reno. Make sure, Robin O'Malley, you sit down with Reno on our projects. Robin, sit down with Reno, catch him when he's with our projects. Talk with Reno.
Okay, we want, the next one to be, Wild Foundation, Wild 12, Adam Hansen. What are you gonna do? Okay. Oh, there you go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting. It's very humbling to be up in front of all of you right now. My name is Adam Hansen. I am the son of Lynn and Deb Hansen, and the great grandson of George Levi Hansen. And I say that because my family, I grew up in the Red River Valley in Crookston, Minnesota, and it was my great-grandparents and great-great-great-grandparents who eventually moved to this area. And I know George moved through Pipestone. So there's, in my family history, there's been a lot of connections between place and people, and certainly many ancestors in this room, I'm sure. I grew up, like I said, in the Red River Valley and spent a lot of time in playing in the prairie. And grew up in a house outside of the small town. And so I listened and learned often to the grasses and the birds, and that inspired my passion for nature and taught me a lot about life. After I grew up for a while, I went to South Dakota State and spent time in Brookings, further studying wildlife and fisheries, and became really interested in learning more about people and places around the world, and ultimately signed up for Peace Corps. And they sent me to the Philippines, where I spent 4 years living in a very remote area, a small island that took several days to travel to, and had limited electricity, just a few hours a day, and no running water or anything like that, working with the local fisher folks. After that, I came back to the United States and spent time on the East Coast. And just fast forwarding, ended up committing to my partner, Marie, and now we live in Washington, D.C. Through that process, I met this organization, the Wild Foundation, and their purpose, well, my purpose is I'm here for life, basically. I take care and respect for life and all life. And I met Wild Foundation, and their purpose really aligned with mine. We work with people all around the world to safeguard biodiversity, wild places, wilderness, and protect people and places, really. So I'm going to move to the next slide. Let's see, is there a clicker? Just down? Calling upon assistance. The arrow isn't. The next slide, it talks about the Wild Foundation's founders. The Wild Foundation was founded in 1974 between a gentleman named Ian Player and Mukumbu Tabela. Mukumbu was a Zulu leader in South Africa. Ian was a game ranger. They formed a relationship during apartheid, in which Mukumbu taught Ian much about the wilderness area. Specifically, their connection was the Umfolozi Wilderness in South Africa. Through that relationship, they started working on caring and protecting the white rhino that was near extinction. Here's a picture of them. So I'm kind of inheriting the flame that these gentlemen sparked in the 70s and trying to continue to carry it on. After Mukumbu and Ian were, from my understanding, successful in protecting the white rhino, Mukumbu said that we can continue to try and protect and safeguard species after species, but ultimately, if we don't, and there we go, the root cause of the destruction of wilderness and species is a broken relationship between people and nature. And I would even go a broken relationship with ourselves and each other in the natural world and all life. So that's when they called for a global Indaba in the Zulu language. And that term translated into or grew into what we called the World Wilderness Congress. The World Wilderness Congress has been hosted by heads of state all around the world since the 70s. And last year, in Rapid City, the Oceti Sakowin invited the World Wilderness Congress to the Hisapa, and Wild 12. So a lot of folks might recognize this logo and the Wild logo. This event happened last year, and many of you here, I see some very familiar faces that were there that week, attended the Congress. So today, Phil invited me up here to share some of the outcomes and what happened post-Congress. So here's just the logos, and here's a beautiful photo bringing us back. I think this is the last day of the Congress. It was a 5-day Congress, 5 days. It started off with plenaries where everybody was at the monument, sitting in the theater, listening to panelists for the wisdom and knowledge prayers to start our day on different topics around challenges that indigenous communities, local communities, all communities around the world are facing around safeguarding biodiversity, protecting life. After those 2 days, we were invited in to visit some of the sacred sites of the Black Hills of Bear Butte and Wind Cave. We were led by South Dakota Native Treaty in Tourism Alliance, and so many people enjoyed those 2 days or that day out in the Wind Cave and Bear Butte. And they shared many stories during that process. On Thursday and Friday, we came back and there was close to 70 presentations in those 2 days by many people from all around the world. Again, there were 700 people that attended, 32 countries that were represented. As an outcome, at the end of the week, there was resolutions that were shared, 12 that were developed prior to the Congress and during the Congress, and they were voted on by everybody that participated. In addition to that, there was a treaty for Unchimaka, the grandmother earth, that everybody signed onto. And this photo is actually right after everybody signed that treaty. So where are we at today? I know that many relationships were formed during that week. Was able to witness it then, and I'm still witnessing it in spaces that I'm in all around the world, of connections that people made to one another, discussing how they could collaborate together. But specific ones that, are measurable to our eyes, all of our eyes, is the resolutions, of course, the treaty. There's a proceedings of documents, publications from people that participated and submitted them that will be published by IUCN later or early next year. There was some partnerships, like the U.S. Forest Service and the Ministry of Environment Germany started a partnership to exchange some of their challenges in managing wilderness. And I can attest that partnership is still going on today, even though with the challenges of this administration. So we're keeping the lines of communication open between those agencies that are working on trying to steward and manage areas with wilderness as consideration. We have the recordings are online on YouTube, and also we've synthesized these resolutions. And into 6 motions, 6 motions that we guided to the World Conservation Congress a few months ago in Abu Dhabi. And all of them were adopted. And we look forward to sharing more about that tomorrow with you all, about those motions specifically. And also updating you more tomorrow on a specific motion that was titled "Through the Eyes of the Buffalo." There'll be a panel on that resolution that it's very much alive. And I know Phil was presented earlier this year in Baltimore around that resolution at the annual Ecological Society gathering. And am I missing any other outcomes? Phil, I know that people have come up to you and shared their experience. Yes, one of the resolutions was on the white buffalo as a sacred species, sacred animal. That resolution was brought forth by Chief Orville Looking Horse. I don't think he's here right now. He stepped out. That was adopted at Wild 12, and we drew from that motion to bring forth a motion to the grander IUCN community, which actually, let me back up. That stands for the International Union for Conservation of Nature. It's the largest global organization around conservation for nature. Specifically, 300 plus members, countries sign on to that, and they vote on these motions to adopt them and continue to advance them in their own organization's objectives or their country's objectives. And one of the motions was honoring sacred sites, specifically, and sacred species. And through that motion, it called upon the IUCN to develop guidelines for sacred sites, specifically engaging with indigenous people, local communities, and developing those guidelines. And I know Andrea, Carmen, you were there with everybody at Abu Dhabi and very engaged in the motions process and brought some forth with your team as well. So it was nice to see some familiar faces and friends there. And anything else? And maybe some of you in the audience had formed some relationships that you have an outcome that you'd like to share with everybody, or that you've continued to maintain that relationship since the Congress.
There's also that ban or resolution against mining in the Black Hills.
Yes, there was a resolution, and I encourage everybody. I didn't get a QR code made in enough time, but if you visit this website, www.wild12.org, please revisit the motions. Those objectives are there to help all of us advance our common purposes and the goals that you may have with your organization or your personal goals. One of them was banning all mining in the sacred Black Hills, the Hisapa. That motion is really special to me. Oh, there's a QR codes on the back of the program. That motion was really special to witness its development. It was brought forth from friends and colleagues in Mexico. They came up with the idea and coordinated with our Oceti Sakowin friends and family members to develop that and bring it forth. So just seeing that collaborative nature from folks across Turtle Island was really special. So thank you. Thank you all.
Adam, could you tell them of the protocol that I taught you that I've been working with you? I've been training him, so.
Yeah. Phil's been definitely training me. Manny might know exactly what protocol he's been training. He says, Phil, the first thing he taught me was just sit down and shut up. And so I've been trying to incorporate that everywhere I go. Manny. Oh, yeah.
Microphone on.
Oh. Testing 1, 2, 1, Z, no bias, we're good. Can you elaborate on the self-sufficiency plan?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I think I'm interested in that one, because last night I said that that plan should be on each territory or res, and also in the communities with the food part anyway.
Yes, yeah. Thank you for bringing that up, Manny. And Manny's referring to a dialogue that occurred last year at the Treaty Council meeting. And this is my third Treaty Council meeting of sitting in and shutting up and sitting down and listening. So I'm still learning lots. But last year, there was a dialogue around a resolution that this collective group voted on passing, developing a life plan for self-sufficiency. And Manny's question is he's curious where that's at right now in its progress, and where this collective could potentially move that and use that to advance some of the work. And so I will pass this to Phil. Phil, and I know Claude has signed that resolution from last year, and there's no doubt the life plan continues to be worked on. But Phil, any thoughts?
I started a draft based on input from last year, so I will be continue working on that, and then you'll have the opportunity to provide input. The goal is to guide the Oceti Sakowin towards self-sufficiency and self-sustainability and get off of the federal dependency syndrome. So you'll hear more down the road.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Ecological Society of America, Robert Newman. Okay.
How's everybody holding up? Long day. These are just vacation pictures. Phil asked me to, I've been working with Phil for a few years. My name is Bob Newman. I'm an ecologist and wildlife biologist at the University of North Dakota. I've been there for 30 years. This is my 31st year. And so I've been kind of in the area for a while. I work on grasslands and wetlands in the northern plains. Done a lot of work with amphibians, but also large mammals, including buffalo. We'll be talking, I do a lot of climate adaptation work, and I'll be talking about that tomorrow morning. But other things that I do, do you need me to log into that? Sorry.
And I believe this is our last presentation today. We'll end it with a song afterwards, and the hand games is canceled. We won't be able to do the hand games.
Right. So I've been a member of the Ecological Society of America for a long time, probably longer than I care to remember. And with my background, I'm second or third generation settler on my mom's versus my dad's side. I was grateful that my grandparents and great grandparents found a place they could go that was safe, and went through the usual education that we have in this country, a public school education, which was, a pretty good education, but it's also pretty limited in what we learn about. And there are a lot of things about American history, United States history, that we aren't taught. I think you're all familiar with that idea. And it affects how you think about a lot of things. And as an ecologist, it became pretty clear, even as a little kid, it became pretty clear that the world that we look at right now isn't what it was, and it certainly isn't what it was prior to colonization, European colonization. Yet, ecologists try and interpret the world as if it's been this way forever, and there's all sorts of, angles that one could talk about on that count. But what I came to realize, especially after I moved to North Dakota, was that, there's a lot that we aren't taught, there's a lot that we don't know, and most ecologists never learn these things. And I thought that was a problem. And I also thought that as in recent years, we've had more and more interest in people talking about indigenous knowledges, and what we can learn from the people that have been here since time immemorial. There's a lot of ignorance about that too. Thank you. Oops, this isn't the one that I need, but there's another one on here that, let me just log out of that maybe, and here's my PowerPoint. Let me just do it this way. So it would be this one. this is like at the start of every class. All right, so thank you. Thank you very much. So there's my title. I thought the Ecological Society of America, I'm going to go through the word slides pretty quickly here because nobody wants to read at this time of day. The title here may be a little optimistic, but here we have an audience that's predominantly white. Ecological Society is relatively diverse compared to a lot of professional scientific societies. It's mostly academics, and people want to learn, but they don't know what they don't know. And for many years now, we've been trying to help educate people about things that they wouldn't have learned when they were in school. And now they've been through graduate school and have PhDs. It's past time to learn some of these things. And the thought was if people were educated, then they would be in a better position to understand the concerns that I've heard all day today and over the years in my interactions with Phil and James Raddenleaf and other people that I've been working with. So that's my title. Can we create allies, advocates, and influencers among a population of people that are doing a lot of teaching in this country, and they're also heavily involved in influencing policy and that sort of thing. And if we could get the Ecological Society to sign on to doing a climate adaptation or, a climate vulnerability assessment for the Missouri River, that's the kind of thing that might get more attention than just me at University of North Dakota talking about it. But we need to make sure that people understand what they are looking at. So that's kind of the premise of this. And that's not exactly what Phil asked me to talk about, but I was trying to figure out why he wanted me to talk about the Ecological Society anyway. And I thought maybe that's the reason, or maybe that's a good reason. So all right, there's a little bit of a lag. As I was saying, this is the largest professional society of ecologists, definitely in this country and probably in the world. There's over 9,000 members, which is small for, like if you went to a scientific society that was studying cancer or something like that, there'd be 40,000 members. So there's not as many ecologists out there, but it's an international organization. We have, probably predominantly members from North America, so Canada, United States, and Mexico. But there's members from countries in South America. There's members from Europe. There's members from Asia. India, Africa, all over the world. So you reach a lot of people through ESA. If you're interested in learning more about ESA, but if anybody really wants to read any of these things, and I'll just let me know. I'll email you a PDF of the slides. That way you don't need to worry about taking notes. All right. The Ecological Society, about 25 years ago now, there was a group. There's always been a small population of indigenous scientists in the Ecological Society. Small number, like a handful, 10, 20 people at most at one time. But some time ago, the group that was in the ESA decided they wanted to form a section. We have these interest group sections, and they wanted to form one on traditional ecological knowledge. I want to assure you that this was an idea of our Indigenous members, and it was founded by Indigenous members, so nobody is trying to mess around with something that isn't theirs. Robin Wall-Kimmerer was the first chair. She wasn't the person that had the idea, but she was one of the first people that bought into it. And you can see there what our goals are. And so I'm just going to read a little bit. So we want to promote the understanding, dissemination, and respectful use of TEK in ecological research. We want to encourage education on what that means. We want to stimulate research that incorporates TEK and participation of Indigenous people. And I would, at this point, now where people are aware of, maybe a little bit more aware of TEK. It certainly made it into the Biden administration's, actions, recommendations with federal agencies. These are things that should be not just inviting Indigenous partners in, but it should be led by Indigenous partners. The research should be motivated by the interests of Indigenous partners, tribal nations, or whoever. So this is not something that we should be co-opting for any other purpose. It should serve the interests of tribes. Or we have Canadian members, so I have to say also First Nations. All right, so that's what we were after. We also wanted to make sure that our Indigenous members felt like they were supported in ESA, because with that few number of members, you can be feeling pretty isolated. And so we wanted to make sure that they felt like they were full participants in ESA. And students, we invite a lot of students to come to our annual meetings and that sort of thing. We want to make sure that they feel as well that they are respected and valued members of the society. All right, and then here's what I was leading off with. Why would any Indigenous people want to be participants in something like this? Well, you have an audience that you might be able to influence, and maybe some of them will help somewhere along the line, especially if they get into positions of influence. And some of them have risen pretty high, and for example, we've had members that have been administrators of EPA and NOAA and that sort of thing. So they get pretty high in the government too, and you would like them to be at least willing to listen to concerns. So we've done this in a number of ways, and in recent years, one of the things we've been doing is trying to make sure that our Indigenous members can speak what they want to say. They want to share whatever concerns or ideas that they have. And one of the durable ways that most academics look for things is in print publications, or nowadays everything is online. This is just a couple of examples of recent ones, and every single one of those long lists of authors are Indigenous. You can go check out those are the QR codes. Those are all open access if you wanted to actually look at the papers. And again, if you don't want to do it right now, but you're curious later, just let me know, and I'll send you the slide. Joseph Gazing Wolf is the lead author on both of these, and he should be here tomorrow, I believe. He's from Standing Rock, on half of his family side anyway. Really interesting person, knows a lot about Buffalo. That's the group that he's going to be speaking in tomorrow. There's others from this part of the country, but James Rattingleaf, who helped organize the workshops that led to these papers, likes alliteration, and he told me to always remember the 3 G's, and now I won't remember them probably, but gender, geography, and generations. 3 G's. So make sure you have good representation across generations, men and women, and any other genders that might be represented, and make sure you have good geographic representation too. So it wasn't all Lakota, although that's who we know a lot of. So those are just a couple of examples of papers. This is a different author group, but this is also published in an ESA journal just this year. We're talking about federal land. I remember David Troyer wrote an article, so he's Ojibwe from Leech Lake in Minnesota. He wrote an article in the Atlantic a couple of years ago saying that the federal government should give national parks back to the tribes, which he referred to as a modest proposal. And the thought that went through my mind was there's a whole lot more federal land out there, and some of it should be pretty high priority to return to tribes, or at least the control of those lands. Anyway, so this group of people, led by Laura Jacobs, who's Muskogee, and actually works for a tribe right now in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. She and some of the other co-authors in this have been working for a long time on, like, if it isn't consultation, what can it be? And this paper is about the different kinds of relationships that tribes could have, or indigenous people around the world could have with whatever the governmental organizations in their countries are. So again, we're just trying to educate ESA members or whoever reads this journal. And this is a new journal called Earth Stewardship, and I'm an associate editor on this journal. We're trying to get as many indigenous authors published as we can. We're also anxiously awaiting the publication of this letter from Phil Two Eagle. He came to the ESA conference this year in Baltimore, and first time at ESA, and I hope it was a good trip. But I think by the end of the week, he realized how much education there needed to be and how many things weren't being talked about. So he wrote a letter to ESA members, and we're getting that published in the official publication, business publication of the Ecological Society, the Bulletin. I was kind of hoping I could share that this week, but it's still not out yet. Thank you, Wiley, the publisher. We do a lot of sessions at ESA, and this will just give you a little bit of flavor of the things that we've been doing. These were all things from Baltimore this year. That's where the 2025 conference is. 2026 is in Salt Lake City next late July. And we have some events planned for that as well, but decolonizing ecological praxis. Gwen Bridge, who some of you may know, did a workshop to help people understand what that might look like. The Coeur d'Alene tribe sent like 5 or 6 people to talk about some of the challenges they've been having with water quality. I mean, the lake there is, and some of the streams that flow into it are basically Superfund sites from past mining. I have literally never seen such high lead levels in water. It's like, you don't even want to go in that water, much less drink it. And they're trying to restore salmon. So it's a uphill slog for that sort of thing. We had a session on buffalo restoration that Phil and Gwen talked at, and Joseph Gazing-Wolf did as well. We had another session on tribal leadership and conservation, what that might look like. Phil spoke at that one. I was the non-Indigenous person on that one because I had to sub in when somebody didn't show up. And we usually do some kind of social event to make it more place-based. We try and find contacts with local tribes and invite people in so they can share something about their people. Just a couple of other things, and the rest of them are just pictures of people, so it'll take 2 minutes. Cammie Griffith, who teaches at OLC, we nominated her for, the ESA has this award called Excellence in Ecology Scholars. This is for people that are doing research that benefits their communities. And so we nominated Cammie, and she got one of the awards, and here she is giving her presentation at the Ecological Society, and all expense paid trip to Baltimore. This is the Coeur d'Alene crew. So Danielle Ignace, I put this slide up mostly because the person on that side, whatever side that is, I guess your left, Danielle Ignace is the current chair of the TEK section, and she's doing climate adaptation work at Coeur d'Alene, mostly upland work. She's a forest ecologist. She's at University of Minnesota. If you need a forest ecologist for anything. Here's some people you might know. Random sightings at ESA. So Melissa Nelson is from Turtle Mountain, Chippewa, up in North Dakota. Although she hasn't lived in North Dakota for a long time, and she's out in San Francisco area, in the Bay Area. James Rattling Leaf is a chair of the TEK section like 2 chairs ago. And I have a little bit more to say about him in a minute. And here's two people I just bumped into at ESA. That's Joseph Gazing-Wolf and, of course, Phil. Another person who's been very influential for me, this is Frank Lake. He's an employee of the Forest Service, and he's been doing cultural burns, indigenous burn practices as a forest stewardship practice probably his entire life, but he made that his career work to convince the Forest Service that they could be smarter about fire. And he's still in the Forest Service, so it hasn't been bad for him, I guess. He is a Karuk descendant. And one of the other things that we do, and he's been doing he's one of the founding members of the TEK section when he was a graduate student. We like to do kind of these sense of place events. This was a forest walk in old growth forest in Portland. There's an actual chunk of old growth forest that's in city limits of Portland. And so here he is teaching people about what old growth forest, these are ESA members on this field trip that we did at the conference in 2023, teaching them what the forests meant to his people. And he doesn't talk about it the way that like your standard issue forest ecologist would, like how many board feet of lumber can we get? This will come as not a surprise to anybody here. This might be my favorite session ever that I attended at an ESA conference. I think that was in 2023 as well. A group of indigenous women who I know all but two of them. I should know one of the ones I don't know. I just don't remember her name. If anybody's curious about naming names, but pretty much all different tribes from different parts of the country. And they each gave a talk about what mattered to them as far as ecology is concerned. So it was called an Inspire session. They get 5 minutes, and you never saw such fast talking. And sometimes a little bit of jumping up and down and dancing too. There was a lot of energy in the room. It was also a packed house. We get really good turnouts for our events. And this might be the last slide, but James, when he came to ESA, I originally invited him in to speak in a symposium, and then COVID happened and we did it on Zoom, and he still impressed ESA members enough that they invited him to be on one of their governing board committees, and then they nominated him to be on the governing board. And so there's his campaign picture in 2022. That was our first in-person meeting after COVID up in Montreal, and he got elected to governing board, and he's still a member of the governing board. His term is ending next summer, I think. And he's played a major role in ESA. So I remember he had some skepticism about coming to ESA initially, and his question to me was, will it make a difference? Will it do anything to benefit my tribe? And, my answer is, I have no idea. We've never done this before. But I think he's my evidence right now that you can influence how people think about things. The other person is Gwen Bridge, if you don't know her. She works pretty closely with James and now with Phil too. And she was the chair of the TEK section that succeeded James after his chair term was up. And now he was on the governing board still. She actually got nominated to be president of ESA. And she did not win the election, which is too bad, unfortunate, because she would have been great for it. But this is what I mean. You get in the door, you get the respect of people, they start listening to you, and they start taking your concerns seriously. And that seems like it can't be a bad thing. The last thing I wanted to mention is that we try and bring students to these conferences as well. For a while, we had some dedicated funding to bring Indigenous students to ESA. Unfortunately, that was funded by the National Science Foundation. It was one of the first grants that was targeted by what's his name down in Texas, the senator down there, whose name I don't even want to have in my head. And it was one of the first grants that was taken back. So we had already started inviting people to come into 2025, and they told us we didn't have money anymore. And so we couldn't invite as many people in, and we had like 2 more years of funding to go. So we don't have that money. But ESA has this great program called the SEEDS program. If you look at their webpage, there's a QR code if you want it. It says, we don't discriminate against anybody. This program is open to anybody. But if you read the rest of the words, it says, we specifically are encouraging people from underrepresented groups or groups that might not otherwise feel like ESA was their kind of place to come to ESA. Not very many Indigenous students do that. And I think the reason is because the people that are coming from, say, historically Black colleges and universities or Hispanic serving or minority serving institutions have faculty mentors at those places that are members of ESA, and we just don't have that many tribal college members of ESA faculty. But the great thing about this is you don't show up by yourself. You show up with a cohort, you get mentoring, there's a great program director, and so you're with a group of, you spend the week with 20 or 30 other students that are maybe experiencing some common things in their lives and backgrounds. And so having a group of people is really a good thing, I think, to make them feel a little bit more comfortable. I'm a SEEDS mentor. If anybody wants to ask me about it, or you want to get hooked up with the program director in ESA, I'm happy to facilitate that. But this is one way that we can get more Indigenous students to come to ESA if there's interest. And Cami brought 3 students last year. I don't know how where the money came for that, because I don't know that we paid for them. I could be wrong about that. But anyway, she brought 3. And we've had some really good young people come to these meetings, and that's what we want. We want to grow. And the very last thing I'll say is I'm also a member of the Wildlife Society. The Wildlife Society is also encouraging Indigenous participation. We have a working group there. That's what the Wildlife Society calls these interest groups, the Native Peoples Wildlife Management Working Group, which I'm on the board of. And we have a professional development program. We bring 10 to 15 students, Indigenous students, to the Wildlife Society conference every year. And the main purpose of the picture is to show you a couple of the students, and also Julie Thorstensen, who is the executive director of the Native American Fish and Wildlife Society. So she's been a supporter as well. And we can always line students up with internships and that sort of thing, if they're looking for that sort of thing. So thank you very much for listening and for sticking it out. And like I said, if anybody wants the slides, just let me know.
Okay, we're completed. We will have a song. Bill said he really wanted to go till 9, but he looked at you guys. Okay. An exiting song. Go home and don't come back.
You are excused after the song is over.
Oceti Sakowin. But Oceti Sakowin.
Okay, good night. We'll start tomorrow at 5 a.m. sharp.
Recording stopped.